Canyon Springs Wash Murders. Continuing Adventures of Trevor and Jason. Lawrence A. Dayman. Prologue. Mr. Jason Brandt? The court bailiff calls out to the packed courtroom. Is there a Jason Brandt here? The bailiff repeats himself. The judge is sitting at his position at the great desk in courtroom 3 at the District of Columbia Courts on Indiana Avenue in Washington, D.C. Jason is thinking to himself just how he hopes this goes. Here, Jason says aloud to announce himself. Please take the stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? The bailiff reads aloud so the entire courtroom can hear him. Jason responds in kind, I do. Jason is now thinking, I haven't seen Trevor or his fellow agents yet. Trevor promised he would be here. Just as he thinks he is doomed, Trevor and his agents come in the courtroom door. Now I can breathe, he says to himself under his breath. Mr. Brandt, we are here to determine if there is cause to allow you to continue running the business known as Shepherd Security Services Agency, while you, as principal owner, follow state guidelines and apply for a security license. The judge says as he begins the hearing. I have read the report files to this court by the FBI and understand the circumstances and the incident on April 3rd this year. I have some clarification questions I would like to pose to you. I also understand the FBI field agent that assisted you that night is here to testify on your behalf. Is Mr. Trevor Andrews present in the courtroom at this time? The judge says, addressing the court. Yes, Your Honor. I am Trevor Andrews. Very good, Mr. Andrews. We will hear from you shortly. Mr. Brandt, as I understand it, your partner Jeremy Blackstone was embezzling money from your business for his own gain. Is that correct? It is, Your Honor. From what I was able to determine, he was taking money from the business for some time, long before I invested in the business. He would take money almost as soon as it came in from customers when they pay their bills. Jason responds back. Did you not investigate this company before you invested in it? I did, Your Honor. It seems he was quite good at hiding funds. I discovered, just as this all came to a head, that he had 2 sets of books. I was only privy to one set, the set he wanted me to see. On those books, everything appeared to be on the up and up. One thing I must also note is that his sister was the bookkeeper and very good at hiding what her brother told her to. I would say they both got very rich doing what they were doing. No one was the wiser. It turns out Jeremy's big mistake was to bring me in as an investor. That was his downfall. I have been in the security field most of my adult life, and I can tell you, he most definitely underestimated me. He thought I could be fooled. Well, I was for a while. Jason admits openly. Okay, well, let's hear from your FBI agent regarding the final incident that brought you here, the judge says. Mr. Trevor Andrews, please take the stand. Trevor leaves his seat in the gallery to take the witness seat next to the judge's desk. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? The bailiff says to Trevor as he is about to sit down. I do, says Trevor. Mr. Andrews, the judge starts. Tell us in your own word what happened on the day in question, April 3rd of this year. Well, my friend Jason asked me to stop by his office at 5 p.m., but to do it covertly because he was going to confront Jeremy about his activities at the security office. He was sure he was right, and he was. What he didn't expect was that Jeremy would try to kill him. He told Jason the whole plan, which I thought was kind of dumb on his part, but then his motives became clear. He didn't expect Jason to walk out of there. He felt he was safe in telling him everything because Jason was supposed to die that night. So, he confessed to the whole plot. The embezzlement, stealing his investment, everything, and we have it all on tape. Then he fired his gun at Jason. Fortunately, Jason was fast enough and got out of the way quick enough. I then fired back at him and hit him. He will live and go on trial with his sister next year. In the meantime, he is considered a flight risk, and they will both remain in custody until their trial. Trevor finishes his recollection of that night with clarity and waited for the judge to comment. Well, that was quite a night for the two of you, the judge states. Well, I have enough information to render a decision. It is the judgment of this court that Mr. Jason Brandt be permitted to continue running this business, the Shepherd Security Services Agency, for a period of 18 months, at which time he must have obtained his license to operate. According to the research I have obtained in preparation for this hearing, I have determined the licensure process takes approximately 6 to 8 months, including appearing before the security. Okay, Trevor, give it a shot. See if he'll respond to you, Greg says, turning to Trevor. Okay, I will see what I can do. Trevor leaves this room to enter the interrogation room. So here we are, Christopher, alone at last. So what's your story anyway? I mean, going back to what Greg was asking you, what was the end game here? I mean, you must have had an idea what you were going to do. Or was I to be one of the dead you have piled against you right now? We're up to, what did Greg say, 10 murders so far. Was I to be number 11? Talk to me, Christopher. You owe me that much after the way you deceived me in all of this. I was truly grieving for you, you son of a bitch. So, tell me what the whole plan was. How long have you been distributing drugs out of the historical museum? Okay, look, will it loosen your lips a little if I turned off the camera and voice recording? I can do that, so it's just us. They will still be able to see us from behind that glass, but they won't be able to hear us. Plus, the recordings will all be off, Trevor says with all certainty. If you turn off the sound and the recording, I will tell you everything you wanted to know, Christopher says. Okay then, Trevor says as he gets up to unplug everything hooked up on the wall. What Christopher doesn't know is that when Trevor unplugs everything, it's not really off. It's meant to trick the person in there to tell everything, thinking they can't be heard because all the indicator lights are off. A trick that one of the seasoned agents showed him when they were giving him a tour of the facility when he first got there. Now, what is said in there is not admissible in court because he doesn't know he is being recorded, and that is his right. So, it's not admissible, but what they learn from this recording allows them to build a case against him. According to the state's attorney, that is legal. Okay, everything is off. They can see us, but can't hear us. So talk to me. Tell me the whole plan. Trevor says, exhaling like it was a big deal to unplug everything. Well, it started about 5 years ago, maybe 6. We set up shop in the historical museum because it was a perfect arrangement considering all the shipments and deliveries they send and receive out of there every week. Over time, we were able to turn it into a real business. We just had to pay off several people. And as you know, several people had to die. The number, by the way, is way above 10. I'm not going to tell you how many, but way above 10 over those years. As Christopher lays out the plan for Trevor, Trevor writes down notes as though this is all he will have to go by. The next step for Christopher is back to jail and waiting for the grand jury, but that will still be several weeks out or until they have accounted for all the information they needed in order to get all the indictments on this. Christopher will be going nowhere. Greg is hoping for lethal injection, but he is not telling Trevor that. In the meantime, Christopher spells out the whole process for the next 6 hours. A lot of information uncovered and a lot of follow-ups for them to investigate. Not Greg's department. Another team will do that. All rise. This court will now come to order in the matter of the District of Columbia against Mr. Jeremy Blackstone, the bailiff says as the judge comes into the courtroom. Mr. Jeremy Blackstone, please stand, the judge says as he sits down. The judge addresses the jury foreman. Has the jury reached a verdict? We have, Your Honor. The jury foreman responds to the judge. What say you? The judge asks. We, the jury, have found Jeremy Blackstone guilty on both counts, Your Honor, the jury foreman states. Thank you for your service, the judge says to the jury. Turning back now to the courtroom, he says, Jeremy Blackstone, you have been found guilty on both counts. Counselors, are you ready for sentencing? Both attorneys signal yes to the judge. Jeremy Blackstone, you are sentenced to 10 years for felony embezzlement. You are also sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 25 years for the attempted murder of a federal officer. Your sentences will be carried out concurrently with a lesser sentence first. What that means is you're eligible for parole after 35 years in prison. This case is now closed. Court is adjourned. Officers, take Mr. Blackstone into custody, the judge states as he bangs his gavel and walks out of the courtroom. Jeremy is just sitting there with his mouth open, barely able to speak. Before the officers grab him, he turns to his attorney and says, you need to contact Robert Nelson and tell him what has happened. That's all you need to do. Let him know what the verdict was in the sentence. Okay. His lawyer looks at him and says, okay, I will let him know. How do I get a hold of him? His number is in my contact information that I gave you when I hired you. Jeremy S. Chapter 1. Good morning, everyone. Now that the Historical Museum case is pretty much wrapped up, time to get back to business. Greg says to the bullpen of FBI field agents at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. Couple of announcements first before I start doling out assignments. I understand that a lot was put on hold because of the all hands on deck at the Historical Museum. Now that we have completed most of the case, at least the part that we are involved in, the DEA and Dave specifically wanted me to relay to you all his many thanks for all the help in uncovering and bringing down the drug operation at the museum. You have my thanks as well. A job well done by all. Now that we are done with that, those of you that put your current assignments on hold to assist in that operation can please go back to what you were doing before. As for those of you that are new and this was your first operation working for us, and especially Trevor, well done. What I want to do is team you, Trevor, Brandon, Steve, and Austin, together as an ongoing team. You worked together really well on 2 situations, and I was highly impressed with your actions and performance. Unless you would rather not be teamed up, I can make this a permanent thing for you 4. You are all new to the FBI family, and this would be a great way for you to continue to have each other's backs. So, I need to hear from each of you if this is something you would like to do. If not, I can certainly make other arrangements, Greg says to the room. Trevor is the first to speak and says, I would be honored to have the 3 of you as part of a team. We have a lot to learn, and why not do it together? So my vote is yes. We 4 team up together. The other 3, Brandon, Steve, and Austin, all pipe up together with a resounding hell yes. We would love to work together with Trevor, Brandon says, speaking for the others. Let's do it. Perfect, Greg responds. Okay, here's what I have for the 4 of you. An organized crimes case in Texas. Take all the time you need here to familiarize yourselves with the specifics of this case. And when you're ready, let Barb know, and she will make necessary arrangements to get you to Texas. Make sure you know what's going on before you leave. Make sure you prepare your reports regularly, like you were trained. I want progress reports daily. Now, because you are all new, I'm assigning a senior field agent to be on this team with you. He will be your team lead, so to speak. Rob, come in here. Guys, this is Robert Templeton. Take your lead from him, Greg says as Rob shakes everyone's hands. I just want to tell all of you that I was very impressed with what I have seen so far. This last assignment was difficult at best, and your performances were stellar. It is a pleasure to be working with you, Rob says as kind of a way of introducing himself to them. Okay, here are your case files and everything we know so far. So, get together and read up on what's going on, and then put an action plan together as a team. Any questions? Greg says to end the briefing. No, I think we've got it, Greg. Thanks, Trevor says with all confidence. Greg then leaves the room to them so they can strategize what they need to do next. As Jason walks into his office, he is thinking what a great place this would be to work if Jeanette were to come work here. He has decided that he will ask her to come work for him, but with certain stipulations, like he is the boss while at work and to not contradict him while they are working or in front of other employees. I need to find out, though, just what accounting background she has, Jason thinks. Oh, well, I need to get this operation under control. As Jason meets with customers and starts building back the confidence of his staff, his accounting temp agency prepares for the first payroll under Jason's total control. He thinks they need to interview the new applicants also. A great job for their operations manager, Lester, to do. Hey, Lester, Jason says to him as he walks into the room. We need to take care of the applicants that are sitting in the lobby right now. Can you take care of that? Sure thing, boss. I will get on that right now. Hey, you guys. I'm so glad he paired us up. I loved working with you. Trevor says as they start heading for the door. Rob, taking the lead. I hope you don't mind, he says to the guys following him. I prefer to go over details like this over coffee. I have a favorite place I like to go to. I'm sure you will like it. It's a dump, but they have great coffee. Been going there for years. Sound good, Trevor says, smiling back. Brandon, Steve, and Austin just show him thumbs up when he looked back. Rob opens the door to his car and gestures for them to get in while he jumps into the driver's seat. Trevor starts the conversation by asking Rob just what this will involve and if he has worked a case like this before. Rob responds by telling them that this will be the second time he has worked a case like this. I can tell you this, guys. This type of case can go bad to worse in a split second. There are always more players than you see, and the players are generally really bad people. The last time, and the only other case like this I was involved in, the head person was a woman. I was blown away when I learned that. She was peddling everything you could imagine to oversee scum. We were able to capture her after I put a bullet into her, and we gathered up her entire home base crew without much incident. She, however, was a real bitch. She was the worst of the worst I have ever seen to that point. Okay, here we are, Rob says as he pulls into the parking lot. Let's get inside and then get started on this file Greg gave us, Rob says as he steps to the counter to order the coffee for everyone. I have not seen this file until he handed it to us today. So, we are all looking at this for the first time. By the way, before I shut up, I want you to know we are all in this together. I'm not the lead here. I am just a partner to the four of you. We work this together, no one person in charge. At least for now, Rob says as he sips his coffee. Okay, let's see what we have here, Trevor says, a little apprehensive. Okay, well, it looks like this is going on in a small town east of Dallas called Canyon Springs, Washington. Looks like a pretty small town. It says here that there is no indication as to who the leader of this little operation is, so we will have to smoke them out by some undercover stuff. We should check out some of these contacts listed here before we have Barb set us up with reservations to go down there. It looks like the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport is the closest. Okay, let's see what we can find out here. Did you want to go back to the office? Or did you want us to kind of go out on our own for this? Trevor asks. No, I think we need to go put our heads together at the office, but later. Let's see what else that file has to say. Rob says, well, from what it says here, this is about a crime family named Gardenia who owns a huge spread just west of town. The town is pretty much just a one-horse town, and it's known for fishing and camping. Campgrounds everywhere and lakes. It looks as though this family has their hands in pretty much everything within this town. Wait, I have an idea, I think, on how we can go down there and be somewhat inconspicuous. Hey, Rob, just a quick question. Just how old are you? Trevor says. Rob, I promise you, I'm not asking casually. I have an idea that will get us in that town, no questions asked. You look like you have been around quite a while. No offense, Trevor says, a little embarrassed. Well, Trevor, I can tell you that I turned 63 on my next birthday in July. Is that old enough for you? Rob says, almost laughing. Okay, what if there were a father taking his 4 sons camping in some remote part of Texas for a couple weeks? Would that be inconspicuous to anyone looking on? Trevor says, I love it, Rob says. Let's do it, my sons. Rob chuckles a bit. He starts to think that these guys really could be his sons. They're definitely the right age. And since he never had kids of his own, this could be great just pretending he has a family, even for a little while. He keeps thinking about the fact he never really had time for a family. No wife, no kids, nothing. A regret he now has to live with. This idea will put it out of his mind, if only for a short time. I will talk to Barb about getting us a fifth-wheel motor home for a while so we can drive down there like we are on vacation. Greg didn't seem to be concerned on how long it takes for us to get there, so this would put us in total character. What do you guys think about this idea? Trevor says, turning to the other 3 guys. Do you think you can get used to calling Rob Dad? Brandon speaks up first. I think we can do that. At least I can. I lost my dad to cancer when I was like 10 years old, so it's been a very long time since I could call someone Dad. So, I don't have an issue with it. What do you guys think? Austin is probably the closest in age to Trevor, and Brandon and Steve are the same age, so they can make it so they're a year apart for appearance's sake. But they're all at least 25-plus years younger than Rob, so this will work. They can get nosy in this town and not cause anyone to be suspicious of why or what they're doing there. There's a motorhome that we have used in the past that has an arsenal of weapons in hidden compartments of this cruiser. But as I recall, it's not a fifth wheel. It's an actual motorhome, which would be better anyway. Okay, so I will fill Greg in on the plan and let him know we should be ready to head for Texas in the next few days. So why don't you guys go home and get ready to leave for at least a few weeks in Texas? I see this being a few months assignment. So when or if anyone were to question us about how long we seem to be on a camping trip, our cover story can be that we have lost our home in Chicago, or any city would be fine. I just think it would be easier to say a big city, only because it would be harder for anyone to check on us. So, we lost our home and everything we worked for. Myself and at least one or two of you were in a family business that we lost because of the economy and personal tragedy. The only thing we had to our name that we owned and didn't owe money on was this motorhome. So now, this is our family home. My wife, your mother, is gone. Died of some disease last year. We were just looking for a nice, quiet place to go, to just live off the earth. So here we are. How's that sound? That was something that just came off the top of my head, Rob says with a sound of resolve in his voice. I like it. And if you want to kill our mother off with cancer, I am totally okay with that. I know you steered away from that because of what I said, but it doesn't bother me at all. It was a long time ago, and that is the biggest disease killer out there. We should use that. So, let's make it our mother died from cancer about a year ago, Brandon says with a big smile and faces the rest of them. Okay, I will let Barb know to put a backstop story out there that reflects I lost my wife to cancer and you boys lost your mother. I think one of you needs to be out of control as a result of this. Who wants to be the mama's boy that didn't take her death really well? Any volunteers? Rob asks to no one in particular. I'll be the mama's boy, Rob. Steve chimes in. I can be out of control. I have some ideas that will get me in places that we wouldn't normally get into just because I'm so out of control over Mom's passing. Have Barb put me in a rehab center after Mom's death. I started using drugs really heavily after she died. I am finally clean, but still have a hard time without Mom, Steve says. Okay, that takes care of you boys as her children. I just wanted to get away because everything in the house reminds me of my dearly departed wife, Rob says. Okay, let's get back to the office so we can run this by Greg and get Barb started on it. I wonder how long it will take to get these backstops done, Rob continues. Okay, who's first? Lester says to the lobby full of potential security guards. I guess that makes me the first then. There was no one in here when I got here. My name is Robert Nelson. I would love to talk to you about working for you, Robert Nelson says quietly. There are job openings, right? Yes, we are hiring, Lester says in response. Come on in, Mr. Nelson. Since you were the first, we will start with you. As Lester gets through all the interviews, he goes over the list of who they should hire with Jason. Jason is thinking this is the tedious part of this job, but essential because without new recruits, they will end up without enough guards to do all the work they have. Lester, I will leave this to you. You hire who you think will be the best candidates, and I'll back you up. I have to handle more pressing issues right now. We need to get this office in a solvent position before we are out of business. That has to be my prime concern. I am working with a banker to get help, but that is a slow process. Listen, Lester, if you have any insights into what these two did or what we can do to get ourselves out of this, I would appreciate any help you can give. In the meantime, get some new guards in here so we can fill these 2 new contracts I just signed this morning. Okay, that needs to be your primary concern today. But think about what I said, and if you can help, let me know your thoughts. Jason, there is a man here to see you. A lawyer, Lester says over the intercom. Okay, send him in. Did he say what he wanted? Jason asks. No, just that he needs to warn you about something that he is concerned about, Lester responds. Okay, give me 5 minutes. I am just wrapping up a call. Thanks, Lester, Jason says back in the intercom. Jason Brandt, the lawyer says as he walks in the door, holding his hand out to shake Jason's hand. Mr. Brandt, as I told your assistant, I am here to warn you about something. As you know, Jeremy Blackstone was indicted last week. He was sentenced to life in prison on 1 count and 10 years on the other, with no parole until 35 years minimum. So, he is looking at a lot of time in prison. Before he was escorted from the courtroom, he asked me to let a Robert Nelson know. I assumed this was a relative or someone close to him that he just wanted to be informed. His name and contact information were on his information sheet for my office. I checked with all the contacts we had, and out of all the people he wanted informed, this Robert Nelson is not a member of his family or any friend I could see. I think he prearranged a hit for you and this friend of yours that helped you bring him down, Trevor Andrews. I really believe this Robert Nelson is going to try to kill you and Trevor Andrews. That's why I've come to see you. I cannot be a part of that. It's not breaking client-attorney privilege for me to tell you this. He didn't ask me to keep it to myself. So, since he did not ask me to not say anything, I'm not bound by any confidentiality agreement. So, I think you need to just be careful. I have no other information than that. Oh, and warn your friend Trevor. He has no idea about any of this, and he will be completely in the dark if he doesn't watch himself. I know he is a federal agent, but I just wouldn't want him to get killed by someone at random. So, make sure he knows, the lawyer says as he gets up to leave. Jason reaches over to thank him and shake his hand for letting him know. He will have to be careful and make sure he knows everyone that is around him. Oh, Jason starts to think about something he didn't even consider before, his wife, Jeanette. What if this Robert Nelson tries to kill her to get to him? Oh, that would not be good. She would be tremendous leverage for anyone who wanted him to do something he didn't want to do or refuse to do. His mind is racing now. Is she safe in his house? Maybe she should go back to her rented home for now. She hasn't given it up yet, so that might be the ticket to keep her safe. At least for now. She was supposed to end the lease next week. I think if we continue to pay the rent, I am certain I can talk the landlord into letting us keep it for a while longer. We were supposed to move her furniture into my house this weekend, so we just put that off for a bit. I need to talk to Jeanette. He dials her number. Jeanette, hi, sweetheart. Jason says over the phone. I need you to do something for me. I need you to pack a suitcase and go back to your rental just for a while, Jason says with a lot of trepidation. I know this is really short notice and seems odd, but I need to keep you safe. Jason explains what's going on. We don't know if this is going to end up a threat that will involve you, but I can't take any chances. The best way for anyone to get to me is to grab you and put your life in danger. That would be all the leverage they would need against me. I would give everything up to save you. So, you see, I need to get you out of the limelight and put you in the shadows where no one can see you. If this guy, Robert Nelson, really is a hitman out to get me, I need him to think it really is just me. He will also be after Trevor, so I need to get a hold of him and warn him as well. I guess Jeremy is pissed at Trevor because he shot him. Well, he probably shouldn't have shot at me. Trevor only shot him in self-defense. He was basically doing his job, but that might get him killed. I have not spoken to him since that big historical museum case was over, so I never heard the outcome, nor has he told me what he is up to now. I'm sure he is already on another big case. I will try to get a hold of him, so at least he can watch his back. Trevor is looking out the car window, just wondering how this is going to play out. I'm so excited. He keeps thinking just how he ended up here. His first big case was finding out what a rat Christopher turned out to be. I really have to wonder if this is going to be right for me when I think of all the lives it could have cost if it had gone another way. How could I have been so wrong about him? Trevor, penny for your thoughts, Austin says, breaking Trevor's trance out the window a bit. Trevor smiles and says, I was just thinking how bad the Christopher thing could have gone. I wanted a relationship with him. I really liked him. Now he gets to spend the rest of his life in prison. Trevor, you have to remember, the reason it didn't go bad or the wrong way is because those that were in charge are very good at what they do. They didn't take anything a chance. We'll be that good someday. You wait and see. We are really new to this, and we are getting the experience now and down the road. You did nothing wrong in that case. You followed orders, and everything worked out right, just the way they planned it. Now, it's our turn to show them what we can really do. We're going to be jumping into a major crime situation where these people are all killers or have no remorse to what they do. So, it will be our job to close this whole operation down. Pretty big job for the 5 of us to do, huh? Austin says, finally putting his hand on Trevor's shoulder and just trying to make him feel better. Thanks, Austin. I am really glad we will be working together, not just on this case, but on every case from now on. I really like you. I think we will be good together. All of us, Trevor says, quickly adding the whole team in what he was saying. He didn't want anyone to know he really does like Austin in more ways than just their profession. He thinks on how he can't let Austin know how he feels. Hoping he feels the same way is wishful thinking. He needs to just leave that alone. He convinces himself he needs to keep this on a professional level. Hey, Barb, got a job for you, my dear. Rob says as he and the boys walk into the office. We need 2 things from you. Well, actually a few more than that. Give me a minute. I want to run something past Greg really quick. Greg, you got a minute? Rob says from across the room. Sure. What's up, Rob? Greg says, stopping misstep to see what's on his mind. Greg, we have this idea on how to proceed with this case. As Rob lays out the plan for Greg, The boys tell Barb what they have in mind and what they will need. That is a damn good idea, Greg responds after Rob is done. Okay, you should go with this plan. Have Barb make all the necessary arrangements. Don't forget to backstop with your cover story. Now listen, the important thing is that you will not be alone down there. I'm giving you a number to call. Program this in your phone and give it to the others too. This number is your emergency hotline number. When you call this number, you say 3 words, "We need help," and you will have 100 agents swarming on that town in a matter of 30 minutes. You will be left to do what you 5 need to do until you need their help. So, save that emergency number for when you're ready to wrap the whole thing up, and it's time to swoop in and close this whole operation down. They can help you do that. This is organized crime, and this crime family is ruthless. You guys need to be careful. Playing family on a camping trip is going to get old fast if people realize you aren't going home and that you seem to have taken up permanent residence. So, some word of advice, don't make it too obvious. Spend the time you need to get a feel for the town and what they are doing. This town will be very grateful to us if we can get them out of there and in jail. But listen, these guys are impressive, but really green. You need to be careful not to give them more than they can handle. I do not want anyone getting hurt or worse on this case. I always get butterflies when I send new agents in the field. I feel like I'm sending them to their deaths. That has happened in the past, but a very long time ago. I want no missteps or anything that will put this operation in jeopardy or with those results. That's why I want you there. Your job is to keep them safe. Teach them all you can, but keep them safe, Rob. Your number 1 priority. Got it, Greg says with a very big sign of finality about it. Got it, Rob replies. Okay, boys, where are we with what we need from Barb? Has she been told what we need and how far back we need to be backstopped? I am thinking 10 years, just to be safe. If these guys get curious about us, we want to be sure they can't figure out who we really are. Turning to Barb, Rob says, how long will you need to get everything ready for us for Texas? I want to leave as soon as we can so we can get down there and start scoping this area out. I should only need 2 days to get things backstopped for all 5 of you. In the meantime, go down to the motor pool at the FBI campus at Clarksburg, West Virginia, and you will find a motor home we use for stakeouts and long-distance travel for assignments. This motor home is brand new, so take good care of it. We just got to replace the old one, which was literally falling apart. I have reserved it for you, and I have informed the motor pool manager that you will be coming for it. You will need to sign it out, and also hold on. Barb stops for a minute as she looks for something on her desk. Oh, here it is. This is what you will need in order to get this vehicle across country. There is $2,000 in cash and 3 credit cards. One in your name, Trevor and Brandon. We needed to get credit cards in their names, but they haven't all come through yet. You will see these cards do not have FBI anywhere. They run through an FBI account, but for obvious reasons, they don't have anything on them that says or indicates FBI. We got Trevor one for his last assignment, but he ended up not needing that, so I just hang on to them for our agents. Brandon, Steve, and Austin also have them, but Brandon's is the only one that has come in since they were ordered. We're still waiting on the other 2. Yours, we have had for some time. I just keep them in a vault for everyone, so we can give them to the agents as they need them for their assignments. It's better than handing out a ton of cash to the agents when they go out of town. In your case, this assignment calls for a bit of flash cash, so we're giving you $2,000 to have in the event you need fast cash. We never know what to expect with these types of cases, so we like you to be prepared. Trevor, Brandon, Steve, and Austin, can you come with me for a quick conference? Here, let's go in here, since it's not being used, Rob says as they walk into the main conference room. Look, guys, I have more information on this crime family, and I have some additional information for you. First off, we need to go out to the Clarksburg location to get the motorhome. We could go get that this afternoon. Have any of you driven a vehicle this big before? He asks to no one in particular. Steve and Brandon both respond yes to his question, and that makes it easier for Rob, since he was hoping he wouldn't be doing all the driving. Another thing that we need to do that Barb can't do is get us reservations in a campground, so we can have a place to call our headquarters while we're down there. Okay, so I have learned that this crime family is into just about everything. Prostitution, drugs, money laundering, counterfeiting, and human trafficking. They run everything from this little town in Texas. From what I have found, This is where their family has been for the last 100 years. This has been their family home for generations, and it will not be easy to get them out of there. The town has been very vocal to the FBI local field office about taking back their town. This has been going on so long. The townsfolk that do not interface with the Gardenia family are looking for us to get them out of there for good. Now, even though the townspeople want our help, we cannot let on to them who we are. As far as anyone is concerned, you are my sons, and I am taking you on a camping trip after your mother passed away to get your minds off it. Also, here is a credit card for both you, Trevor and Brandon. Cards have been ordered for the two of you also. He looks at Austin and Steve. They just haven't come in yet. Every agent gets their own credit card that Barb keeps locked in a vault until we need it. This case also calls for a little cash. I have $2,000 in cash for this trip as well. We need to account for every dime and make sure we're using the credit cards for case business or to maintain our covers. So, since your cards are not here yet, again, he looks at Austin and Steve, Trevor, Brandon, and I will buy whatever you need and take care of your expenses. Since we are father and sons, that will not look at all suspicious. Okay, I was thinking we could go together to get the motor home and bring it back here until we are ready to leave. Barb needs a couple more days to get us backstopped and what we need. So, we can take tomorrow off and be back here and ready to go day after tomorrow. Pack your bags for a stay of at least 2 weeks. We will be there a lot longer than that, but we can't pack for a month or more. We will find places to wash clothes and get whatever we need on the road. So, let's go get the motor home so we can get back here before rush hour traffic, Rob says to the boys as he walks out of the room. Let me check in with Greg in case there is anything last minute he needs to tell us. I also want to let Barb know she can call us anytime in case she needs anything from us to get this done. Jason, what did that lawyer want from you? Anything I can help you with? Lester says, walking into his office. Well, he told me he thinks Jeremy hired a hitman to take out Trevor and me. Trevor because he shot him, and me for more obvious reasons, so he was warning me. We want to be sure we know who we are hiring so we don't end up hiring this hitman, Jason says to Lester as they both walk out the door to go to the front where more applicants are waiting. They seem to be coming in waves today, quite a few in the past couple of days. Well, that will take care of immediate needs for some new clients we need to get started on. Lester, I need to bring my wife into this business, so she has a job. Can you recommend a job for her? She has an accounting background, but not real strong in payroll. Real strong in bookkeeping for big business. Managing the books. I know that used to be Marisol's job, but she didn't do the payroll. I want someone in there I can trust. If I bring her in, will you get her acclimated to this business for me? I just think it would be better to have you do it instead of me. You can understand why, right? Jason says to Lester. Absolutely. I will get her started. You can stand away from the process so that you can maintain the distance. I will take care of everything for you. I appreciate it, Lester. Thanks, says Jason. Jason, I wonder what this hitman will do if he gets in here. I'm just concerned that if he does get past US and does end up working here, what's the plan? Lester says, I wish I knew, but right now, I need to let Trevor know. If this hitman thinks he will get the better of a trained FBI agent and all the agents who have his back, he will be in for a surprise, Jason says. Chapter 2. Trevor's phone starts to ring as they approach the depot where the motorhome is. Hello, Jason. What's up with you today? How's the honeymoon? Trevor says, laughing. Everything's pretty great right now, but I need to warn you about something. Jeremy hired a hitman to take out the two of us. He was sentenced to life in prison, and he is not a happy man right now. Apparently, according to his lawyer, he had it all prearranged in case he went away to prison for a long time, which he did. So, he told his lawyer to call this guy, Robert Nelson. I wanted to make sure you knew about it, so you can be on the lookout for anything out of place, Jason says to Trevor with worry in his voice. Trevor does him a favor and ends up saving his life, and now he's on some hit list. Well, Jason, I was going to call you later today anyway. I need you to watch Jasmine again for me. I'm leaving for Texas Day after tomorrow. I will be on a case down there in some tiny little town called Canyon Springs, Washington. I will probably be gone for a month at least. This is a big case, and there are 5 of us on it. I can't tell you much more than that. So, I will be out of his sights for at least that long, but I am worried about you now. You are here, and this guy, whoever he is, knows exactly where to find you. So yeah, I'm worried about you. He can get at you at any time. Well, you need to be sure you are armed at all times. And for God's sake, Jason, be careful. What are you doing about Jeanette during this time? Trevor says with a concerned sound in his voice. I'm sending her back to the rental she has been living in. We haven't gotten rid of it quite yet, so she will stay back there until this is over and we are both safe. I will live like a bachelor until this is over. Do you think I should give Jimmy a call? It wouldn't hurt. He might be able to put some protection, at least on Jeanette. You too, if you want. Do you want me to call him for you? Or are you good doing that? Trevor says, I can take care of that. Listen, Trevor, remember, his name is Robert Nelson. So be on the lookout for him. When do you leave for Texas? Jason asks. Day after tomorrow. In the morning. We'll be driving down there in a motorhome. The 5 of us will be acting like father and his 4 sons as our cover, and we are camping in this small town. So, we can be there without arousing suspicions. But I can't take Jasmine with me. Will you take care of her? You know I will. I will go over and pick her up so you don't have to drop her off. She likes me, Jason says. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. I will keep my eyes open for this guy, but you have to do the same. I did not want to come back here and find you hurt or worse, Trevor says with a stern lecture-type voice. I will be careful. I also have backup. My operations manager is Lester, and he will also be covering my back. So I should be fine, Jason responds. Okay, Jason, I will talk to you when I get back. You still have the key to my house. Trevor says, Yes, Trevor, I still have your key. Don't worry. I will take good care of Jasmine, and I will even watch your house for you too, Jason says back. Sound good, Jason. Talk to you later, Trevor says as he hangs up. As Rob pulls into the parking lot where the motor home is, Austin turns to Trevor and says, So what is it I overheard? Someone is out to get you now. Yeah. Remember the guy we took care of at the security company? Well, apparently, after he was indicted on 2 counts of a life sentence, he took a hit out on Jason and myself. I would really like to get him out of here. This guy is someone named Robert Nelson, and I am afraid he knows where Jason lives, and of course he knows where he works because Jason basically got the business in default when we went in and arrested him. Now he's out to get us both from behind bars. I'm going out of town tomorrow with all of you. He won't be able to find me, but I can't let him come after Jason. Any ideas? What can I do to help him? Trevor says, Let me think about that for a minute. Steve, Brandon, any ideas you can come up with will be helpful, Austin says. Trevor, this is that friend that owns the security business that the 4 of you went in and basically extracted the thieving partner from. Rob asks. He is Rob, Trevor says, and I'm really worried about him. I won't be here to help him, and he could end up getting hurt or worse. This guy will be after him and will probably torture him into telling him where to find me. I never told him where I will be exactly. Just in Texas, Trevor responds. I have an idea that would take him out of harm's way, but before I say anything, I want to check something out first. I will let you know shortly, Rob says, reaching for his cell phone. You guys go in and find a guy named Calvin. He'll get you checked out in the motor home and give you everything we will need for this road trip. I will be in just a few minutes, Rob says, giving them the authorization form signed by Greg that they need to get it released to them. The 4 of them get out of the car and walk into the building, leaving Rob in the parking lot on his cell phone. Trevor wonders who he could be talking to, and most importantly, what he's got in mind. After about 15 minutes, Rob walks into the building after the guys as Calvin is showing them the motor home. Trevor is the first to see Rob. Hey Rob, this thing is awesome. It's brand new and has all the bells and whistles. It sleeps 8, so plenty of room for all of us, Trevor says as Rob walks in the door. Well, we will be needing room for 6 people, Rob says, tucking his cell phone in his pocket. There are only 5 of us, Rob. You forget how to count. Brandon says, laughing. Well, I have some news for you 4. I was just on a phone with Greg, and he admitted it was a bit irregular, but he authorized it and feels he would be a big help while we're down there. Rob says. Rob, what the hell are you talking about? Trevor asks with a real quizzical look on his face. He looks at the other guys who, at this point, are shrugging their shoulders. Trevor, I just got permission from Greg to have Jason come with us on this trip to Texas as an armed associate of the FBI. He had Barb bring up his records while I was on the phone with him. He has a permit to carry, and we can authorize him from a federal standpoint to act in behalf of the FBI, so he can assist us in anything we need. That is, if he wants to. It will keep him safe, and he will be with the best protection he could get. 5 FBI field agents, one of which is also in jeopardy with this guy. So what do you guys think? Rob says to the whole group, "Wow, you did that for him and me?" "Rob, I don't know what to say," Trevor says. "Well, you could tell me if this is something your friend will go for. But what do you guys think of this idea?" Rob asks again. "I think it's a great idea," all 4 of them say, almost in unison. "Let me call Jason and ask him what he thinks." Of course, now I'll have to find someone else to take care of Jasmine. She likes Jimmy. I will see if he can take her, Trevor says. But I think he will go for it. I don't know why he wouldn't. This guy is a professional killer. Not one to mess with. I will call him right now. Trevor grabs his cell phone out of his pocket. "Jason, what did you say that guy's name is? The one that is out to get you and your friend Trevor?" Lester asks as he pokes his head into his office. "Robert Nelson," Jason says. "Oh crap, I hired him 2 days ago." "Boss, you can't be here. He knows right where to find you, man," Lester says. "What can we do? I will fire him. Got to get him out of here. I can't put him to work knowing he wants to kill you," Lester continues. "No, don't do that. We don't want him to think we are on to him." "Well, Lester, it's not your fault. You had no way of knowing. I just found out by then, and he was already here. We will figure something out," Jason says as his cell phone rings. "Hello," Jason says into the phone. "What's up, Trevor?" Trevor explains to Jason what their plans to keep them both safe are. "Really? Are they sure that's something they want to do?" "I mean, I am no agent," Jason says. "My lead, Rob, checked it out with Greg, my boss. He thought it was irregular to have a civilian along on an operation like this, but they checked your credentials, and you are approved to go. That is, if you want to. We're going to be living in a motor home that sleeps 8, and there will be 6 of us, so plenty of room. So, Jason, what do you say? We leave day after tomorrow. We just need the 2 of us to be safe until then. There are a number of ways we can do that. You move into my house until it's time to leave, or we can put you into protective custody until we leave. Also, what are we going to do with Jeanette? I know you move her back in her own place. Should we have someone keeping an eye on her? Or maybe she can go stay with her sister while you're gone. So, you haven't said anything. What do you say? Would you like to go along and help with the driving and help us with this case? We can go over all of that on the way down there. Bring you up to speed if you want to do this. So, I'm going to shut up now, Trevor says with a note of finality in his voice. Tell your boss thank you very much. I would love to tag along with you guys. I will make arrangements to have Jeanette stay with her sister in Maryland for as long as we are gone. How long will that be, by the way? Jason says, at least a month. Pack for 2 weeks, and we will find somewhere down there to get our clothes washed and such. We are all set to stay in a campground in the area. And the 5 of us, Brandon, Steve, Austin, you, and me, are Rob's sons. Mom just died and left Dad with the 5 of us. He is taking us on a camping trip to get our minds off Mom. That's our cover story. So, you go make your arrangements and get packed and meet me at my house. I'm going to suggest that from now and until we leave, all 5 of us stay at my house. We are waiting for our admin assistant to get us all backstopped. Greg doesn't want us to leave until that is all done. He has added you to that mix. So, she should have that all completed by late tomorrow. We should be able to leave if everyone is ready by first thing day after tomorrow. Can you have everything taken care of by then? Trevor says, absolutely. I will have Lester take care of everything here while I am gone. What about Jasmine? I will call Jimmy and see if he can take her. She loves him, so that will be good for both of them. He was going to be my next call, Trevor says. Rob, Jason is in. He wanted me to thank you and Greg for taking this chance on him. He will be ready to leave day after tomorrow when we are ready. I was going to suggest that we all stay at my house tonight and tomorrow night until we go. I have plenty of room, and Jason and I will be well protected if this guy finds us. So, guys, what about it? My place until we leave? Trevor gets a resounding yes, good plan from everyone, including Rob. So, when we get back to the office, everybody goes and gets packed and meet me at my house. Rob, we can park the motorhome at my house until we leave. I have plenty of room, Trevor says as he gives them his address to put in their phones. We can also go shopping for supplies tomorrow. There are plenty of stores in my neighborhood, Trevor says as they head out for the office. Rob is driving the motor home, and Trevor is driving Rob's car. Chapter 3. Lester, can you come in here a minute? Jason yells out his door. What's up, boss? Lester says back as he walks into Jason's office. Close the door for a minute. I'm going out of town for a while with Trevor. Give this guy, Robert Nelson, a heavy schedule to work. Make sure no one knows I'm out of town. Make it seem like I'm just not in the office, but still around. Okay, Jason says as he packs some things up to leave. Can you handle things here for a while? You will need to be in charge. No problem, Jason. I will keep this guy busy too. He will never even know you aren't here, Lester says. That's great. Thanks. I appreciate everything you do and are doing for me. I will probably be gone for a good month. I would rather not tell you where I am going, so you won't ever be forced to tell anyone. If you don't know, you don't know. So, you will need to be in charge for at least a month. I can't put out a statement to that effect, because that would tell this guy Nelson that I am really gone. You will just have to handle things as they come up. You already have a company credit card, so use discretion when you use it, but handle whatever needs come up. I trust you to take care of things. Don't let me down, Jason says as sort of a pep talk. You have my cell phone in case of an emergency, but share that with no one. If you can't get a hold of me, then here is Trevor's boss, Greg's number. Call him. He will be able to help you in anything. I will see you when I get back, Jason says as he starts for the door. Take care, Lester. Hi, honey, Jason says into the cell phone as he gets in his car. Have you finished moving back to your house? I actually had a better idea. Actually, it was Trevor's idea. Why don't you go and stay at your sister's house for a while? Because of this danger, I need to stay away from you until this is over. I'm going to be leaving with Trevor to go out of town on one of his FBI cases. I will probably be gone a good month. In the meantime, Lester will handle things at the office. I just need to keep you safe and out of harm's way. Do you think it will be a problem for Bernadette to have you come stay with her for a while? Jason says, it shouldn't be a problem. I will call her right now and see if I can, and then I will pack a bag and head out. Can I see you before you leave? Are you coming home right now? If so, I can wait for you, Jeanette says. I can be home in a few minutes, so yeah, wait for me. I would love to see you before I leave, Jason says. I will see you soon, Jeanette says. Okay, honey, I will see you soon. Jimmy, how are you, my friend? Been a little while since we wrapped up the Christopher affair. How have you been? Off on other things, I imagine, Trevor says on the phone. Hey, Trevor, how are things? Been busy here getting off on other cases. You know, keeping the District of D.C. safe. That's awesome, Jimmy. Say, I have a favor to ask of you. I'm going to Texas on a big FBI case, and I need someone to watch Jasmine for me. Jason can't do it this time because he is coming with me. Would you be able to watch her while I am gone? I would really appreciate it. Jasmine likes you, so you will be great together. Here's the dark side of this. I might be gone a month. I could really use the assist, Jimmy. You know I will be happy to watch her. I love that girl. When will you need to drop her off? Or would you like me to go pick her up? Jimmy says, either way will work. Anytime tomorrow if you wanted to drop by to pick her up. I will have a house full of FBI overnight guests. We don't leave until day after tomorrow, Trevor responds. Trevor, I can drop by on my way home from work tomorrow and get her if that works. Perfect, Jimmy, and thanks. Jasmine will love spending time with you. If I'm not there, just have one of the guys there help you get her ready. The guys at my house are 3 of the guys from the Christopher bust. They are part of my team for Texas. Thanks again, Jimmy. I have to go, but I'll try to be there tomorrow when you come over. Trevor's phone rings while he is trying to put it somewhere, like in a cup holder or something. Hello, Trevor, this is Greg. Do you have a few minutes to come into the office and bring your friend Jason with you? We have to have a face-to-face chat, the 3 of us. As soon as possible, Trevor. I will be waiting for you, Greg says with a sound of panic in his voice. I will pick him up and be there within the hour, Trevor answers. Greg sounds really nervous about Jason being on this trip with us. I hope he is not changing his mind, Trevor thinks. I don't know of any other way to keep him safe other than having him with me in Texas. I love that idea, and I didn't even come up with it. Jason, Trevor says on the phone as Jason is answering. Hey, Trevor, what's up? Jason says, Greg, my boss, wants to see us right away. Are you available? Can I swing by and pick you up? Trevor asks. Yeah, I will watch out for you. I am all packed and ready to go, so we can go over to your house from there. I sent my goodbyes to Jeanette and sent her to stay with Bernadette while we are gone, and Lester's going to handle things at the office while I am away. So, everything is tied up. We can leave whenever you and your team are ready, Jason answers. Great. I'm pulling up right now. Come on out, Trevor says as he hangs up the phone. So, I'm not sure why Greg needs to see us both, but I am concerned that he might have changed his mind about you going with us. But we will wait and see what the man has to say. We should be there in a few minutes. Trevor, and this must be Jason, Greg says as he shakes Jason's hand. Gents, we have a real problem. We got word from one of our snitches this morning that made a point of contacting one of our field agents that you were both on the chopping block. There's a hit team out to kill you both. Several hit persons around the district are out for your blood. This guy Jeremy has really turned up the heat after he got inside. Greg says, well, it probably hit him that he will be in there for a lifetime. But he has this kind of muscle to be able to hire a hit squad from prison. Trevor says, Trevor, if this is true, we can't go back to your house either. What if they know where to find you? Jason says, we would be sitting ducks even with our own house full of FBI agents. Jason continues. Did you have something in mind, Greg? Trevor asks. Actually, I did, Greg says. Now hear the full plan before you comment. It's a little crazy, but we can pull it off. It would keep the two of you safe, and we can then get you down to Canyon Springs, Washington. So here's the plan. Okay, to start with, we're going to kill you both. Jason, you will be shot and killed at the scene. Trevor, you will be critically wounded after being shot. Both of you from an unknown assailant. The unknown assailant will be Austin. Now, to make this real, we need to have this shootout at one of your houses. I think since everyone is staying the next 2 nights at your house, Trevor, we should have it there. Now, what we're going to do then is after we have killed you, Jason and Trevor, you will be in need of an ambulance. We will have all of this ready and at your house shortly thereafter. Now, Jason, you will be taken out of there with a sheet over your head because, of course, you will be dead. We will transport you in the hospital hearse to the FBI private jet. You, Trevor, will be transported out of there, sirens blaring and everything. And once they're out of sight, you two will also be taken to the FBI jet where the two of you will go to Canyon Springs, Texas. The others will join you after they drive the motorhome there. Now, the boys at your house, Trevor, they will be the ones having the shootout with your assailant, Austin. And they will leave for Texas on time the day after tomorrow. Now, one more caveat. There's a program manager at the NBC studios in D.C. that owes me a favor, and he will be sending news crews out to your house to get all of that on the news. It will be all over the news wires that Jason died at the scene and who he is, and add Shepard to the news. You might want to let your staff at your office in on this so they don't think the boss just died. So this will all be on the news as a news bulletin. They're only going to run it once, so it doesn't get more press than we want. Trevor, I'm afraid you're going to have to leave the closing up of your house to the boys, Steve, Brandon, and Rob. Now in Texas, there's an airstrip about 50 miles from this town. That is where our jet will land, far enough away to not get any attention. There will be a car waiting for you there and a local agent that will help get you set up. The rest of your team will be along in a few days. I think that just about does it. Any comments, questions? Greg finally says after taking a breath. All I can say is, it's brilliant. This is a great plan to get us out of their sights. Do we know how many on this team are after us? Trevor says, for what we were able to put together, there are 4 hit men after you both. Also, from what we were able to put together, they're not together. This Jeremy hired 4 independent assailants. Probably figured there was a better chance of you both ending up dead if he did it this way. That actually helps us out, because if they don't know each other, they will assume one of the others pulled the trigger. Jason, what are your thoughts on this? I like it. I think it's a great way to throw off the hitmen and get us out of town easily, without anyone being the wiser. Yeah, I think this will work, and I appreciate you taking the interest in keeping us safe. Being out of town for a month won't hurt either. Everything will have blown over by the time we get back. I can get back to my business and go on from there. So how we get this train started? Jason remarks, leave that to Rob and me. We will bring the other guys into this, and they will all have a shot. Plus, I think it would be a great idea if the assailant gets shot and killed by one of the FBI agents on scene. That makes it clean. No one could try to get information from the assailant if he gets killed at the scene. Rob will set it up at your house and get all the pieces in place. Make sure when you get shot, you play the part. Jason, you have to play dead, or you might end up that way for real. Okay, check in with Rob, and he will get you set up for this scene. Greg says as sort of a final note. Okay, we're off. Thanks, Greg. Trevor says as they both reach over to shake his hand and head out the door. So, what do you think, Jason? Trevor says as they get in the car. Well, I hope they plan on using blanks in those guns, he says, laughing. Jason continues. This should be interesting. I hope we can pull off our part in this. We need to be spot on, so they think we are dead. Greg is very good at what he does, and I will bet you he has done this before. He wouldn't try something that was not proven. I trust that he has this whole thing handled. All we have to do is play dead. You for real, and me pending death, Trevor says. I do like the idea of taking the company jet to Texas instead of the motor home. Any idea what we will be doing until they get there? Jason asks. We will figure out. I think scouting the town and probably meeting with the actual town leaders to see what's going on in their town. I'll get all that information from Rob before all the fun happens tomorrow. Then we can scope everything out and maybe integrate ourselves into their town in a way that would not be suspicious. Trevor says, Okay, here we are. It looks like everybody's here already, Jason says. Yeah, I gave Rob my key so he could let everyone in. Let's go see what's going on and hear the plan from their perspective, Trevor says as he pulls into the driveway. As they walk in the door, Trevor is thinking that they seem to be feeling right at home in his house. They're lounging around like they own the place. That's good. He wants them to feel comfortable here. As they're walking in the door, Trevor introduces Jason to Rob and the other guys. He did sort of meet them the night they rescued him from Jeremy, but they were never officially introduced. Once they all were introduced and got to know each other, Rob laid out the plan for tomorrow to them. Austin is going to play the assassin, and he will be shooting at them from outside of the house. He will make it look really good by using real bullets at first, so he can put some bullet holes in the house, so it looks real in case someone was to check out the scene to say for sure there was a gun battle here. Rob even has blood that is going to be smeared on the hard floors in the kitchen. They will also do the tape thing around Jason's body on the floor of the entryway to the back door. So, after the plan was spelled out by the guys, they went ahead and started getting the house ready with things they can do ahead of time, like the tape around Jason's body by the back door. They did that, and they also got the blood ready to be spilled. Jason and Trevor's bags for Texas will be brought to the plane by Brandon, who will not be home during this attack. The camera crew and the reporter have already spoken to Rob regarding marching orders for tomorrow. Everybody appears to be fully versed and ready to go. This gun battle will take place at around 10 a.m. in time for the noon report, which will then be repeated on the 5 p.m. news. That will be it. No further reporting of this will be done. NBC will be the only station to have this, so they can control it. As the morning rolls in, everyone is in the living room where most of them slept. Good morning, everyone. I trust everyone slept well, Rob says as he walks into the living room where Steve, Brandon, and Austin were sleeping. Today is a big day, and everyone needs to play their part perfectly in order to make this work and get the hit squad off these guys' backs. Rob continues. I'm all set, Rob. I will get dressed and get ready for the hit. Just say the word and I will get ready to kill these guys, Austin says as he puts on his black clothes to blend in. Good morning, guys, Trevor says, walking into the room with a cup of coffee in his hands. Trevor, are you okay with us shooting up your house? Just so you know, while we are in Texas, Greg said he will have the house repaired, but it needs to look authentic today. Austin, here are 2 guns. This first gun has exactly 3 live rounds in it. This other one has all blanks in it. And there's a full clip so you can shoot until you run out. Now, Brandon, you need to leave with their bags and get out to the plane with their stuff. Steve, you're the protector, and here is your gun. It is full of blanks. Your job is to kill Austin. Austin, make it look good. Here is the blood case for you. Make sure you get it in the right spot. Now, Trevor, your friend Jimmy, is helping us out on this today. He will be around the corner and ready for the fireworks. Then he will take Jasmine with him when he leaves. Jimmy has the ambulance on standby and ready to go. He will be responding to shots fired in this neighborhood. Austin, when you get shot, you need to stay completely still until they pick you up and move you out of here. We will keep your face hidden as much as we can. The reporters will be here at 10 a.m., so in about an hour, this all goes down. If anyone has anything to say, add, or concerns, now is the time. The reporters will give us the heads up they are on their way and how long, so they arrive in the middle of the battle. Jason, remember, you will be dead by the back door. We have already taped you off, so just lay down within that outline when this all starts. Austin, you have 3 live shots. Make them count. Take out a front window, 1 in the door, and 1 in the siding, so it looks real. Trevor, you're the only one that we don't have a specified spot for. The front floor is perfect by this TV stand. Face down and bleeding. The reporters already have their scripts, so they know what to say when they go live. Austin, I want you out the back door and coming up through those bushes over there, Rob says, pointing out the window to the bushes on the right side of the house. Stay there until you get the signal from me to start firing. Leave the gun with the live ammo in the bushes. And come out firing the blanks at the house so the world hears it. Steve, shoot at Austin through the window that he shoots out. Kill him dead, and you, Austin, fall in the driveway dead. Got it? Does everyone have their roles down? This needs to be perfect. Okay, places, everyone. We are 30 minutes from the shootout. As soon as I hear from the NBC crew, I will signal to start this party going. Jason, Trevor, are you guys all set? Bags packed and ready to go. Rob says, Trevor thinks that he is leaving no stone unturned on this. He has this down. He and Greg have done this before. I know they have. They put this whole thing together too fast to have never done this before. We are all set, Rob. Our bags are packed and ready to go with Brandon. Brandon, the bags are in the kitchen by the pantry. Make sure you grab them when you leave, which should be soon, so you are not here when this starts. I already spoke to Jimmy this morning, and he is just waiting for you, Rob, to radio him. I understand you will not be part of this shootout. You will take your perch upstairs in that front bedroom so you can see the front lawn during this whole thing. Harvey is also going to be assisting. Rob, you're going to give the reporters a statement to authenticate this. Trevor says, yeah, once this party gets started, I will be out of sight and will come down the back way and make my way to the left side of the yard where the reporters will be reporting from so I can give a brief statement. Don't worry, though. I will report that Jason was killed and Trevor was critically wounded. This house will be a crime scene. I will only mention Jason's first name. The reporters will have your information, Jason, so they will tell the public who you are and the place you own. Have you let your office know not to listen to reports of your death? Rob asks, I have told my main guy, my operations manager, Lester, and only him. I'm all right if the rest of my staff thinks I'm dead. My wife is also aware of it, and she is already out of harm's way in Maryland. No one can find her. I believe I have everything covered, Jason says, checking his phone to make sure he hasn't left anything out. Okay, great. Jason and Trevor, you're all set. Oh, by the way, you will die on the way to the hospital in the ambulance. The reporters will report that on a follow-up comment as they stay at the house waiting for updates. Trevor, you're not being reported as FBI, and neither is Steve. You're just friends hanging out together, and this just happens without any notice. It just did. Plus, Austin's face will not be made available, and neither will Steve's. Chapter 4. As Austin makes his way to the right side of the house through the back door, Rob makes his way up to the upstairs bedroom that faces the front yard. Jason takes his position by the back door, laying in his dead man position. Trevor moves into position in the front room in front of the 2 windows that Austin will shortly shoot out. Austin is at the side of the driveway, now behind the bushes and ready for the signal to start shooting. Trevor will need to be down, facing the floor, to keep from getting hit. According to Rob, this is the only way that will work in order to make it look real. Rob can observe the whole front yard scene from upstairs and be able to make sure everything goes right. Good morning. We are reporting live from the house of longtime D.C. resident Trevor Andrews, where just a short while ago, there were shots reported by neighbors. Several shots fired into the house, and a lot of chaos is going on inside this house. We are waiting for a representative of the Metro Police Force to make a statement as to what is going on inside this house. Megan Morrison says into the mic while facing the camera being held by cameraman Ethan Williams. To repeat, there was a scene at this house in East D.C. where shots were fired into the building, and we see there's a body covered in the driveway. We are not certain what happened here, but we are told that a representative of the police force will be out to fill us in on some of the details. Oh, this must be him approaching us now. Hello, are you Robert Templeton? She says. Yes, I am Rob. Can you tell us what happened here? Megan asks. Certainly. Well, we received a shot fire call this morning and rushed to the scene to find the man in the driveway was lying dead. After entering the residence, we discovered another man, identified as Trevor Andrews, critically wounded. He was still breathing, but barely. He was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital. Another man, Jason Brandt, was found dead at the scene. He was found on the kitchen floor by the back door. He was shot twice in the chest. He's being taken out now by the coroner. It looks as though the assailant was shot and killed by a friend of the owner of the property, Trevor Andrews, who has also not been identified. Metro is here, now, working the scene. That's all we have at this time, Rob says. So to recap, 2 dead, Jason Brandt and the assailant who has not been identified as of yet. The owner of the property, Trevor Andrews, is in critical condition and on his way to Johns Hopkins. We will have more as this story unfolds. This is Megan Morrison reporting live from East D.C. Wait 1 second, Megan says as she puts her hand on her ear so she can hear them talking from the studio. This just in, Trevor Andrews, owner of this property, died on his way to the hospital of heart failure. He apparently had a heart attack in the ambulance and was not able to be revived. So that's 3 dead. Trevor Andrews, Jason Brandt, and the assailant that started all of this. We will hopefully find out why all this happened here today once the police have finished their investigation. From NBC News in the field, this is Megan Morrison reporting. Trevor is now sitting up and lounging as he heads to the private airstrip on the east side of Ronald Reagan Washington International Airport. As he sits up reading the current magazines that are found in the ambulance, he wonders if Jason made it out of the house without issues. The driver has the news on the radio. They just reported that he died on the way to the hospital. He chuckles at that, thinking he looks pretty good for a dead man. He was also thinking that the report was pretty good reporting from his front yard that the assailant and Jason both died at the scene, and apparently Steve was the one that killed the assailant. He is hoping Austin is okay. He was removed by the hospital coroner, and he will be kept away from his house for the next couple hours. He thinks that Austin will sneak into his house by the back door later tonight. The plan went off without a hitch as Trevor recalls the events of that afternoon. Austin sneaking up by the driveway bushes and shooting into his house like a wild man. And poor Jason on the floor, missing all the fun out front. Dead at the back door before everything got started. Well, at least now the real hitmen will think the job was done by one of the others and leave them alone. The evidence at the house should be enough to convince anyone there was a shootout there. He has to admit, it's a much better way of traveling to Texas than in a motorhome. Talk about first class on a private jet. He had heard the FBI had their own jet, and now he will see it firsthand. How long before we get to the airport? He asked the driver of the ambulance. Should be 10 minutes or so, Mr. Andrews, the driver responds. Okay, thanks, Trevor answers back, thinking about what he still needs to do. He needs to call Greg. He can do that from the plane. Hopefully, Jason will be there by now, and we can leave as soon as I arrive. Jason, you look great for a dead man. Trevor shouts from the back of the ambulance as he disembarks. Are you okay? Everything appears to have gone like clockwork. I need to call Greg, but I will do that from the plane. Are you all set to go? Trevor asks Jason. Yep, I feel great, and I have our bags, and they're already on the plane. We just need to board, and the pilot says we're ready to go, Jason responds. Perfect. Let's go. He shakes hands with his driver and heads for the stairs. Okay, let's go, Trevor says as he boards the plane. Jason follows him. Okay, let's go, Jason says. As the phone rings, Trevor waits for an answer. Hello, Greg says into the phone. Greg, I just wanted to give you an update on what went down now that Jason and I are on the plane. Unless you have heard from Rob already. No, actually, I haven't heard from anyone. I was wondering how it all went. Well, I can tell you that our assailant was killed in the front yard by Steve, and Jason was killed where he stood by the back door. I was shot and critically injured in the front room by the TV. I was rushed to the hospital, but died on the way. So Jason and I have died. We are ready to leave. Rob gave me all the information I needed to get started by talking to the mayor of this town, a man named Craig Ferguson. I will give him a call before we land and ask him to meet us at the landing site so we can talk without notice. I will have the mayor help us get rooms so we can blend in until the rest of our team gets here. We will do our scouting and get the lay of the land before they arrive. By the way, do we know when that might be? I just want to make necessary plans and have things ready for them, Trevor says while giving his report. According to Rob, they should be there by the weekend. Now that you have to go on ahead, they want to drive straight through in order to get there faster. They don't want to leave you two without backup for too long. Oh, and Trevor, speaking of backup, the agent that will meet you at the plane with the car will have all the information you will need down there already just in case you need it. Don't get too overzealous before they get there. Just try to blend in and see what is really going on in this town. Before you know it, the others will be there. Anything else you need that I can help you with while we are on the phone? Trevor says only one word: house. Greg says, don't worry, Trevor. By the time all of you get back here, your house will be as good as new. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. I don't even know how much damage there is. I'm just concerned about the house not being secure because the front windows were shot out. I don't want my stuff to walk away because there are no windows. There will be someone over there within the hour to board everything up until the repairs can be done. Greg says back to him, sounds good, Greg. Are there any last-minute instructions for Canyon Springs Wash? I just want to make sure I have the full story before I talk to the mayor of that town. I wanted to call him from the plane before we arrive, so I can have him meet us at the airstrip. He can give us the update and details on their town and what is going on there, Trevor says. As far as I know, Trevor, everything you need is in that file. Make sure you and Jason both read it so you both are up to speed on where we stand there, and then figure out your first move. I can't caution you more on this. Trevor, be careful. There have been disappearances from some of the townsfolk. Craig will fill you in, but be aware that there are a lot of different activities going on here, and people that have lived there for their whole lives just one day vanished. We think that the Gardenias have killed the people that disagreed or contradicted them, and they have a killing ground somewhere around there. So please be careful and keep an eye on Jason. Since he is not an agent, I worry that this might be over his head, so just keep a close watch on him. Greg says, don't worry about Jason. I will take care of him. We will come up with a game plan until the others arrive. I was thinking of just doing some scouting to see what's going on here without anyone seeing us. At least at first. I will determine the next steps after I talk to Craig. A lot will be determined on what he tells us. Anything else before I go? Trevor says, nope. I think you got a handle on things for now. Good luck and take care, Greg says. All right, thanks, Greg. I will let you know how things go later. We don't land for another 3 hours, so we'll give the mayor time to meet the plane, Trevor says as he hangs up with Greg and dials the mayor. Hello, may I speak to the mayor, please? Trevor says as the phone rings twice before the mayor's secretary answers. Certainly. May I ask who's calling, please? Actually, I'd rather not say. He's an old friend that I thought I would look up. Could you just put me through, please? Certainly. Thank you. Trevor responds. Hello, this is Craig Ferguson. How can I help you? Mr. Mayor, my name is Trevor Andrews. FBI, I believe you were expecting us. Oh, yes. Thank you for calling. I was told you can help us. Mr. Mayor, my partner and I will be landing in about 3 hours at that old airstrip about 50 miles north of town. I wonder if you could meet us there when we land. I think it would be better for all of us if we were not seen together in town. No one is going to suspect you going so far out of town. I just think it would be best. Would that work for you? I have a meeting with several of the city council in 20 minutes, but I can postpone that. I will just tell them something came up. I'm the mayor. Something always comes up at the last minute. They won't think anything about it. So yes, I can meet you. Okay, we will be landing, as I said, in about 3 hours. We can meet on our plane where we'll be more secure. I will have the pilot come out and get you after we land. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will see you soon. Oh, and it will be best if you tell no one what you are doing or where you are going. One more thing. Can you bring a blueprint or diagram of the town that shows where everything is, like stores, shops, etc.? Trevor says, not a problem. I have just the documents you need. I will see you at that airstrip in 3 hours. And Mr. Andrews, thank you for coming, Craig says. My pleasure, sir. We will do what we can to clear up your problems. See you then, Trevor says. As the FBI private plane begins to land, Jason looks out the window and sees a car on the edge of the runway. Trevor, I think I see the mayor. He's waiting on the edge of the runway for us to land, Jason says as the plane comes to a slow stop not far from where the car is parked. As David, the pilot, comes out of the cockpit, Trevor asks, David, would you go out and escort the mayor in, please? Then if you and your co-pilot can wait for us in the cockpit. We need to have a private conversation with the mayor, and I need for him to feel safe and free to speak. You understand, Trevor says. Certainly, Trevor. I will go get him and then disappear. Just let me know once you are ready to leave. There is an SUV in that hangar over there for you and Jason to use while you are here, David says, pointing to a hangar on the far side of the runway. Perfect. Thank you, Trevor says as David goes to exit the plane. The keys are in the center console, David says as he exits the plane to return with the mayor. Mr. Mayor, a pleasure to meet you, sir, Trevor says, shaking the mayor's hand as he comes up the stairs. I am Trevor Andrews, and this is my partner, Jason Brandt. Jason greets the mayor as he shakes his hand. Please come in, sir. We have much to discuss. We are here to help you get rid of what I can only describe as an infestation to your town. Why don't you sit down and fill us in on the scope of what's going on here and why you have contacted the FBI, Trevor says as he ushers the mayor to a seat on the opposite side of a booth with a table so he can lay out the situation for them. Well, first off, please call me Craig. What I can tell you is that this Gardenia crime family has taken over our town. They have forced several of our loyal citizens to leave the stores they have worked their whole lives to build, and now they have nothing. They threaten them with their very lives if they didn't get out. The town is now made up of very few essential stores in order for us to survive, like grocery stores, drugstores, and the like. So, what is it that you do to keep from leaving, Craig? I mean, you're the mayor of this town, Trevor says. Correct. I am the mayor, but there is very little for a mayor to do in this town since we no longer control the town. They do. I also own the grocery store, so that allows me to continue and not have to leave like the rest. So, you think the others that left will come back if we can get the Gardenias out of there? Trevor responds, I'm certain they will. Not everyone is left. Most of them are just living on savings and whatever they can in hopes that something can be done here. Okay, show me the layout of the town. Where are they, and what are they doing? Trevor says, okay, well, to start off with, Craig says, pointing to the town blueprint he brought. This is how much they have taken over. All of these storefronts on this side have been taken by them. Oh, and they use our airport to fly in and out of here. We have this small regional airport on the west side of town. It's mostly commuter flights and short jaunts into Dallas and Houston. So, they have taken that over as well. Well, maybe we can start off by doing something about that. Closing down the airport would hurt their business, I would think. Good place to start. Okay, what else? Trevor says, well, I don't have proof of this yet, but they started using this building over here as their headquarters for their human trafficking. They bring in young girls and boys late at night, or so I am told. I'm not sure what they do with them here, because a few days later, I guess they're shipping them out again to parts unknown. I think what I'm not sure of is where can they go from our airport? They can't land anything more than a small twin engine or something similar. So where would they be going? Well, they probably have this terminal in the Dallas or Houston airports that is far away from the main airport, that it's private. So they probably take them there and put them on a bigger plane. Of course, that's a guess, but it makes sense, Trevor explains. Okay, what else? Well, in these two buildings over here, they have busted a wall open between these two stores and turned them into a gambling center where, from what I've been told, are crooked casino-type machines. And the kicker here is no one from this town goes in there to gamble. They have excursions that come in on small planes to the airport. They bring in big parties of people from who knows where to gamble all night, and then they take them back to wherever they came from the next morning. I believe that is everything for now. Other than kicking most of the shop owners out of their stores in town, they pretty much keep to themselves. Well, first things first, can you get Jason and I into town quietly and without anyone knowing we are there? Trevor says, I think so. It would be best to come in on the south side of town. That's the farthest away from their operations. If you take this main road, Highway 201, that will take you straight into town, but when you start getting toward town, there's a road to the left called Branson Trail. If you take that, it will take you out about 5 miles to the south of town, and then you can come in from that part of the south end of town. Once you get near the edge of town, take Old Main to Downey Lane and turn left. Go to 355 West Downey Lane. Meet me there. That is my house. We will get you a place to stay while you are here. When will the rest of your team arrive? Craig asks. The rest of my team should be here in a few days. They are leaving D.C. in a motorhome. Our cover is that my mother just died, and our father is taking all of his boys on a camping trip. We need to secure a place in your campground for them to park it. Can you help us with that after you get us a place to stay? No problem. There are 4 or 5 campers out there already, so your team will blend in. Great. Thanks, Craig. Jason and I will do some covert checking out the activities of this crime family while we wait for the arrival of our team. Unless there is anything else you can tell us, why don't you head out and get back to town? One more thing. If you see us on the streets of town, you do not know us. Let your town council know, if you can, that we are here to help, but they should not address us unless we address them and then treat us like strangers. Sound good? Trevor says. Yeah, that's good. We have a whole team of FBI agents nearby waiting for the word from us. When we give it, they will swoop in and make the arrests. Oh, Craig, there's one thing I would like to know, if you know it. Is there a head person in this family that runs the whole crime business if that person is here in town? Trevor asks. He is in town, but stays behind the scenes, I believe. No one has really seen much of him. His name is Albert Gardenia. From what we have been able to learn, he is the main guy. Everything and everyone go through him for anything. I do not know where he is staying. Craig says. Okay, no problem. We will find him once we get settled. Thanks, Craig. Okay, you should probably head back to town. We will see you at that address you gave us shortly. We will leave about 5 minutes after you. Chapter 5. Back in Washington, D.C., in Trevor's house. Rob, someone needs to stay there until the workmen come to board up Trevor's house. Greg says on the phone as he is heading to the exit to go home for the night. Not a problem, Greg. We will take care of his house. I don't know if you heard, but everything went like clockwork today. I spoke to Trevor a while ago. They have landed in Texas and are going to have the mayor meet them at the plane so as not to raise any eyebrows, Greg says, looking at his watch. What's the plan moving forward from here? Has Barbara finished the backstops yet? We need to get you and the other 3 members of your team down there as soon as possible. I don't like the idea of Trevor and Jason down there without backup, Greg says. I've already checked in with Barbara, and she will have the backstops done this afternoon. That means we can start heading for Texas. I don't like the idea of those 2 down there without backup any more than you do. We will get there as quickly as we can. We need to go get Austin. I will take care of that and let you know as soon as we are on the way. Shouldn't be more than a couple hours now, Rob says. Okay, I will let you go. Keep me informed, Greg says as he hangs up. Steve, Brandon, you go get Austin. He should come through the back door. Let him off in the block behind this house, and then come to the front of the house. I just don't want anyone to see Austin coming in. He's supposed to be dead. Then you can help me clean up Trevor's house. We made a real mess of this place. Greg says there will be some men here in about an hour to board up the house to make it secure, so we can go. I'm going to push the timetable up a bit after talking to Greg. We are leaving for Texas this afternoon. We need to get down there and back up Trevor and Jason. Once you guys get back here, we will go and get the motor home and then be on our way. As Robert Nelson approaches Trevor's house, he stops long enough to make sure there was no one lurking about. He very quietly and quickly runs up to the front door, kicking the door in and holding a gun to Rob, who is standing in the front room. I want Trevor Andrews and Jason Brandt now. Where are they? You apparently don't watch the news, Rob says. Jason Brandt was gunned down in the back of the house near the kitchen, and Trevor Andrews was shot here in the front room, but died en route to the hospital in the ambulance. That's where they are. Right now, they're either in the morgue or en route to the morgue. You are too late, Rob says with sadness in his voice. I don't believe you. I think this is some ruse designed to confuse me. Well, it won't work, Robert Nelson says. Now I will ask again. His voice gets louder and meaner. Where are they? And if they are dead, I want proof. What's the matter? You don't believe everything you hear on the news. Rob says as he watches without notice toward Brandon, who is approaching the front door ever so quietly. As Brandon places his gun barrel on Robert Nelson's neck, he says, Now I want you to ever so carefully reach over with your left hand and grab your gun barrel, and then hand your gun over to my partner there. But first, Uh, don't even think about it. He cautions Robert Nelson as he attempts to make a move against Rob. I will not ask you again. In a few seconds at most, I will drop you right here where you stand. Now do as I say, or I will kill you. Your choice, but I guarantee at this distance, I will rip your head right off with one bullet now. Brandon starts to raise his voice in a bit of anger. Lower your weapon and hand it to my partner now. Robert Nelson decides he is better off just complying with Brandon's wishes, lowers his weapon, and hands it to Rob. Brandon then grabs him by the arms and walks him in the room. Rob, hand me a pair of handcuffs, Brandon says. As he handcuffs him, he repeats what Rob told him. Trevor and Jason, our good friends, were gunned down in this house earlier today. That part is definitely true. Trevor didn't die right away, but passed away in the ambulance on his way to the hospital. So you and your assassins did manage to kill them both. And now you'll go down for both murders. In Washington, that may not get you the death penalty because you murdered a federal agent. For that, it is a federal crime, and we do have the death penalty. Now who hired you? Brandon asks Robert Nelson. He refuses to talk. He sits there quiet. Doesn't matter what you say. We know it was Jeremy Blackstone, and that gets him the death penalty as well. The feds might be willing to cut you a deal if you name Jeremy as the one that hired you. It might get you a life sentence instead of the death penalty. Turn him over, and we will do all we can to make sure you don't die because of this, Rob says. So, what's it going to be, Robert? Brandon asks. Robert still just sits there quiet. Okay, that's fine. We will have no choice but to charge you with both murders, and you will get the death penalty for it. And Jeremy will not be charged since we can't prove he hired you. Do you think it's fair that he should escape prosecution for the murders he orchestrated and leave you to hang for them both? Brandon says. Rob, in the meantime, has finished his phone call to the federal detention officers to come pick him up and detain him. Greg will want to talk to him. Either way, you will also be charged with the attempted murder of a federal agent, the man you held your gun to, my partner. And oh, by the way, in the federal system of justice, that holds the same penalty as if you had actually pulled the trigger. So, enjoy the rest of your life, such as it is, Brandon says as the federal officers knock on the door to be let in. Take him to the federal holding, Rob says to the men as they grab Robert and take him into custody. Bernadette, can I stay with you and your family while Jason is out of town? Should be at least a month, maybe longer, Jeanette says on the phone while she packs a bag for a visit. Of course. You can stay as long as you want. We have plenty of room. When will you be here? Give me a couple hours, and I will be there. I just need to close up a couple things here first. Thanks, Bernadette. I really appreciate it. What do you mean? Your family. Of course, you can stay here. Where's Jason gone to? Texas, to work with Trevor on an FBI case. He didn't give me a whole lot of details, but I do know that his former partner at the security agency hired someone to kill him and Trevor. That's why the reports were all over the TV news. They were supposed to be killed by another assailant, so Jeremy's hit person would leave them alone. So, I need to disappear also, although I don't think this Jeremy knows I exist, so that shouldn't be an issue. But Jason would feel better if he knew I was safely tucked away somewhere. Out of sight, out of mind. So, I will see you in a couple of hours. Thanks again, Bernadette. See you soon. Sounds good, Bernadette says. Hello, Jason. Very sorry to bother you, but I have an update for you that you might be interested in hearing. I just heard a comment from one of our employees that has personal ties to Jeremy, and he heard that Jeremy is not completely sold on you and Trevor being dead. He has this hit person checking to see if he can confirm that. I think he is just making sure. They will find out that you are both dead, killed exactly how it was described on the news report. He might just be pissed that it was so quick. I think he wanted you two to suffer before the end came. Maybe he feels cheated. Either way, I just wanted to let you know, Lester says in the phone. Okay, thanks, Lester. Keep me informed. I want to know if they get any stupid ideas and get too nosy. I sent Jeanette to her sisters in Maryland to keep her out of the limelight. I don't even think Jeremy knows I'm married. But it's not worth taking the risk. If she is gone, then there would be no reason to pursue that. Just so you are aware, if you don't get me, leave a message. Depending on what we are doing or where we are will depend on if I have my phone on or not. So, feel free to leave a message. And try to see if you can find out more about what Jeremy's doing, but be discreet. Don't appear to be too interested. Just casual conversation. I don't want your butt on the line either. I don't like my friends being threatened either. You have become a valued employee as well. So, you watch yourself, Jason says. I have to go now, but don't be afraid to call me if you need me. I trust you to take care of business. I will leave you to get everything taken care of there. That's why we added you to the bank draft, so you can legally sign paychecks. Take care, Lester, and my many thanks, Jason continues. Chapter 6. As Jason and Trevor get into the waiting SUV, Trevor thinks a lot about what's to come. These Gardenias are smart, so they have to be smarter. So, Jason, we need to come up with an action plan before the others get here. First thing we do is make sure we are blending in and not drawing attention to ourselves. Craig can help us with that. How do you feel about this setup and what we are about to do? Trevor says, I feel good about what we're going to do. Trevor, the thing I feel great about is that we can really help this town. We need to get these criminals out of this town. Exactly. We need to make sure we rid this town of this crap, no matter how long it takes. This town deserves this, Trevor says. Okay, so what's our first move? Well, we need to scope out this town as inconspicuously as possible. If anyone approaches us and wants to know why we are here, we tell them we are waiting for our dad and 3 brothers to arrive for a big camping trip. We stick to the plan we all know, Trevor says, as they drive in relative silence. Trevor is thinking about all they have to do and hope his recent training will be enough to get him through this, and more importantly, to make the right choices. I can't be a little apprehensive about what we are walking into, and how do I protect Jason like I promised Greg? Trevor thinks, well, I have to show confidence for Jason's sake. I will be strong for him and keep him safe no matter what. He continues to think and thinks he is thinking way too much. Okay, Jason, we are here at the place where Craig said to turn to go south for 5 miles. You navigate from here and get us to his house in 355 West Downey. Here, I wrote it down, so you just follow this and get us there. Okay, Trevor says, handing him the piece of paper with the instructions Craig gave them on it. Okay, Trevor, turn here and head south. According to this, we should be there in a few minutes, Jason says, directing him to each street until they arrive in front of the mayor's house. Oh shit, there are an awful lot of cars here. Either Craig's got a big family with a lot of cars, or he spilled the beans since we left him an hour ago, Trevor says as he pulls up next to the driveway. They walk up to the door to find a crowd of people in the house. As Trevor is about to knock on the door, a gentleman in his 60s, he figures, opens the door. Do we have the right house? Trevor asks. That you do, the man says as he ushers Trevor and Jason into the house, practically pulling them off the front stoop. Mr. Mayor, I thought we were going to keep this very quiet. This is not what I wanted. More people knowing who we are can complicate things for Jason and me, Trevor says as the mayor approaches. Craig, this will not be good for us. We are here to help you, but what you have done here could put our lives in serious jeopardy. Why did you tell what looks like the whole town? Trevor asks Craig, slightly pissed but trying hard not to show it. Trevor, I'm very sorry. One of my council members wanted to know where I was, so I told him but made him promise not to say a word. As you can see, that was not a promise well kept. People just started showing up at my house. Craig, what happens if the Gardenias get wind of this? If the whole town knows by now, what's to keep them from also knowing? You have seriously compromised our positions here and perhaps our very lives. They get wind of us being here, they will think nothing of killing us to get rid of the problem. You may have created an issue where we'll have to leave you and the problem here without helping you. Trevor tries to soften the blow, but the bottom line here is this whole operation is compromised. How can we feel safe here now? Trevor thinks, I will need to contact my superiors to see what they think. This is not good. Not good at all. I can't believe you people did this. I thought you wanted our help here. I am very sorry about all of this, says the council member that told everyone. I can assure you that no one else but those in this room know who you are and why you are here. I will have to talk to Washington, but if we stay and finish this, you will all have to completely forget we are here and say nothing to anyone. And when you see us in the street, you do not know us. And that's assuming our superiors decide to let us stay and finish this. For now, everyone needs to get out of here. Right now, some of you go out the back way and some the front door. And not all at once, in case someone is watching this house. Craig, I assume this crime family knows where the mayor lives. I certainly wouldn't rule it out, although no one has told them specifically, but I'm certain they are smart enough to figure that out, Craig answers. Okay, you said something about a place for us to stay. Can we go there now, so we can get settled in? And I can call Washington and get their take on this, Trevor says. Right down the street here. I will walk you down there. This house belongs to one of the residents that left after the Gardenias took their business from them. They left me the key to their house in hopes they will be able to return one day. They went to Dallas to live with a brother of the wife, I think, Craig says as they approach the house from the alley. Look, Trevor, I'm very sorry for this. I can't tell you how pissed I was when I learned about this. And I didn't know until they all started showing up to my house. I can assure you that the crime family has no idea you are here. These council members would not have let anyone outside of the chambers know about you. They want this town back as badly as I do. I really hope your superiors let you stay. As Jason and Trevor get settled into their home for the next few weeks, Trevor calls Greg in Washington. Greg, Trevor, we have a problem. After our talk with the mayor, we left a few minutes after he did. The mayor arranged for us to use a house in the same block as his. So, he gave us directions on how to get to his house. When we got there was a crowd of people in his house, all of whom knew who we were and why we were here. Now, it turns out that these folks make up the town council. They swear that the only people who know are the people in that room. I told them they may have compromised our mission here and that I would have to check with you to see what you want us to do. I led them to believe that you would pull us out. Jason and I have talked about this, and we want to stay if you will let us. I believe them when they say they only told the town council. So that's everything so far. What are your thoughts on this? Boy, they put you in a hell of a position, didn't they? Well, it's really up to you, Trevor. If you feel you have not been compromised to the Gardenia family, then if you want to stay, I am okay with that. Rob and the boys have left to meet up with you already. Make sure you brief them when they get there. Let them know what you told me, and make sure everyone is still on board. The plane is still waiting at the airfield, so if anyone wants to leave, they can. So what are your next moves? Well, we have enough information to walk around town and check out the scene for ourselves. Our next move is going to be to check out some of their establishments as part of the town. I'm going to try to see if I can get a lead on Albert Gardenia. He is the head of this crime family, and nothing happens without his okay. But I'm told he keeps a very low profile. We're not going to be obvious about it, but we're just going to move about town and see what we can come up with before Rob and the boys get here. Sounds like a good plan. Stick to the cover story you guys came up with. You can always say you were meeting your dad and brothers here, and you came into Dallas and drove up to meet them, Greg says. Yeah, that was our plan. That way, no one gets suspicious. Any latest news on our deaths? Trevor says. As it happens, there is news. Apparently, Jeremy wasn't convinced you two were killed, so he sent this Robert Nelson to your house earlier to make sure. He put a gun to Rob and demanded to see you. Before he got a chance to answer, Brandon came up from behind him and put a gun to his head and told him to drop it or he would drop him. He handed his gun to Rob, and they called in our detention patrol to go pick him up. They confirmed for this guy that you two were indeed dead in case he has a chance to talk to Jeremy. We want him to confirm to him that you two are dead, so he will hopefully put this to rest once and for all. As soon as the workmen left from boarding up your house, they left for Texas. That's all we have here. I will let you know if anything develops that you need to know, but for now, if he communicates to Jeremy, you will communicate you are both dead, and I don't think he knows Jason is even married, so that should not be a factor. Let Jason know that. Okay, I will let him know. Thanks, Greg. Well, we don't have anything further to report from here. I will let the mayor know that you have allowed me to stay here and continue on with this case. I have some ideas down the road for this case that I need to talk to Rob about. I was also wondering if you knew the head agent down here for the Dallas office, since that is the closest office to us. I need to talk to him about a couple things we might need if my plan is to work. Absolutely. His name is Stephen McDaniels. If you need anything, let him know. I have already alerted him to your presence there, as well as what your cover story is. I also told him to not come into town with any of their agents unless or until you and Rob and the team tell him to, Greg says. That's great, Greg. Thanks. I will be reaching out to him in the near future, but for now, we don't need anyone here except my team. I will let you go for now, and if we need anything, I will let you know. Until next time, Greg. Thank you. Trevor says and hangs up. So, Jason, Greg is letting us stay if we want to. You heard the conversation I just had with Greg, so we will be staying. He also wanted me to tell you that we had an incident at my house. This guy, Robert Nelson, that Jeremy sent after us apparently went after Rob and threatened him with a gun if he didn't give us up. The situation was quickly dealt with, but he wanted to let you know that. It's also pretty certain Jeremy doesn't know you're married, so Jeanette should be safe. I still think that a good idea to have her stay at Bernadette's while you are gone. Well, that is great news. I was pretty sure Jeremy never knew about Jeanette. It's not like he was ever a friend. We never really talked personally, so I never shared that. But I do feel better with her at her sister's. Who knows who he will send after us next? Why can't he just accept the fact we are dead? Well, he has nothing better to do. He will be spending the rest of his life in prison, so let him dream up things to do to us. The news was really good coverage, according to Greg. We will be fine. Now I need to figure out our next move. Agreed. So what do you have in mind? Jason says, well, I'm thinking we start by just walking to town and see what's going on there. I think we should walk into these establishments of theirs and see what we can learn. What do you think? Want to take a walk into town? Sure, why not? Let's see what we can find. Walking is the best way. Less obvious, I think. Okay, let's go, Trevor says. As Jason and Trevor head into town, Trevor's cell phone rings. Hello, this is Trevor. Trevor, this is Rob. I wanted to let you know we are on the way. Great, Rob. I'm going to text you the address of the house the mayor put us up in. Before you head to the campground, stop here first. What is your ETA? We're driving straight through, so we should be there sometime tomorrow afternoon. I will call you when we are close. Okay, that's great. Don't drive through town, though. Find a route to this neighborhood without going through town. I will explain when you guys get here. All right, something is wrong. I can feel it. What is it? I will explain when you get here. No need for you to worry about it now while you are driving. There has been a development, but nothing you can do while you're on the road. I will see you when you get here. Okay, we will see you both tomorrow. Be safe. You got it, Rob says as he ends a call. Trevor and Jason casually walk into town to check it out as a whole and see for themselves what this town is going on. As they round the corner past the grocery store, Jason says, what exactly are we looking for? Well, we're just checking out the stores that have now become fronts for this crime family. I have some ideas about how we can circumvent this Gardenia clan. We can't do anything until Rob and the guys get here. Did Rob say when they were going to be here? Yeah, sometime later tomorrow afternoon. We need to meet them at our house. For now, let's just casually walk through town as if we were just out for a stroll and see what's going on here and see if we can get some ideas on how to stop all of this. We need to stick to our cover story as we decided in case anyone gets curious about who we are. That's easy to do. We're just 2 of 5 sons of the father that is taking us all camping. Exactly, Trevor says. Okay, look here. This must be the place they are using as this illegal casino. The windows are all darkened, like they don't want anyone to see inside, Trevor says. Hey, look at this place, Jason says ever so quietly. This must be the place they're using for the prostitution business. Look at the sign on the window. The sign read, Deep Massages. Ask inside for our menu of pleasures. Good God, I doubt that God has anything to do with this filth, Trevor responds with a sneer. Yeah, you got that right. Look at this place, Trevor says as they keep walking down the sidewalk. Storefront after storefront of disgust. Yeah, this must be their human trafficking business. Oh, look, here is where they sell the illegal contraband. Their illegal drug business. Pathetic that just walking past these storefronts, we can easily tell what business they are running out of there. They don't even try to hide it. You know why that is right? Trevor asks. Yeah, they don't think they can get caught. Who in this town is going to stop them or even try? Exactly. When you get so cocky that you think you can't be caught, that's when it's time to cut the strings and bury the whole bunch, Trevor says with a note of finality. Well, it will be a pleasure to bury this bunch. This will be a pleasure shutting this crap down. I assume you have a plan. Ido. And I think it will be one of those plans that will need to be carried off by all of us. We need Rob and the guys first. Let's get back to the house. I have some phone calls to make, Trevor says as they turn the next corner and casually head back to the house. Chapter 7. Jeanette is just getting to Bernadette's house for an indefinite stay. She drags her luggage and bangs on the front door. Hey, Bernadette, can you come give me a hand, please? Coming, Jeanette. Are you ready to stay for a while? Bernadette says as she grabs one of the suitcases Jeanette is dragging to the front steps. Yeah, I packed for at least 2 weeks, knowing that I will have to do laundry every week or so. Well, Caitlin has given up her room for you. She said you can have it for as long as you want. She is bunking with Stephanie while you are here. I will have to thank her when she is home from school, Jeanette says. Oh, and Derek wanted me to ask if you know whether or not this Jeremy knows you are married to Jason. Jason doesn't think so, but he is not willing to take the chance that he was able to find out some way. He never really spoke to him about his personal life, so it's unlikely according to Jason. Either way, I think I would rather be here with you and Derek and the girls instead of being all alone in D.C. Well, we are very glad to have you here, sis. Derek says you can stay for as long as you need to. We are both thrilled to have you here. You're sure I won't be a burden? Jeanette asks. Not all. The girls are so happy to have their favorite aunt staying with us. They do know that I am their only aunt, right? Jeanette says as she kind of laughs. Yeah, I think they know that. Stephanie was kind of making a joke when she said it. They just love you so much, and they are happy you are here. So, enjoy your stay here. Okay, I will, and thank you so much. At least let me help pay for things like groceries and some of the bills. Absolutely not. And that comes from Derek. He said if you offer, thank you, but not a chance. You're family, and family takes care of family. Okay, but if you need help with anything, please ask. I want to be of help while I am here. I don't want to just sit around doing nothing while you do all the work. I would appreciate any help you can give. Thank you, sis, Bernadette says. Blackstone, you have a visitor, the guard says. The prison Jeremy is at is the D.C. Department of Corrections on 14th Street in Washington. The visitor's room is in the center of the building. There are no windows or plate glass between visitors and inmates. Just table for them to sit at with their guests and guards all around and covering every exit to the room. The entrance from which the visitors are escorted has a metal detector to ensure there are no weapons that can be used against the guards. Where the hell have you been? I called you 3 days ago, Jeremy says in a very low and angry voice. I was in court. I do have other clients, you know, his attorney, Jacob, says as he sits down across from him. Well, I need you to contact this person, Jeremy says as he slides a piece of paper across the table to him. Who is this? Someone that will help eliminate a problem that needs to be dealt with. Okay, another hitman. Jacob says, Sure, not so loud. They frown on that sort of thing here. Before you contact her, you need to research something. I found out that Jason got married in late July. One of my loyal employees from the security agency told me. He found out by accident, I guess, and thought I might need to know that. So, you're going after his wife now. I'm convinced that Brandon Andrews are dead. So, I can't do anything there. That problem has been eliminated, but I want his family and friends to suffer on his behalf. So, you need to find her first, and then give this hit person, that information. There's a number and location for you to drop the payment. She doesn't want to be recognized or known. You're sitting in jail. How did you find this hit person? One of my fellow inmates gave it to me. She's supposed to be very good. A real pro and ruthless. Pretty cool for a woman, huh? I would say. You don't find women hitmen very much. Or should I say hit person? What's even better, no one would suspect a woman, Jeremy says. Okay, so how am I supposed to find this wife? You're a goddamn lawyer. Put your lawyer skills to work and find her and any family she might have. Since her husband's death, she might be staying with family or friends. I could tell you her first name is Jeanette. Their marriage license would be a matter of public record. I would start there. Why am I telling you this? You're the fucking lawyer. Figure it out. Okay. I will find her. Once I know where she is, I will get that information to this hit person. I would also see if this Jeanette has a job. If she does or has a former job, employers can be a big help if you ask the right questions. Got it. Anything else? Nope. That should do it. Come back here in about a week or so and give me an update. And there better be progress. All right. I will get on this right away. So, listen, I wanted to touch base with you anyway. There's an issue you need to be aware of. The feds have seized all of your accounts. Unless you have money stashed away where they can't find it, you, my friend, are broke. Son of a bitch. How much did they get? Did they give you a total? Yeah, they sure did. The total they seized was $12,486,295.62 exactly, Jacob says while consulting his notes. Okay, that means they didn't get everything. I put $6 million in an account in your name at the Eagle Bank in downtown D.C. There is no reason for them to look at my attorney's bank records. So that is safe. Here's what you need to do. When you finally reach out to the hit person, give her $50,000 when you contact her as sort of down payment. And then once the job is done and confirmed, you give her another $50,000. You got that? Only give her the remaining $50,000 after you verify this Jeanette has gone to join her husband. Got it. I will take care of everything, and I'll be back in a week with an update on my progress. One more thing before you leave. I have something special in mind for Shepherd Security Services. There's a guy by the name of Reuben Jackson. Here is his number, Jeremy says, handing him another piece of paper with the number of Reuben Jackson. You tell him that his uncle, who is an inmate in here, gave this number to a fellow inmate and a friend of yours. He will know what to do. Just give him that information. Okay, no problem, Jeremy. Anything else before I leave? Nope, that will do it. Just take care of those things for me, and I will let you keep the remaining funds in your account. Reuben will tell you what his fee is. Just take care of it. Okay, I will take care of everything, and I will see you in a week. I will give you a progress report then. Stay safe and take care. Chapter 8. Hello, this is Stephen McDaniels. Can I help you? Stephen, this is Trevor Andrews. I work for Greg in Washington. Oh yes, I know who you are. Greg told me to expect to hear from you. Your name has become infamous among the FBI community. Really? Why is that? Trevor asks. Well, first of all, you had probably the highest scores of any recruit coming out of Quantico, and everybody is talking about that plan of yours in Washington that ended up as one for the books as far as successes go. I was just part of the team, and modest too. Well, I'm told you're the one to watch here at the FBI. What can I do for you? Well, you know what we're doing here in Canyon Springs Wash, right? I do. You are there to extract the Gardenia crime family out of that town and give it back to the town. Exactly. I have a plan on how we can accomplish that. But I need your help. Can you do some research for me? Sure. What did you need? Stephen asks. Well, first of all, do we have any pilots working for us? I don't need a commercial pilot. I mean a regional airplane, so just a small craft pilot. I will have to check to see if that comes up on anyone's profiles. What did you have in mind? I would rather not say until I work out all the details, but it will require a pilot that can pilot a small airplane that can land here. So, they would need to come here and meet up with us. Okay, I will check and let you know. When will you need an answer? It may take some time. I won't need that for at least a couple of weeks, so take your time on that one. So, for the other request, can you find out from where the Gardenias pick up their suckers for their crooked casino? I need to know where and how they get people to come here and gamble. They come in on airplanes to this local airport they have here just west of town. I know that they hardly ever have local talent from this town at these casino nights. And I know they have people coming in a couple times a week. They come in around dusk and gamble all night. Then they take them back to the airplane and take them home to wherever that is. They have buses running from the airport out here to the center of town where this casino is. Can you find that out for me? Yeah, I will get some snitches on it. We will find out what we can. I assume you will need that sooner than later. Yes, please. Oh, and I will need some money to gamble with. Lots of it. Money we will lose here at the casino. Okay, I will need to get approvals for that last one, but I don't think it will be an issue. How much money are we talking? I am thinking several thousand. We need to be shown as real high rollers. And make sure your superiors know that it's money we will be losing at the casino. We will probably have to go to the casino several times. I have a plan, but it's not something we can do in one night. We have to become regulars on their airplane trips to the casino. I will give you more details later. See what you can do to help us. When the time is right, I'm going to need to fill the plane with agents, so all the patrons gambling will be only agents. That will be the final takedown. I will come to Dallas to go over the plan with you. I can tell you that if this plan works, we will be rid of the Gardenias all in one fell swoop. But it needs to be orchestrated perfectly. So, for this plan of mine to work, we need to take our time and ingratiate ourselves into their community. That will take several weeks, if not months, Trevor says. Okay, I don't think it will be a problem, but I won't know for a couple weeks at least. I will ask for about 100,000. That should give you plenty of money to throw around. Stephen, that's perfect. I want them to think we are high rollers. Right now, I'm waiting for the rest of my team to get here. They are on their way in a motorhome. We are camping out with our dad. We are his 5 sons taking this trip to get over the death of our mother. That is our story for why we are here. They're supposed to have one of the best campgrounds here. At least that's what our research told us. Anyway, I think that's everything. I think I have given you enough to work on. Let me know if you have any problem. I will need to know about the pilot, though, within the next couple of weeks. I need to brief my team on this plan once they get here. So I will be in touch. Okay, thanks, Trevor. It will be a pleasure to work with you on this. Let me know if you need anything else, Stephen says. I will. Thanks, Stephen. You might start thinking about gathering a lot of agents together for the conclusion of this plan. Whenever it is, there will be a need for a lot of agents. I will brief you on that as we get closer, but just keep that in the back of your mind. Thanks again, Stephen. I will be in touch. As Rob and the boys get closer to Canyon Springs Wash, Rob thinks it would be a good idea to let Trevor and Jason know how close they are and get them up to speed as to arrival times. Austin, can you give Trevor a call, please? We need to let him know when we will be arriving and get an update from him, Rob says over his shoulder. Hello, this is Trevor. Trevor, Austin. Hey, Austin, how are you guys doing? Making headway. Rob says to tell you we will be there in about 3 hours, and we need to know we want us to meet up with you and Jason, Austin says. Okay, when you get into the outskirts of town, there is a Highway 201. Take that until you get almost into town. You will then see a Branson Trail. Turn there. There's only one way to turn. That will take you to the south of town. You're looking for a street called Downey Lane. We are at 375 West Downey Lane, a few houses down from the mayor's house. I need you to come here before going to the campground. We might all be able to stay here. There are enough bedrooms for all of us. I will leave that up to Rob. Okay, I will brief him while we descend onto Texas, Austin says. Fine. I have some ideas on how we can do this while we are here. I have asked for help from the Dallas bureau chief. He will be able to assist us in getting my plan off the ground. My plan will work, but it will take some time. And we need Stephen's help from Dallas. I will brief you once you get here. I will let Jason know we will see you in about 3 hours. This plan is going to take all of us working on it in order for it to be successful. I will see you when you arrive. Safe travels, Austin. Thanks, Trevor. Can't wait to see you. We have some catching up to do. We will fill you in on the event we went through at your house earlier this week. See you in a couple hours, Austin says. Trevor hangs up the phone and fills Jason in on the conversation with Austin and their arrival time. Jason has questions that he can't rectify. So, this plan you were telling Austin about, when are you going to fill me in on this plan of yours? I wasn't keeping you in the dark on this, Jason. I just have some things I want to work out in my mind before I share this plan. It's going to work, assuming Stephen can get me the information I asked him for. He will have to, or we won't get a plan to work here at all. Suffice it to say, we have to infiltrate their operation as guests, not employees of the Gardenias. I am confident that Stephen will get us the information I need in order to proceed. Once the others get here, I will go over the plan with everyone at once. Don't worry, Jason. It will work. It's a great plan, and I have just about everything worked out. I will have it all worked out by the time they get here, which, by the way, will be about 3 hours. Sweet. I can't wait to hear it. The guys were telling me about your plan in Washington that closed the drug case you were working on. They said it was a brilliant plan and worked perfectly without so much as a shot being fired. Everyone was impressed with you. I have a feeling this plan of yours down here will be equally impressive, Jason says. Well, I guess time will tell, right? I'm no more brilliant than anyone else. I just get these brainstorms. The mayor and his friends almost killed everything for us. I guess we will have to give it a try and see how well it goes. I will tell you, it will take several weeks or even months to pull off. But if it is successful, it will be rid of the Gardenias from this town, though, right? That's the plan. If everything works the way I foresee it, then yes, they will have their town back. Jason, grab that phone for me, will you? Here, it's Austin calling. Hey, Austin, you guys just about here? We are rounding the bend right now onto Downey Street. We will be there in a few minutes. Great. We have much to talk about. I want to lay out the plan for you guys, and I will need you Austin on one of these excursions. We will go over all of them when you arrive. I will be needing all of you at some point in the operation. If we are to be successful, then we need to make sure we leave nothing to chance. I will see you when you arrive. Yes, you will, Trevor, in about 2 minutes. We're just pulling up. See you in a couple minutes. Okay, great, Trevor says and hangs up. As he moves into the front room, the guys are coming through the door. Jason and Trevor shake hands with them and greet them. Jason runs and gets something for them to drink while they are sitting in the living room. The trip was uneventful, I assume. Trevor says pretty much to the whole room, looking for feedback on how their trip was. It was a long trip, but they were no worse for wear. It was a good trip. We had no issues, just getting gas far too often. That beast takes up a lot of gas. But the Bureau paid for it, so it was no problem. We are here, Rob says. Yes, you are, and I have been putting together a couple of ideas to circumvent this crime family. Let me know when you are ready to hear about this plan. I have spoken to Stephen, the bureau chief in Dallas, and he's checking on a couple of things for me, Trevor says as he sits in a sofa to get comfortable during this conference of theirs. Okay, the way I see it, we have to approach this from separate angles. We have the casino, the prostitution business, and the human trafficking, which is separate from the prostitution business. And we have to try to get to the head of this family, and Albert Gardenia. The casino business, Stephen is going to find out from contacts in Dallas to see where and when these people come up here by plane to gamble overnight. My plan here is we go to Dallas, and when Stephen identifies where we pick up this plane to come here for gambling, we're going to be on it. He is also going to provide us with $100,000 in cash to throw around. This will not be a quick setup and takedown. Several weeks will be involved. Now Austin and I will do the first one, and then Brandon and I the next one, and so on. We are all going to be doing this. For the human trafficking, I have something else in mind for that. We're going to let the Gardenias fly them to Dallas like they usually do. What we're going to do is flood the Dallas airport with agents, and we're going to take down the human traffickers by gunpoint if need be. We're going to let them fly the teens to Dallas, and then we will save them on the tarmac where they land the plane. Stephen is also going to see if he can find any information on that too. We need pickup points, times, and so on. We will keep taking these kids down to Dallas and setting them free. Prostitution and casino will work side by side. Like I said, this could take weeks or even months. Now for these two, on the night we are to take them down, this town will be completely under our control. Everything is done according to our plan. The plan is to have them out of town and arrested all on the same day. When we plan to take them down, that night every patron for the casino and the prostitution business will be undercover agents. Now Austin and I are going to go to Dallas on Friday to talk to the agents, especially Stephen. We want to put the plans in place and see how we can better this process. Sorry guys, that's everything for now. What do you think? We will take their plane once it lands. But we need to sit with Stephen and get this set up and plan in place. Any thoughts on this so far? Trevor continues. Chapter 9. Bernadette, I think I am being followed. I have seen the same car several times today while I have been out shopping. It's a woman that is in the car. What do you think it means? I don't know, but I would not take any chances, Jeanette. We know that the person that was after Trevor and Jason is in jail now. We should talk to this Greg that Trevor works for. Didn't you say that Jason asked this Greg to help you if anything should come from this assassin that Jeremy sent after them? Do you know how to get a hold of this Greg from the FBI? We should see if we can find out now if there is someone after you, Bernadette says. Her name is Maggie Dodwell. She is the latest hit person Jeremy Blackstone has sent after Trevor and Jason. He doesn't seem to care that Trevor and Jason are dead or have been declared dead. They were both killed weeks ago when Trevor and Jason were gunned down at Trevor's house. Jeremy doesn't seem to want to believe that they are both gone. But at this point, Maggie is after Jeanette instead of the boys. Since she is after Jeanette, she is following her wherever she goes. Right now, she is in the DuPont Center area shopping, and Maggie has found her there at those shops on DuPont Circle. There's a very big and nice park not far from there. Jeanette is just doing some shopping, trying to keep herself busy. Hello, Greg. This is Jeanette, Jason's wife. Jason told me to call you if anything happens or if there is something that I need your help with. I hope you don't mind, but I think I'm being followed. I have seen the same car several times in the Baltimore, Maryland area. Jason told me what to look for if I wanted to check to see if I am alone or if I am being followed. I am certain of it. Can you help me? Absolutely, Jeanette. I'm glad you called. I am here to make sure you stay safe. I would like to assign a couple of agents to look after you if you are okay with that. I told Jason I would do what I can to keep you safe. So, you let me know what I can do to make you feel safe and secure. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate it. And I know Jason does too. What would you like me to do now? Could you come to our main office building to the bureau? I can protect you there and assign at least 2 agents while Jason and Trevor are gone. They will keep an eye on you in D.C. or any of the surrounding areas. I understand you are staying at your sister's house in Maryland. I can set up a detail in the Baltimore area if that will work best for you. You tell me, and I will set up whatever is needed. That's great, Greg. I can be there in about 30 minutes. I will leave right now. I really don't want to put you out. I don't expect you to guard me 24/7. We can talk about it after I get there. Thanks again, Greg. I will see you soon. As Maggie Dodwell comes around the corner, she practically runs right into Jeanette. Jeanette is carrying several packages, including shopping bags full of new things for Jason. Jeanette has taken it upon herself to spoil Jason with new stuff that she wants to give to him when he gets back. Hello, is this the right place? I follow Greg's directions to get up on this floor. I am not sure if I am in the right place. Jeanette says to an official-looking guy up on the 14th floor. Ma'am, you are in the right place. Greg's office is right that way. Let me introduce you to him. Follow me, please. Greg, this is Jeanette Brandt. She has been looking for you in the building. Jeanette, this is Greg. A nice man from the hallway helped her find her way to Greg. Thank you. Greg, hi. Thank you for meeting with me. I'm so afraid. This lady is watching me and has been watching me for the past 2 days. My pleasure, Jeanette. Let me know if I can do anything else for you. In the meantime, we will do what we can to keep you safe. I have assigned 2 agents to keep you under surveillance. Let me know if you need to go anywhere specific so we can plan for that. Other than that, just let me know if I can provide anything else for you. Here is the name of the person in charge of your detail. Greg says, Jacob, I have been calling you. Where have you been? Jeremy says to his attorney, I wanted to get an update on the hit person and see where she is in the impending death of one Jeanette Brandt. Can you give me an update as to where we are at? I can tell you that she is on the job and has been watching this Jeanette person. She didn't say when she would be completing this task for you, but it will be within a month. She can't say for sure, but she will let me know as soon as it has been completed. What are your results on that other thing we spoke of? Well, we can't discuss it here, but I can tell you that it is proceeding nicely. I will give you an update as soon as I can, but I will do that in person. 2 weeks. Then I will come to see you, Jacob, his attorney, says. All right, I will let you know everything that is going on with the hit person and Jeanette. I do know that the hit person is following her around everywhere. I will talk to you soon, Jeremy, Jacob says and hangs up the phone. Chapter 10. Trevor, this is Stephen from Dallas. How are you and your team getting along in Canyon Springs Wash? I have some of that information you asked me for. I can help you with all of it, it appears. The human trafficking for all those young kids comes out of the Dallas airport. It turns out there is a secure location at the airport that this family pays for that allows for a holding area, as well as an office-type section as well. What we can do is swoop in and pick up all these people connected with this. What are your thoughts on this? Stephen, that's great. That's good information that will really help in this plan. I think we will want to swoop in and grab anyone that is connected in this Dallas airport location. Here is what I think we should do. I found you a registered pilot working in our Houston location. He is qualified to fly planes up to and including Learjets. I have already spoken to him on your behalf, and he said just let him know when you need him there, and he will meet you there. Great, but I have a better idea now that I have talked to you. Instead of replacing their pilot, we let them fly the kids to that location you mentioned in the Dallas airport, and we take them down there. Is there a way to find out how often they send boys and girls this way? I would like to stop all of it, starting with the next time they do. From what information that I was able to get, it looks as though they send children to Canyon Springs Wash first, and then from there they go off to Dallas. We will need to circumvent this as soon as we possibly can. We will want to grab as many kids as we can, Trevor says. From what I was able to find, it looks as though they take kids out of their beds in the middle of the night all across the countryside. They gather them all scared in one of the cellars to one of the buildings in Canyon Springs, Washington. There, they keep them tied up and quiet until it's time to move them out. This has been observed by several snitches over the past few months. One of the reasons why we were asked to jump in and help this town out. Perfect. A couple of us will meet you at the Dallas airport to start this process going. Thanks, Stephen. Were you able to find anything out about their casino nights up here? Where they pick the guests up from and specifics? Actually, I was able to find out a few things about those nights. They do them every 4 nights. You guys are going to have to spend a great deal of time dealing with just that. I will send you all the info in an email. That will have pickup times and their locations and what you will need to do to look the part. Basically, to not look like a Fed. They walk into the house where they are staying. Trevor speaks up. I just heard from Stephen from the Dallas office. As Trevor explains to the team what Stephen told him about the casino nights and the human trafficking, the guys gather around to hear what he has to say and to decide as a team how they're going to handle these 2 areas. I think for the casino nights, we should take those in shifts. Like, for example, say Austin and I do the first one to see how they go. I think we can determine a pretty solid plan once we have gone through their process at least once. Stephen did make one firm point. We have to make sure we don't look like Feds. What I discussed with Stephen was, as we start to get close to wrapping this up and making our arrests, we need to pad the whole party with all agents. So, as we get closer, we will start sending more and more agents as the patrons of this casino night. Now, in order for us to bring them all down at the same time, we're going to have to spread ourselves out, so we have everything covered. Human trafficking might be the one we can't wait on. I vote for killing that process of theirs as soon as we get ready. No waiting on that. I don't want to see any more kids getting caught up in that mess and then disappear forever. So that process will not have to wait. We will talk about that once we get everything in place. Let's talk about this more later on how we can make these arrests and get this shut down. Okay, Rob, I think what we need to do first is concentrate on the human trafficking, and for that, we need to go to Dallas. My thoughts on this are, we go to the airport in Dallas and have a plan to take over their operation. According to what Stephen was able to learn, they appear to be gearing up for another pickup, which means more children grabbed. Now, I believe what they do is gather them over the course of several days, maybe even a couple of weeks, and keep them locked away somewhere in town. We need to find out when the plane is due to arrive at the airport here, so we can be ready for it. That is one connection we do not want to miss. We set up an observation post on the other side of the field where the plane lands. I think I know how we can learn what we need to from this operation. Austin, Brandon, and Steve, I think we can take care of that. Remember the hotel in D.C. where we took down Christopher? Well, I'm thinking we go in and grab everyone from that operation at one time. Guns drawn, and no chance for them to get away or tell anyone. What do you think? I like it. I think we can do somewhat the same thing as far as coming at them with guns drawn, so they know they won't have a chance, Austin says. I agree with Austin, but we definitely need to know more about their operation. For that, I think we need to gather more information from Dallas. Let's go down to Dallas for a couple days to work with the Dallas folks and see how much we can learn. We can also set up the process for the casino nights, Brandon says in response. That's exactly what I was thinking. We need to spend some time in Dallas and gather as much information as we can. I will call Stephen and have him set us up in some hotels for a couple nights, Trevor says. But I think we all need to go. This is a job for all of us. We need to stake out that airport, the section they have reserved. Rob, what are your thoughts on this? I agree with all of you. I think Trevor is right. We all need to go down there and start setting this whole thing up. Now, I think that these casino nights are going to go on for several weeks before we are close to wrapping it up. But we need to play this by their playbook. That's the only way we will be able to blend in and not call extra attention to ourselves, Rob says. Exactly. We need to be on their timetable, not ours. We need to blend into the background when we're playing casino. So only a couple of us for the first few weeks. And we change it up. So, for example, the first time we go to play, only me and Austin. The next time, it could be Jason and Rob, and so on. As we get closer to the takedown day, then 3 of us will go, and then 4, and so on. When we get down to the final days, and then the final day, we will have the maximum number at the party. So, everyone that goes as a guest on the final day will all be our agents. No civilians. I will call Stephen and start setting this up, Trevor says. Stephen, hello. This is Trevor. My team has been talking, and we are ready to start setting up the operation to close down the human trafficking. We're going to make the operation in Dallas. We get as many agents as we can, and we will take the whole operation down once the plane arrives from here. Trevor says, since you and I spoke last, we have had their Dallas airport location under high-powered scope surveillance. We can see everything they're doing, and we can see everyone that comes and goes. We are cataloging all the people that are working there. When we are ready, we can go in and completely cover the entire facility, getting everyone at the same time. For this operation, that's what we will want. Grab everyone at the same time. Now, according to what my team was able to uncover, they will be sending kids down here on a plane within the next few days. We have an undercover maintenance man in the building, so we are hearing what they're talking about. And the big thing right now is the next delivery. These animals don't even think of these children as human. They are packages being delivered. Our contact inside was able to see some arrangements by accident. They have a complete portfolio full of contact information, which we assume is for the final delivery. He couldn't see anything further, but it is definitely something we need to look for when we raid the place, Steven says. Steven, I'm just thinking I wouldn't want anything to happen to these children before we are able to rescue them. If we let the children fly to Dallas, and then we grab them all at the same time, we get everyone, and no one back here is the wiser. What do you think? Trevor says, I tend to agree with you on that. I would hate to see anything happen to those kids before we have a chance to rescue them. We have to play it pretty careful then. So instead, we will have the Gardenias fly them to Dallas as planned and grab everyone while still on the plane. Okay, how many agents will you think we need in order to grab everyone by surprise and allow for no one to call out? Actually, we have that covered too. We will swoop in with 30 agents and grab the plane as soon as it lands. So, what I'm thinking, we wait until they land and open the doors. Then we grab the plane at the same time as the building. For the building, we're going to cut the phone lines so no one can call for reinforcements or alert those in Canyon Springs wash of what's going on. This has to be a big surprise. Okay, so we are not going to send a pilot here then? Correct. I think we can have better luck with this way instead. Okay, I've been telling my team what we have been talking about, and I'm getting the thumbs up from all of them. So according to your sources and your undercover agent, the gathering of all the children will be in 3 nights? If that's so, that's perfect. My team will take care of the plane. We will let your team of 30 or so take the building, but once the plane lands, we will take that. Sounds good. We will leave that to you then. We need to make sure there is no communication with the building, because there is a chance of them contacting them once they are on approach. We need to keep them business as usual until right when they land. Agreed. We will stay out of sight until you are ready to grab the building. We need to make sure everyone is grabbed, so there are no chances for slip-ups. These kids' lives are hanging in the balance, so we don't get a second chance at this. While we're down there, we're going to leave 2 from our team to hook up for the casino nights here. There will be another one on Friday. That will be perfect. Will you help them get ready? They will need tuxedos and traveling money. Make sure they have plenty of money in their pockets, so they look like high rollers. Austin and I will be the first 2. The 2 for the next one will be Rob and Jason. I have already spoken to Austin, and we have a game plan for the first time we go out on this. Just surveillance to see how things run, and to see if we can spot them cheating, which I'm certain they are. We want this family to think we are just guests like everyone else. Can you find out what we need in order to convince them we're just like everyone else? No problem. The money has been ordered and should be here by Thursday. I think you should take the money back with you. This is a lot of cash. Figure out how much you should have for Friday, and then take the rest back with you to keep at the house you're staying in. That way, it will be available when you need it. Sounds like a plan. We can do that. In fact, I believe I was reading that this motorhome has a secret safe hidden away, so we can keep it there. Perfect. We have a plan. I will meet you and your team at the Dallas airport. I will send you GPS on where at the airport we should meet. I want to make sure there is no way anyone knows we are there and for what reason. Total surprise is the only way this is going to work. Okay, send that off to me in the next day or so, and I will see you on Thursday at the Dallas airport. Great. I look forward to meeting you face to face. In fact, I look forward to seeing your whole team. We will be working together a few times on this case of yours, so we want to make sure we are accessible to each other when we need to be. Agreed. We can't wait to meet you and your team face to face either. I will see you Thursday. Send us the info and I will talk to you then, Trevor says and hangs up, turning his attention to Rob and crew. Trevor contemplates how this will all go down. He was concerned that they might be putting these children in harm's way. Rob, we need to be really close on this setup with the plane. You heard me tell Steven that we will take care of the plane. Once it lands, we let them open the doors first, and then we have to be ready to jump on the plane before they know what hit them. We can do this, but we have to be on top of our game to keep those kids safe. Anyone have any ideas on this operation beyond what you heard me tell Steven? Rob, I hope I wasn't stepping on your toes too much by taking the ball and running with it. He did ask, and I did have ideas on how we should do this. We should discuss this among ourselves if we should do this differently. Let's talk about it, guys. If you think we should do this differently, then okay. I am by no means saying my way is the best way. I'm just offering ideas. Trevor, I am completely on board with your ideas. I like the ideas and agree. We will have to be ready to jump on the plane as soon as they open their doors. Rob says, we all need to be there. This will be an all-on-board operation. One other thing I thought of, and Steven actually made me think of it when I was talking to him. I think we need to get surveillance out to the airport here. We need to find a place that is out of the way and not observable from the airfield. Rob, you were telling me when we first picked up the motorhome that there were several cameras and high-powered lenses stored in there. We have the equipment. We should go out and keep an eye on what this family is doing out there. What are your thoughts on that? Trevor says, I agree with that. I will be happy to go out and see what I can find, Steve and Brandon say in unison. Tell you what, I will go out and see if there even is a place for us to do surveillance from at this airport. Since none of us have actually been out there yet, we should probably see if that is even possible, Brandon says. Works for me, Brandon. Rob, what do you think? I am totally in agreement that Brandon can go out there and just check it out. We do know that they will, at some point, move all these teens to the airplane for transport to Dallas. It would be nice to learn when we can move on Dallas, Trevor says. Brandon, I'm good with that. One caution, though. Give the airport a very wide berth. We don't know where they're located at the airport or how much of the airport they have covered. So be very careful. We do not want to tip our hands that we are here. As of now, and as far as we know, the Gardenia family does not know we are here. We need to make sure it stays that way. So be careful, Rob says in response. Okay, and I think if two of us go, it will probably be better and we can watch each other's backs. Steve, would you mind going out there with me? We can do it this afternoon, Brandon says. Yeah, totally on board with that. We can go whenever you are ready. I will go grab the equipment from the motorhome. Then we can go, Steve says back. Perfect. Meet you at the car, Brandon says. Hey, I'm going to grab the walkie-talkies and give one to these guys back here at the house. Steve says, okay, Steve, let's go. Take that street over on the other side of town. I believe that will take us to the far side of the airfield, Brandon says as he points to the other end of the street. Chapter 11. Jason, this is Greg. Jeanette has been trying to get a hold of you. There has been some trouble here, Greg says as Jason answers his phone. This has been my nightmare since all this started, Jason thinks. Someone is going to go after Jeanette. I can't keep her safe from down here, but I also can't put myself in harm's way either. God, what do I do? Maybe if I ask these guys down here what I should do, they can give me some advice. I know Greg will keep her as safe as I ever could. Oh God, is she all right? She's fine, Jason. She called me, and we have agents on her keeping her safe. It turns out that one of your employees that was loyal to Blackstone told him that you were married and to whom. I'll have to talk to Lester to have him fire whoever that was. Who called you? Jeanette or Lester? Actually, they both did. Jeanette called because she thought someone was following her. We are not certain she was, but we aren't taking any chances on this. We will keep her under surveillance until you return. I don't want to tell you how to run your business, Jason, but I think Lester should get rid of this guy. Plus, I believe there's a law against that. I think Lester can have this employee arrested if he can prove that this employee did in fact tell Blackstone for the purpose of causing harm to Jeanette. I would call him and see what can be done. But in the meantime, don't worry about her. She is well covered. Jason is thinking that he hasn't called Jeanette nearly enough since he has been gone. But he's hoping she is all right. Getting reports from both Lester as well as Greg that someone appears to be following her doesn't sit really well with him. That's great, Greg. Thanks. I will give a call to Lester this afternoon. You're sure I have nothing to worry about with Jeanette? Everything is covered. You have my word on that. Okay, thanks. I will talk to Lester and deal with this employee. Thanks for the heads up, Greg. And more importantly, thanks for keeping an eye on Jeanette. Anytime, sir. I want you to concentrate on your mission down there. We will take care of back home. Okay, thanks again. Lester, Jason says into the phone as Lester answers it. Hello, this is Lester. Lester, Jason, how are things going up there? I just got a call from Greg at the FBI. He filled me in on what happened. Who is the employee that decided to sell Jeanette out to Jeremy? Jason says with attitude, I can certainly understand you have an issue with this jerk. What I want to do is fire him. But I was thinking, though, what he did sounds like against the law stuff. Would you like me to pursue that and see if we have a legal case that we can get him on, as well as losing his job? Absolutely. Greg mentioned that to me as well. Said it might be worth pursuing. He works for the FBI, and he thinks that it is against the law to provide knowledge to a known assassin for the purpose of ending another's life. So, I definitely want you to pursue this, and if he goes to jail, all the better. By the way, who is this employee? His name is Reuben Jackson. He was actually hired directly by Jeremy. I think he might be related to Jeremy in some way. Either way, he doesn't know you and Trevor are still alive, but I heard him bragging to one of his friends in the back office that he found out that you were married and told him Jeanette's name. He knew far too much about her. I'm not sure how he would have gotten that information. I certainly told no one. Well, there's nothing we can do about that now. Greg is keeping her under a watchful eye. He has 2 agents on her right now. It's not your fault, Lester. Who knows how he was able to get this information? Just that he did. Go after him for the legal issues. If it's illegal to do what he did, I want to know about it. And if there is, I can have the FBI go after him. Now that sounds like a plan. I will see what I can find. At the very least, though, I want him fired, Lester says. Completely agree with that. Let me know what you find out. If you don't get me but my voicemail, just leave a message and I will get back to you as soon as I can, Jason says. Okay, sounds good, Jason. Thanks. I will let you know. In the meantime, stay safe down there. Talk to you soon, Lester says and hangs up the phone. Hello, beautiful. It's your wonderful husband calling. At least I think I am wonderful. Oh well, maybe not. How are you, sweetheart? I have missed you terribly. Oh, Jason. I am so glad to hear from you. Yes, I have missed you so much. How are you getting along down there? Is it really scary work? I can't believe Trevor and his fellow agent would put you in harm's way, Jeanette says, smiling from ear to ear. Well, I've been lonely here without you. Plus, I have Trevor snoring in the bed on the other side of the room. We do have a house to stay in, which is nice. The mayor of this town hooked us up with this place to stay. There is enough room for our whole team to stay here instead of the motorhome. Everybody kind of voted on this house versus the motorhome. It's way more comfortable, Jason says. I take it Greg called you? Jeanette says. Yeah, he did. Are you all right, honey? I'm worried about you. He told me what happened. He has 2 agents on you, Jason says. I'm fine, Jason. I feel perfectly safe with these 2 agents watching me. I think it's a woman that is following me, Jason. I have seen her in this one car a lot over the past few days. Same woman, same car. Seems like everywhere I go, she's somewhere close by. Have you seen her near Bernadette's house? Can we be sure that whoever this person is doesn't know about Bernadette? I haven't. The closest I've seen her is in downtown Baltimore or in the larger cities around there. I went out to Annapolis yesterday to pick something up, and I didn't see her there, and I looked for her. I wanted to see if she was there also. I don't think she was. Well, honey, I don't want you taking any chances. If you need help, call Greg, Trevor's boss, or go talk to Lester, my general manager. Lester is going to deal with that employee today that told Jeremy about you. He should be gone by today and hopefully in jail. We think what he did is illegal and a jailable offense. But Lester is checking that out. Thanks, my darling. I always feel so safe with you. I will keep you posted, and I will talk to you soon. I know you're busy, so I will let you go. I will watch my ass. I think maybe I will just go see Lester tomorrow and see what he has to tell me. Will that be all right? Absolutely. Call him first. Make sure it is safe before you go over there. He'll keep you safe as well, so rely on him if you need to. Okay, you got it, my darling. You take care down there, and call me if you have a chance again soon. I love you, Jason. I miss you so much. Come home soon. Kisses to you, darling. And to you, my love. I will call you as soon as I can. In the meantime, I will be careful, and you do the same. Love and kisses back to you. Goodbye, honey. Hello. This is Lester. Hey, Lester. I just got off the phone with Jeanette. She's going to stop over to see you tomorrow. I told her you would help keep her safe, Jason says. I will too. I will make sure she doesn't get near this lady that is apparently out to get her. I have been looking into this offense that Ruben did against Jeanette, and I believe we can get him on a legality. I found out that Jeremy can be convicted for hiring a hitman, but Ruben can also be arrested for providing him with information on where to find the intended victim. He can be found just as guilty, whether he hired the hitman or not. As a party to it, he can go away for the same sentence as the person actually hiring the hitman, and that is 10 years. I've already given the information to Greg, and he has sent an arrest squad out to pick him up. They should have him in custody by tonight. He doesn't know they are coming, so he will be surprised when they show up to arrest him. He promised to call me once it's done. Is that great or what? Lester says, that is awesome, Lester. He'll have a lot of time to think about it while he sits in jail. He will have his day in court, though. That will teach him to mess with me. Lester, thank you so much. You are doing a great job at the helm. I appreciate all you do. Thank you again. I do have to get going, though. Keep my sweetheart safe for me, Jason says. Will do, Jason. You stay safe wherever you are at. I know you can't tell me, and that's fine. Just check in with me from time to time. I would like to know you are safe, and from now and again, I may need to run some things by you. So far, it has been pretty routine, but it is your company. I want to make sure I am doing right by you. If you ever think I'm not, please let me know. I want to be all that for you. Take care, and I will talk to you soon. Lester hangs up the phone. Chapter 12. Now that Steve and Brandon are on their way to the airport, Trevor thinks they can start getting a plan together for taking this plane in Dallas. We will only get one chance at this. We have to do it right the first time. Trevor, while they're out scoping the airport, let's get Steven on the phone and see if we can go down to Dallas and at least get this part of this process done. Austin, would you take the walkie and stay in touch with the guys at the airport? Got it. Hey guys, were you able to find a good spot to sit out there? Austin says into the walkie-talkie. We were. There's a place that is virtually invisible to that side of the field. With our high-powered lenses, we can see perfectly into exactly what they are doing. It's great. We should be able to tell exactly when the children arrive and what they do with them. We just need to make sure we have time to get to Dallas ahead of them. That will be the trick. We won't be flying, but they will. Ask Rob or Trevor if they have any plans for that, because that is going to be critical. Let me see if I can get a hold of Steven, Trevor says. Austin, can they give us an idea what's going on out at this airport? Brandon, is there anything going on there? Any activity? Actually, hold on. There's something going on right now. Let us scope it out and see if we can see what's happening. We will get back to you in a few minutes. We want to get a little closer. Okay, but be careful. We can't afford for them to see you. They won't. Don't worry, Brandon says. Holy moly. Rob, Trevor. OMG. I see what's going on. This is unbelievable. Guys, they are parading. Oh God. I count 17 boys and girls. They can't be 14 or 15 years old if that. And they're parading them into an old school bus at gunpoint. And it looks like AK-47s or maybe MP5s. What should we do? I can't believe this, Steve says. Geez, I have Steven on the phone right now. Let me relay what's going on, Trevor says. So, Steven, I don't know if you heard much of that, but our team is at the airport just west of town, and they're seeing this family parading 17 teenagers at gunpoint into a school bus. Looks like they're bringing them into town somewhere. Trevor, it looks as though the kids are brought into this airport by several locations. We see several small twin planes sitting out there. So, they must be scooping them up from all over, and then they consolidate them here and ship them in one flight to Dallas. At least that's what it appears they did. Steven, we're going to have to move on this faster than we thought. If they're bringing all these kids in here now, they're moving them out soon, and we need to be ready. There is no way I'm letting all these kids go. We have to save them, Trevor says in an almost panic over the phone. Okay, have them keep an eye on the airport until we are ready. That will happen soon. We are all set to take down that whole part of the airport in Dallas. We can completely take that operation down in one fell swoop. Now for your part of this. In order for you to take down the plane, you need to be here ahead of them. Can we leave those two at the airport watching and the rest of you get in a car and get down here? If you need extra men, no problem. We can give you all you need to effectively take that plane. What do you think? Steven and I agree. Rob, Austin, Jason, and I will be leaving here shortly. Let's hope they stay in town for a while before heading to Dallas. I think we can have just one of them at the airport here. I will grab one of them to come with us. See you soon. Austin, ask for one of them to volunteer to come with us and the others stay there and keep us updated on what they do, Trevor says. Okay, hold on. Steve, Brandon, we are all heading to the Dallas airport shortly. We only really need one of you there. Which one of you would like to volunteer to stay there and the other come with us? We can swing out and pick up whichever one comes with us. Austin says. This is Steve, Austin. I will stay. Swing out and pick up Brandon. Come to the far back of the airport on the extreme west side of the airport, and you will find us there, and you also will not be seen by anyone. When will you be here? 10 minutes, Steve. We will need you to tell us via cell phone if there is any activity. We want to have the walkie all the way to Dallas. Steve, do you think you can find out how long a flight from there to Dallas would take? If we could just get a ballpark, we would be able to at least somewhat judge when we will expect them to land. No problem. I will work on that right away and call Austin with the info. You guys better hurry though. Who knows how long they will stay here before they head out. My guess is they will move them after dark. We are already on our way, Steve. We will be there in a few minutes. Tell Brandon to be ready to jump in the car and go. He heard that. He will be ready, Steve says. Okay, one last time on the walkie-talkies. We are here, Steve. Brandon, let's go, Rob says. Hey, this is Trevor, and I just checked GPS for this trip. This trip will take us 4 hours, 14 minutes. So, we need to have no activity for that amount of time. Fingers crossed that we are there before anything happens. We are counting on you, Steve, to make sure we know everything that is happening there, especially if they put those kids on a plane. No puedes, Trevor. I will make sure you are aware of anything that happens out there. Hey, by the way, Trevor, do you think Steven can get you a picture of this Albert Gardenia? He is supposed to be the head of the family. Not sure. Why? Well, I keep seeing this older guy out there in a suit, and he looks like he's barking out orders, so I'm just wondering if that might be him. Has white hair, and this guy is very well-groomed. I will see if he can get us a picture of this guy. I can't believe he has gone through his life without being in jail at least once. So, there must be a mug shot of him somewhere. I will see if Steven can dig one up. Thanks for the heads up, Steve. All right, we're going to plan our attack of this plane tonight, so we will let you go for now. Plus, I would bet we are just about out of range. We will talk to you soon. Be careful and stay hidden, Rob says. Sounds good, Rob. See you guys later tonight, and you stay safe. You are the ones going under the gun tonight. Okay, not sure when we'll be back tonight, but we will see you then. Trevor and Rob think of ways to take the plane tonight safely. With all the variables involved, anything can happen, so we need to think of this from all sides. Keeping in mind, there will also be a plane full of children. We need to keep them safe as well. I have an idea how we can minimize our danger and the danger to the kids. We need to wait on the tarmac, and for that we need to look like airplane maintenance. We need to look as though we belong there. That's the only way I can think we can do that without drawing attention to ourselves, Trevor says. That's a great idea. Call Steven and see if he can get us some overalls and uniforms for their grounds crew. Dialing now, Rob. Hey, Steven, can you get us looking like airport maintenance? We're looking at the best way to get on that plane without alerting those on the plane. Also, one other thing I thought of. I say you and your crew of 30 need to be ready to pounce on every corner of that building so no one gets away. What do you think? That plan is already working. We have every inch of that building covered. We will move into place tonight as soon as we get word from your man, Steve, that they are on the way. As for getting you to look like airport maintenance, no problem. We have a whole box of uniforms just for that purpose. They may not all be totally clean, but they will for sure make you look the part. After checking on flight times and pertinent information regarding flights and travel to Dallas, Steve calls the guys en route for Dallas Airport. But he can't get a hold of anyone but Jason. His phone rings as he grabs it on the first ring. Jason, hi, this is Steve. I have that information Rob asked for. Tell Trevor and Rob that when I try to call them both, their phones went right to voicemail. Tell them the flight from here to Dallas is 54 minutes. Okay, great, Steve. Thanks. Not sure why Rob's phone is going to voicemail, because he is not on his. He's the one driving. But Trevor is on the phone with Steven from the Dallas office. This is a 4+ hour drive to Dallas for us. We're not going to want to do this too often, but we will be doing it often enough, I believe. You won't get out of the next one for sure. Oh, by the way, Trevor wanted me to tell you that while we are all in Dallas today, we're going to go and get our tuxedos for the casino nights. Steven told him they're black tie, so we are having him arrange for us to get them while we are there. He also is telling me to tell you that a couple of us will go with you to Dallas later this week, so you can get yours. Okay, sound good, Jason. Thanks. Sorry, I'm going to miss all the fun today. Well, you guys be safe and let me know how it goes. Oh, ask Trevor or Rob if I should go back to the house once the plane is on its way. Trevor says that once the plane is on its way, there is no reason for you to stay there. We will meet you at the house when we get back. You're doing an awesome job out there. Has there been any activity at all out there? None. It's like they called it a night, but it's just starting to get a little dark, so I'm almost thinking they're going to move the children after dark. That would make the most sense. So we will see. I will keep you guys posted. Oh, will you call me when you get to the Dallas airport? Sure thing, Steve. We will talk to you soon, Jason says. Okay, guys, we're just coming to Dallas. Rob says, as Rob is turning off the freeway, he says, we should be at the airport in less than 30 minutes. Does everyone have their body armor? I guess that's something I should have asked before we left. Rob, I don't have body armor. What should I do? Jason asks. Trevor, check with Steven to see if he can scare some up for Jason. He's going to need it this whole trip, so we need to make sure he has it. Trevor reaches for the phone to call Steven, but Steven calls him before he has a chance to dial. Hello, this is Trevor. Trevor, Steven here. I wanted to let you know that everything is set here. When you arrive, hold on, Steven. Let me put you on speaker. I'm not driving. Rob is. On speaker. He says, okay, Rob, when you come into the airport property, there's a gate that is always open apparently on the far south end of the field. You will know you're there when you see this old windmill that is sitting in front of the fence. Come in there and immediately turn right. Go down about 1.5 miles on that road and turn left into the very first drive you see. Once there, the building we are operating out of is right inside that fence on the left. You will see our vehicles in front of the hangar doors. Okay, got it, Steven. We will be there in 10 minutes. The reason I was calling you is we have a new man with us, Jason Brandt, and he doesn't have any body armor. Do you think you can find some for him? Absolutely. I will greet you as you get here, so I will take Jason to the storeroom in the back. We have plenty to choose from. I am certain we will find something for him. He can keep whatever he finds, Steven says. Great. Thanks, Steven. We're just pulling into the gates now. That's us coming toward you. Talk to you in a minute, Trevor says as he hangs up. Trevor is thinking, we are finally here and need to get this party started, but we can't do anything until we know the plane is on its way. So, we need to get changed so we look like we work here. Oh, my phone is ringing. Trevor scrambles to grab it. Hello, Trevor. Trevor, Steve. They're loading the plane right now. There are all 17 kids we counted, but only 3 of their people are on board, and that includes the pilot. This might be easier than you think. They're armed, though, right? That they are, but only handguns. No automatic weapons. Now, that is good news. Okay, call me back as soon as they take off. I want to know exactly when they leave the airport so we can gauge when they will be here. Okay, no problem. Talk to you in a few. Steven, Rob, everyone. Over here. Trevor shouts to everyone in earshot. Steve just called. They're loading the plane as we speak. All 17 kids we saw. And get this, only 3 men on board with just handguns. They're still weapons, but easier to deal with. The 3 men include the pilot, but he also was armed according to Steve. Rob, here's what we need to do then. I will bet one of them will be at the back of the plane, keeping everyone quiet. We need to go in through the door fast and hot. 2 or more of us have to go after the cockpit. We need to make sure that it's secure first, or at least at the same time. Agreed. Brandon, Jason, Austin, and I will concentrate on the cockpit. You go in facing the back of the plane. We need to do this as smoothly as we can. Rob says, okay, I have the back. We go in guns drawn. We can't take any chances with these guys. Oh, hey, that's Steve calling. Just a second. Trevor says. Steve, what's the word? Trevor says. The plane is taking off right now. Trevor. Good luck. Okay, Steven. Rob, the plane is in the air. So, under an hour it will be landing. Everybody needs to get dressed and in position. Okay, everyone. Positions, everyone. Just like we discussed yesterday. Everyone needs to be ready to jump into play before or just as they are opening the doors to the plane. There can't be any warning before we grab everyone. Who's going to cut the phone line to that building? Steven says to the crowd of 30-plus agents. This is going to be a slaughter. They aren't going to know what hit them. So, everyone gets arrested. I want at least 2 agents on each bad guy. Rob's team will take the plane, so that's all theirs. Everybody else gets everyone else. No slip-ups. Do it like you were trained. Methodical and exact. No more preaching. Let's get in position, Steven says. As Steven and his Dallas agents leave the hangar, they are moving in a covert formation away from the buildings and definitely away from the building they're about to conquer, as Steven puts it. Everyone moves into place in and around the building, making sure that everyone sees their target. Each one of them are mapping out exactly in their minds how they're going to grab their person of interest. Steven is with Trevor and Rob. Jason, Brandon, and Austin are on the tarmac. They're driving airplane luggage vehicles, fuel trucks, and maintenance trucks, all just to look like they all work there. 2 of them are just standing on the tarmac, pretending to work on a plane that is parked there. The plane being worked on is great cover for them when the plane they're waiting on is taxiing toward the building. They can't be seen as easily. Trevor is thinking this operation has got to go without a hitch. They will only get one shot at this. They blow this. 2 things will happen. The Gardenia family will know that they are here, and those children can be harmed. That is the most important part of this operation's success, making sure those kids are safe. Okay, guys, the plane is coming in for a landing. It should be taxiing over here shortly. Be ready. This is it, Trevor says as he watches the plane circling the field. They all look busy like they could care less that a plane is landing. Steven, tell your guys to get ready. The plane is landing. Okay, cut the phone service to the building now, Steven says. Okay, Steven, phone line is cut, says an agent over the softcom mic. Okay, everyone move in. Now, the plane is on the tarmac. Rob's team is on the runway, waiting for them to pull up. Steven and his team are scattered all over that end of the airport. 5 men take the main door inside the building leading into the office area. Another 6 men take the hallway right outside the main hangar door leading out to the runway on the left, and another 8 take the hallway leading the same way, but on the right. Both sides connect to a smaller hallway, but then turn into the hangar approach drive on the runway. Everyone is on a softcom that allows them to talk to each other with barely a whisper. Okay, everyone go-goes, Steven says in the softcom. At that moment, everyone rushes their offices and all areas leading to their building. Everyone is grabbed and detained without incident. No one had a clue this was coming. The FBI took the Gardenia family completely by surprise. No incidents from those on the ground. They're all being detained at the back of the building and inside so no one on the airfield can see. The plane is taxiing in. Everyone, Rob says into the softcom. Wait for it to stop, and then as soon as they open the door, grab it and pull it down. Rob's team is just standing near the maintenance vehicles, looking busy and appearing to not pay attention to what the plane is doing. The plane taxis over to the building where they will apparently unload the children. As the plane starts to come to a stop, Trevor and Jason are on the inside closest to the door latch. As soon as they stop, someone from inside the plane opens the door right away. As soon as the door starts to come open, Jason grabs the door and pulls it down as hard as he can. As soon as he does, Trevor gets on the steps. He leaps into the plane, pointing toward the rear of the plane, where one of the Gardenias is holding one of the boys tightly and with a gun to this boy's head. Jason, Rob, and Brandon jump on the plane and take the cockpit. They did not have a chance. Let him go, Trevor says. Put your gun down or I will kill him, the Gardenia shouts back, holding the boy even tighter. You need to let him go or this will end badly for you, Trevor says back. I will kill him if you don't back off. I'm not moving. You need to put your gun down. I will not tell you again, Trevor says, raising his gun so is now level with this guy's head. I'm not putting down this gun. In fact, I think I will just kill him, and as many as I can kill before you kill me. Really? You think that's the best way this should end? It's going to end with either you dying or you putting down that gun and surrendering to me. I will kill him. I promise you that. Then what will you do besides kill me? Then you will have failed. I will not want to fail. You are right. With that, and no warning, Trevor pulls the trigger, and the bullet whizzes past the boy's head and shoots the gardenia right in the forehead. A perfect shot. The boy screams and jumps out of the way, completely unharmed. The gardenia falls to the floor in a pool of blood as he drops the gun to the floor dead. Trevor runs to the back of the plane to the boy's side and holds him in a tight embrace. Are you all right? Trevor asks him. I am. Thank you so much. You saved us all, the young boy says. Are the rest of you all right? A couple of them just say yes under their breaths, more like a whisper. But at least they're safe now. We're the FBI, and we are here to take you home. So, everyone, please file out of the plane, and we will get you home. Rob, how are things in the cockpit? Trevor calls to the front of the plane as Rob comes back on the plane with Jason. Trevor was not really paying any attention to what was going on behind him, but Jason and Rob each took one of the pilots with a gun to their heads. They dropped their guns to the floor, and Austin and Brandon grabbed them, and then each of them grabbed one of the pilots and escorted them off the plane quickly. We are good. They surrendered to us without issue. They are out of the plane and in custody, Rob says. As Trevor steps out of the plane behind Rob and Austin, a huge round of applause erupts out of all the agents that are standing out there, waiting for them to depart. Everyone is glad that it ended on a good note, and all the children were saved, and no one was harmed beyond being scared. Trevor smiles, totally embarrassed because he sees this as just doing his job. 19 employees of this operation, all gathered from the building operation, are now on their way to federal jail, Stephen says. We have been talking about this case between Greg and I, and because of the ongoing case still back in town, we have decided to keep all these federal criminals on ice without due process for the duration. Greg had a feeling this was going to be needed, so he jumped the gun and got a federal judge to swear out a warrant order that states exactly that. Any individuals held in custody pertaining to this case in the slightest bit are to be held without bail or bond and without a hearing in their day in court until this case is closed or, at the very least, wrapping up with no outstanding arrests. This is something that can only be sanctioned and signed by a federal judge. It can't be done without violating the rights of those in custody, except on a federal case with federal boundaries. So, what that means is you're all safe until this comes to a conclusion. No one can get bailed out of jail and then come after any of the agents while still working on the case, Stephen says. That is amazing. They will be held here in Dallas. Trevor asks. Exactly, Stephen says. Okay, everyone, we need to see if we can find any information in this office that will tell us any information about these kids. So come on, we're not done yet. We need to find where these kids are going to, if possible, Stephen says. Everyone still in the middle of wrapping this up move into the offices and start combing through desks, hoping to find something that will tell them what the plan here was. Trevor and Jason start looking through desks on the left side of the office, and Austin and Brandon take the right. After looking through several well-organized desks, Trevor calls Stephen and Rob over to where he is searching. I may have found something. Where are the kids right now? They're in the building next door with a room full of social workers. Stephen's district brought them in to help get these kids home and back with their parents, Rob says. Perfect. Let's go over there, Trevor responds. As they walk into the room where the children are, Trevor says to the room, Excuse me, folks, but can I ask the kids a couple of questions? Sure, go ahead. Everyone is grateful for what you did tonight. You can ask them anything you want, the social worker that appears to be in charge says. Great, thanks. I don't want to keep you, but I need to check a couple things out. Your names. I'm going to list off some names, and if you could tell me if these are any of you, I would appreciate it. Okay, Sandra Hopkins. Here. A voice out of the back says as she stands up. David Pope. Here. As each of them heard their names, they stood up. Grant Simmons. Here. Jordan Brand. Here. Sabrina Priest. Here. Melanie Griffin. Here. Stan Homan. Here. Kurt Sharp. Here. Brad Shepard. Here. Curtis Brewer. Here. Constance Smith. Here. Brian Martin. Here, Dennis Smith. Here, Catherine Hansen. Here, Larry Dunstan. Here, Fiona Carlson. Here, and last but not least, Brandon Thomas. Here. Thank you, everyone. You can all sit down now. That covers every one of you, Trevor says as he turns to Stephen and his team and tries to explain all of this. What I have found is a manifest listing of every one of them, and then a separate sheet with a name and address of the person I assume is buying them, I think. Now I could be wrong. After all, I am really new at this, but it seems to me if we were to send a team of agents to each one of these addresses and arrest those on this list buying these kids, that would be a pretty good end to this part of the operation. What do you guys think? Trevor says. I completely agree with Trevor on this. Looking at this list and these location sheets, that's what they call them, their addresses, prices, and the kids' names. Most of them are one kid per sheet, but there are a couple of sheets here that have 2 and 3 names on them with much higher pricing. So, some of these are buying 2 and 3 kids. Look at these locations. They're all overseas, in third world countries for the most part. So, I guess my question would be, how are they getting there? We stopped them from shipping these kids out. So now we need to go in and swoop up these buyers. Human trafficking in any country is illegal, and these buyers could go to prison for a very long time. Okay, thank you everyone. The absolute best of luck to all of you. The FBI will get you home and to your families as quick as we can. In the meantime, these social workers will get you in touch with your families as soon as possible with possible return home dates, but assure your parents you are with the FBI and you are safe. Goodbye, everyone, Trevor says. As he starts to walk out of the building with Stephen and Rob and his team, the kids rush him with a huge group hug to thank him for what he did. Trevor gets a little misty-eyed from the overwhelming gratitude from them. Chapter 13. Blackstone, let's go. You have a visitor. I think it's your lawyer. The guard says to Jeremy as he approaches his cell. Put your arms out. You know the drill, the guard shouts to him, indicating that he needs to put his arms out so they can shackle his legs and arms before going to meet his visitor. He will then escort him down to the visitor's center for his 10-minute visit. It's prison regulations. No one is allowed more than 10 minutes at a time. As they walk into the visitor's center, Jeremy raises his shackled hands up in greeting to Jacob, his lawyer. So, what do you have to report? Jeremy says as he sits down, facing Jacob. Well, this hit person is all set to go after this Jeanette person. Your old partner's wife. She will have it completed within the next 2 months, plus that other project of hers. She will take care of that also within the next 2 months. I will let you know as soon as she lets me know it's done, Jacob says. 2 months? Why so long? I wanted this done sooner than that, Jeremy says. Well, as your hit person puts it, she needs time to be sure she does it right. She is sure she will have her dead in 2 months. Also, she reports that she has enlisted the help of one of your loyal followers, Reuben Jackson, and will have that business completed also within 2 months, Jacob says. Well, I want regular updates on this. And tell Reuben to call me, Jeremy says. Okay, anything else you need before I leave? Jacob asks. Nope, I'm good for now. Tell the hit person I want to hear from her also. You got it, Jeremy. I will get to them both today. Okay, I'm out of here. Take care, Jacob says as he gets up to leave the prison. Next call Jacob thinks is to this Reuben Jackson. Jacob thinks the last time he spoke to this guy, he was confused about a couple of things. For one thing, he thinks Jeremy should pay him for the information he gave regarding Mrs. Brandt. Well, he probably then should have held out and not given the information until he got paid. Too bad if he is too stupid to give the information before getting paid. They are under no obligation to pay him now. They got all they wanted from him. Jacob thinks that he needs to make sure this guy is careful of what he knows. Reuben Jackson? Jacob says in the phone as soon as he answers. Yeah, this is Reuben. Reuben, this is Jacob Sutter, Jeremy Blackstone's attorney. He wanted me to touch base with you to be sure you are carrying out his orders and that you're helping with the office situation. You can tell your client I am. I will make sure that all the information is provided and that the research is done. I have also been in touch with someone that can carry out or at least provide the materials to get this done for him. Good. Mr. Blackstone would like to know when it will be completed. I will have it completed within 2 months. It takes time to put all this together and not get caught. I will let you know once it's been completed. Don't worry. He will be quite satisfied with the results. Well, you make sure you don't lose that job at the Shepherd Security Agency. You need to keep it in order to keep your cover. Don't worry. I got them totally duped. As long as I continue to do my job and show up, I will be able to keep my job, Reuben tells Jacob as he walks out to go to work. He has been assigned to run the dispatch center tonight, so he will be in the office alone most of the night. What a great time to get some of the groundwork done. As he walks into the office to start his shift, Lester meets him at the door. Hey, Reuben, ready to get started dispatching tonight? Yes, sir. Ready to go. Anything I need to know tonight? Special things going on? No, not really. There are a couple of shifts that will need to get covered, but they don't start until 11 p.m., so you have lots of time. Get Tom to help you if you have trouble finding people to cover, Lester says. Tom is the new operations manager, while Lester moves into the general manager role. Since Lester has been taking on the role as the one running this company since Jason is presumed dead, it seemed a prudent thing to do. However, he did check in with the deceased Jason for permission, though. It's still Jason's company, and Lester respects that. Now that he has Reuben squared away, at least Reuben assumes so, Lester takes some work and moves into the back office, which used to be Jeremy's office. Jason gave that office to Lester. Jason feels he deserves it. He went from being the operations manager and second fiddle to Jeremy to running the company. Lester thinks, I have done well for myself. Thanks to Jeremy trying to kill Jason. As Lester walks into his office, he grabs his cell phone to call Greg. Hello, this is Greg. Greg, this is Lester. I'm calling to let you know that I have assigned Reuben to a shift running dispatch tonight. So, he will be in the office here all night. When do you think you will be ready to come arrest him? Lester, that is all we were waiting for. Someplace where he will be for us to go and grab him. We can be there tonight. Give us 2 hours, and we will take your office. Will that work? Greg says. Yeah, that will work. I will have someone standing by to take over for him. Please don't wreck my office, though. The dispatch desk is at the front of the office. I will leave the front door unlocked before I leave. Sound good, Lester. And don't worry, we won't destroy the office. So, you won't be there when we arrive. I thought it would be best if I wasn't. Unless you would prefer, I stayed, Lester says. No, that's fine, Lester. You probably shouldn't be there. We can handle things without you. We have your cell number. If we need anything at the office after we grab him, I will call you. I will not actually be leading this capture. I have turned that over to Robert Fulton. He will be in charge of this operation to grab Reuben. He works out of my office and is one of my senior agents. He will take care of this as the professional he is. I have also given him your cell number just in case, Greg says. Sounds good. So, in 2 hours then. Robert says it should be in just under 2 hours. He will call you when they are about ready to breach, Greg says. Okay, Greg. Thanks. I will take off now and leave it to your people, Lester says and hangs up the phone. He walks back out to the front office with his jacket in hand. Reuben, I'm out of here. Have a good night. And if you need anything, Tom's number is on the contact list. Make sure you get those shifts covered. That's important. Make it a priority. Good night. Good night, Lester. I will take care of everything, Reuben says as he sits in the dispatch chair to get comfortable for the night. About an hour goes by, and Reuben decides that it's time to at least start laying the explosives his contact provided. Damn, it will be one hell of an explosion. Maybe I will get lucky, and Lester will be in there when it blows. Anyway, Reuben gets stiff, so he stands up to stretch and kills 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. He has no calls coming in for the next hour, so he has plenty of time. After about an hour, he gets everything laid like he was shown, and now all he needs to do is set the detonators, and he has the blasting caps in his pockets. Before he has a chance to do that, though, standing on the side of the building, he sees the FBI agents coming around the corner down the street. Oh crap, he thinks. They are coming for me. I'm sure of it. Now he's scared. He takes off down the street on foot instead of his car, afraid they will get him too easily if he were to jump in his car. Reuben runs down and across the street to an office building's parking lot. While searching cars in the lot, he finds one with keys in it, but the doors are all locked. No problem here. He smashes one of the back windows and gets in and takes the car. He drives down the street to the corner and flies through the stoplight, almost causing 2 cars to crash into each other. They narrowly escape getting hit, and Reuben pushes on. As he gets 3 or 4 blocks away, he hears the sirens. Looks like the FBI enlisted the help of the Metro Police. He needs to really hurry now. They probably found out about the car I boosted in that parking lot, Ruben thinks. Damn, they found that way too fast. Lester, this is Greg. Ruben Jackson saw the FBI coming and fled from your office. He stole a car down the street and is on the run from us and the Metro Police. We had to alert them to get streets blocked and as many police out as possible. I do have a question for you. Is Ruben an armed officer for you? Thanks for letting me know, Greg. And yes, he is armed. I don't know if he had his weapon with him tonight, but I would assume he has. I will have to get someone in there to cover for him. Do you still have agents at my office? Lester says. We do, Lester, but they are just about finished. They will be leaving in the next 10 minutes or so, Greg says. Okay, thanks, Greg. I will be there in a few minutes. I wasn't more than a couple blocks away. As the manhunt continues, Ruben is on the freeway now and going 110 miles per hour. He's being chased by what looks like 5 or 6 cruisers. Plus, now there's a helicopter in the air overhead. Oh God, what am I going to do? He thinks. What do I do now? What do I do now? Tears start to roll down his face. He is scared beyond belief, and he is so close to getting caught. Now the tears are really rolling down his face to the point it is blurring his eyes. He wipes his eyes to free them from his tears and turns off onto an exit. He knows this exit. There are a lot of empty fields out there and abandoned buildings with big parking lots. Maybe he can get away from them somewhere over here. After all, it's dark out, so it will be harder for them to see him. Oh great. At least it was until the helicopter turned on their big searchlight. Ruben keeps thinking that he is never going to get away. And then the absolute worst thing happens. He flies into this dirt parking lot belonging to this old factory and runs over something in the dirt. He doesn't see it, but he hears it on the underside of the car like something big hit him. He is still going at speeds over 100, and he is running out of real estate. He thinks to himself as he surveys quickly the lot he is in and possible escape routes. There appears to be only one at the far end of the lot. So he goes for it. He speeds up, and just as he does, whatever he ran over just did it for him. One of his tires blew, and at the speed he was driving, the car flipped over and over and over. 5 or 6 times, completely destroying the car. As for Ruben inside, he is really busted up horribly. Before the paramedics arrive, he stops breathing. 2 of the officers that stopped just short of where the car stops flipping pulled him from the wreck and started CPR, but they were not able to revive him. When the paramedics arrive, which was within less than 5 minutes, they were only able to pronounce him dead at the scene. He killed himself trying to flee. Greg, this is Robert. We pulled him over in a dirt parking lot off MacArthur Boulevard where he blew a tire, and the car did 5 or 6 flips before coming to a stop. He was going over 110 miles per hour at the time. 2 police officers pulled him from the wreck to try to revive him, but he died at the scene. Robert explained how everything happened and what Ruben did to cause all of this. He did it to himself, Greg. We didn't do anything except chase him. We had a chopper in the air, so we were not going to lose him. He did this to himself. We did not do this to him. I want to be clear on this, Greg. No puedes, Robert. I understand, and I am completely behind you on that. Don't worry. Make sure you get that report into me by morning. A lot of eyes will be looking for that report. I don't want any delays. Got it, Greg. Should I head back to Shepard's office and talk to Lester? Robert asks. I will give him a call. He is looking for a call from me anyway. I will relay to him what happened. Wrap things up there and make sure the reports on this have the Metro's version of that as well. Since they were chasing him, we need to hear from them. You make sure we do okay. I know the process, Greg. I will take care of it. Thank you. Good night, Robert says and hangs up the phone. Lester thinks he needs to get to the office. He has already called Tom to get him or someone else there to cover for Ruben. He ordered that an hour ago, even before all this business with Ruben. As he pulls into the parking lot of the office, his cell phone starts ringing. As he quickly answers it, he sees that it's Greg, FBI. Hello, Greg. How is it going? Have you arrested Ruben? Lester says, not knowing what went on there tonight. Actually, Lester, it didn't go off exactly according to plan. When our agents got there, Ruben saw them before they saw him, and he ran. It went completely downhill from there. He stole a car in the parking lot down the street and ran from the police and FBI fleeing at high speeds down the freeway. He gets off an exit and turns into a dirt parking lot where he proceeded to blow a tire at about 110 miles per hour, flipping the car 5 or 6 times, destroying the car and him with it. He was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 police officers did try to revive him, but to no avail. When the ambulance got there, the paramedics pronounced him dead. Oh my God. Well, I know it's no one's fault except his, but I still feel bad that he got killed. Okay. Well, I am at the office now, and I will check in with your agents. There's several here, but it looks as though they are wrapping things up. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you or your team. It looks as though I will be here most of the night. So just call my cell if I can help on anything else for you, Lester says, walking into the front door. Very good, Lester. Thanks for all your help on all of this, Greg says. My pleasure. Good night, Lester says. Out at the scene of the big crash tonight, Robert talks to the coroner after he puts Ruben in the hearse. The coroner, as part of their process, is to check the deceased pockets and give everything to the person in charge of the investigation. For this case, that is Robert. The coroner had walked away from Robert to finish getting Ruben ready for transport. Not 2 minutes later, the coroner rushes back to Robert. Mr. Fulton, he shouts. Robert turns around really quick as he rushes up to him. What's going on? Robert says, Look, we found these in the dead man's pants pockets. He hands the package he was holding out for Robert to grab. Mr. Fulton, blasting caps. All of these were in his pockets. Lots of them. Oh God, you don't suppose. Robert shouts to everyone out there. Get back to the Shepherd office. I think this guy planted explosives all around the building. Robert holds the blasting caps in the air. At that, everyone jumps in their cars and screams out of there and back to where they started from. Robert starts dialing Lester's cell right away. Lester, Robert, we are heading back to your office right now. If there is anyone in that building, they need to get out, including you, and get as far away from that building as possible. And do it now. I will explain when I get there, Robert says as he hangs up and quickly calls the bomb squad and tells them to meet him there. According to them, they had already been called by the police and are already on the way. They will see him there. 10 minutes, tops. They also warned that everyone needs to stay away from that building until they arrive. Everyone, Lester screams to everyone in the building. There were still several police officers there, as well as a couple of FBI agents in there. Get out of the building and get away from the building as far away as you can. The far ends of that part of the parking lot, Lester says, pointing to the farthest corner of the lot. As he ushers everyone out of there, Robert comes flying into the lot, practically bouncing off the curb as he jumps over it. He comes to a screeching halt about 50 feet or so from the building's front door. As he jumps out of the car, he yells to Lester and his 2 agents. Lester, you 2. He points to his remaining agents at this office until the rest come flying in. As Lester and these agents come running up to Robert, he says, We think Ruben placed explosive charges all around this building. We found blasting caps, and lots of them, in his pockets. We think his plan was to blow up this building, but we got to him first, and he ran instead. Fortunately, with the blasting caps in his pockets, we don't think he had time to arm them, but we can't take any chances. These could be just extras. So, we wait until the bomb squad gets here. We don't go back in that building until they say we can. While we wait, I need to update Greg. Robert dials the phone for Greg. Greg, I thought I would give you an update as to where we are at. Some new developments have emerged. Robert proceeds to fill Greg in on what went on there tonight. Oh God, and everyone is out of the building. Greg says, Yeah, we got everyone out. I called our agents and Lester to get everyone out. Our agents were just about to leave anyway, but now they are staying to assist here if they can. We are currently just waiting for the bomb squad to show up and check out the building. Oh, here they come now. They are going to want to talk to me. I will call you after it's all over to give you my final update. Robert goes off to talk to the bomb squad and get this search going. As they get dressed for the part, Robert fills them in on what's been going on here. Now that they are up to speed, they told Robert to just leave it to them. They will let him know once the building is cleared, both inside and outside. They can't take any chances if there are explosives placed somewhere in the building as well. As Robert leaves them to do their thing, he lets Lester know what it is they are doing to his building. And now they all wait. As the time ticks by while the bomb squad clears the building, the commander of this unit reaches back out to Robert with the startling news that they found 24 explosive devices around the building, stuck into the dirt next to the foundation of the building. They inform Robert that had these detonated, this building would have gone into orbit. There were enough explosives here to blow this building off the planet with very little evidence left there was even a building. This was one very angry person to plant that much explosives. I hope he is in custody, because if he isn't, he should be. This is huge, the bomb squad commander says to Robert as he exits the building. He's more than that. He killed himself in a car crash earlier. So, he has paid for his crimes, Robert responds. Okay, well, that's good. We cleared the inside of the building and found nothing inside. He only set them around the base of the building. Sounds good, Commander. We appreciate you clearing this for us. Have a great night, Robert says as he shakes his hand. Lester, well, I don't know what the beef was with this guy, but according to them, there was enough dynamite at the base of your building to put the building literally in orbit. This'll all be one big hole. You were very lucky this didn't go any further. My men are done now, so I think we'll clear out and leave you be. Let us know if there's anything you need from us. We are here for you and Jason's wife for as long as he is gone. Just call Greg. Those words came from him, not me, but I share them. We will help you in any situation, Robert says to Lester as he puts his gear in his truck. He shakes his hand and bids him farewell for now. Good night, Lester. Thank you, and thank Greg. Have a great night, Lester says as he turns and walks back into the now-cleared building. Chapter 14. Before the team heads back to Canyon Springs Wash, they stop and get their tuxedos for the casino night operations. Trevor thinks, so what's next in this operation? They're all very satisfied that this trip was such a success. This could have gone a number of different ways. Stephen will make sure this does not get out, that no arrests get on the books, or that these people they arrested do not get to call anyone until they are done with this entire operation. This we can do as they are all facing federal charges. They can attribute this to the terrorist act and hold them for as long as they need to. Stephen and his team have already put the office back in order so as not to show that anything happened there. Trevor reaches over to grab his phone to check in with Steve now that they are heading back, but Steve isn't answering. That's odd. Steve is not answering his phone. I hope everything is all right, Trevor says. Well, we did tell him to go back to the house once we had everyone in custody. I'm sure everything is fine. Could be just coverage. As we get closer, we could try him again, Rob says. Trevor doesn't see that Rob is very concerned about him not answering. That is so not like him, unless there is a technical reason why there is no signal. That would be understandable. But there wasn't an issue when they were in Dallas. Well, I guess they will find out in a few minutes. They are within 20 minutes of getting back to town. As they pull into the driveway, they cannot see the vehicle Steve was driving. Now Rob is really concerned. Okay, Brandon, can you show us where at the airport you two were sitting? Rob says, yeah, let's go, Brandon says. Let's take the motor home. Remember, we are sons camping with their father, Trevor says. Right. Good plan, Trevor. Let's go, Rob says. As Rob grabs the keys to the motor home, they all head out of the house to go see where he is. Rob starts to pull out of the driveway. Brandon gives him directions on how to find where they were sitting. As they approach the dirt road they were on, Rob turns into the drive that appears to lead up to one of the old runway gates. They don't see him, but the vehicle he was driving is parked behind some old buildings, or more like shacks that are sitting on the edge of the airport. Brandon points out how far away they were from the airport terminals and planes. Rob agreed they would never be able to see them over here, and there would be no reason for them to come over here. There is nothing here. Instead of calling out, they just comb the area around where the car was. All of a sudden, Austin says really loud, "Oh my God." He points to this ditch that runs the length of the fence line there and jumps down to the base of the ditch. The others come running and look where Austin is climbing to. There's Steve slumped down at the bottom of this small hill and a great deal of blood. Trevor jumps down there without another thought. He checks Steve out to report back to the rest. He's dead. As Trevor holds his head in his hands, he says to the team at the top of the hill, he was shot in the back of the head execution style. Basically, he was executed, Trevor says. You were great to work with and a great friend, and I will miss you. Rest in peace, Steve, he says as he gets up and moves to the top of the hill. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Steve, Brandon says as he puts a hand on his shoulder in the ditch. Steve, I'm so sorry for this. I wish you a safe journey to God. You were great to work with. I will miss you, Austin says as he kneels down next to him. Steve, this should never have happened. I'm so very sorry it did. It was also great working with you. Rest in peace, my friend, Jason says as he kneels down on the other side of him. Oh God, I'm so very sorry about this. I really don't know what to do now. We lost him. We have to decide whether we're going to finish what we started. Also, now that he was murdered, have we been compromised? Do we know? We need to talk to Greg and decide what we are doing. I think, unless we're no longer safe, we should continue to move on and finish what we started with. If for no other reason but to honor Steve. I feel so bad that we lost him. I am concerned whether or not the Gardenia family are aware of our presence here. We have stopped the human trafficking operation of theirs, and we arrested a lot of those involved in Dallas. We need to start working on the casino operation. Steve, rest in peace, my friend, Rob says. While the rest of them cover Steve up and make him comfortable, Trevor calls Greg to fill him in on what happened here, while Rob calls the police. The police here are actually the county sheriff. They have informed Rob they will be there in a few minutes. They're close by. All 5 of them are saddened by this event, and they have all expressed their feelings about this case to Rob. Greg, with Steve's murder, and it was murder in the worst way, execution style, we are not certain if we have been compromised or not. We're going to get out some feelers and let it be known that one of Rob's sons was killed here tonight while camping in this quaint little town. Trevor says, Oh God, Trevor, how could this happen? Greg says, I don't know, Greg, but we're going to find out. When you wrap things up there, call me when you get back to the house. I want a conference call with all of you. On speakerphone, Greg says, Rob, I think I speak for all of us here that if it's safe to continue, we would like to finish what we started, if for no other reason but to honor Steve, Austin says. Yes, we would like to do that if we can. Brandon, Austin, Jason, and Trevor all chimed in together. When we get back to the house, Greg wants a conference call with all of us. We need to wrap things up here first, though, Trevor says. As the sheriff arrives with the ambulance backs up toward the ditch. The sheriff gets out and approaches the guys who, at this point, have covered up Steve and are just standing at the top of this small hill, pretty much just quiet with nothing really to say about all this. Who's in charge here? The sheriff asks. I guess that would be me, Rob says reluctantly. So do we know what happened here? The sheriff says as he inspects Steve's body. We really don't. The rest of us were in Dallas working on another part of this. Rob says, You don't need to be careful about what you say. The mayor filled me in on why you are all here. I'm so very sorry about your man here. I can tell you this wasn't the work of those Gardenias. What? Are you sure? Trevor says loudly. Yeah, this is not them at all. This is something else entirely, the sheriff says. Sheriff, I find that really hard to believe. Steve gets murdered execution style here while we are trying to eradicate the Gardenias from this town. How is that? And how do you know it wasn't them? Trevor says, ever since they got to this town, everything they have done has been with a specific purpose in mind. Trust me, they have killed enough people in this town for me to recognize their style of doing things. And this is not them. The sheriff says quite matter of fact. Wow, that really takes me back a lot then. If it wasn't them, who was it? And why did they execute Steve? This is crazy. What other reason can there be? Trevor says, Okay, Trevor, just hold on a minute. We are not going to get anywhere right now. Let's just get Steve taken care of so he can rest in peace. Sheriff, can you discreetly have Steve shipped to this address in Washington? It's to the federal coroner's office. If you could handle all of this somewhere other than this town, that would be really helpful. Rob says, Yes, sir. Not a problem. I understand the need to keep this activity out of this town. We'll take care of it. No one will even know this happened, the sheriff says. Thank you, Sheriff. Do you need anything from us while we are here, or can we go back to the house? Rob asks, We have everything we need. Thanks for all the information you gave, and again, we are very sorry for your loss. Thank you, Rob says in response. They get back into the motor home and head back to the house. The boys are really taking this hard. They lost one of their own, and that is pretty tough to take. Trevor is completely silent through all this. They were talking between each other. Rob says, Trevor, you have been really quiet. What's on your mind? Well, I am dumbfounded. I don't know how we cannot blame this on the Gardenias, but the sheriff is pretty sure. So, if it's not them, who was it? And how do they know to find him here? Trevor finally speaks. I know. I find it really hard to believe they aren't responsible for this. But then I'm glad it's not. If that's true, Austin says. Okay, Bub, you're going to have to explain that, Brandon says. Well, think about it. If it was them, the chances that our covers are blown go way up. Like almost to the top. If it's not, then we are still undercover and can complete this case and honor Steve, Austin responds. Well, that is plausible. That sheriff was really sure, too. I was talking to the paramedic and standing by him when the sheriff said that, and he commented that if the sheriff says that and is really sure like that, we can take that to the bank. If he says this wasn't them, you could be rest assured it wasn't them. It was someone else. Apparently, this sheriff has quite a reputation, and he is never wrong according to this paramedic. Trevor chimes in. Okay, so if it wasn't the Gardenias, then who? And a bigger question, why? And how would anyone else have known where to find him? Only the FBI, including us, knew he was here with us. And that also begs the question, if someone knew he was here, how would he have found him at the airport and in that hidden spot at the airport? Only our team right here in this vehicle knew he was out there, and only Brandon knew where specifically at the airport he could be found. I'm sorry, but there are things here that just don't add up, Trevor says, feeling rather frustrated. Okay, I agree that there is no way the Gardenia family would have found him there. From what we saw just now, not a chance. He was well hidden. So did someone follow us down here? Is someone else keeping tabs on this team that we don't know about? I mean, how else? I am with these guys. I don't see how, Austin says, also equally frustrated. Well, we'll be back at the house in a few minutes. Let's sit down and call Greg on the conference line and put him on speaker. Maybe he can help understand all of this. But listen, all of you, before we get on the call with Greg, we need to decide. If this proves we are still okay and not compromised, we need to come together as a team and tell him if this is something we want to continue. So each of you, yes or no, do you think we should continue with this case and take it to the end like we planned? Yes, Trevor says. Yes, Jason says. Yes, Brandon says. Yes, Austin says. And yes, do you authorize me to tell Greg that if he asks? Rob says. We do, Rob. They all pretty much said in unison. Okay, here's what we will do. After we have talked everything through, I will push Greg without pushing Greg into asking us if we want to stay. Just nod, and I will speak on behalf of us all. Okay, Rob says. They all nodded in unison. Trevor thinks that the rest of this trip back to the house is too silent. I know I have all these emotions stirring around in me because of this tragedy of Steve's. I'm sure everyone else feels the same way. I can't imagine who did this to him and why. I mean, it seems way too coincidental that it just happens to happen here while we are dealing with the Gardenia crime family that doesn't have any issues killing people. I mean, what are the odds it would happen here and have nothing to do with this crime family? I mean, who would believe that? My mind is just reeling with all this. I just don't know what to do here. I thought I had all the answers that I got so smart going to Quantico. I know nothing if something like this can happen without any warning. God damn it. All this thinking is making me crazy. I need to focus on the task at hand. Besides, we are pulling into the driveway now. Okay, everyone, we are home. Trevor, you want to set up a speaker phone conference with Greg? Rob says, sure, I will get him on the phone right now. Trevor says as he starts dialing Greg's number. Greg, you have us all on speaker. Everyone except Steve, of course. Trevor says, I know. Hello, everyone. I want to start by saying how sorry this happened to Steve. We are all saddened by this event here at home. That said, we need to figure out what happened here, Greg says. Well, Greg, beyond the fact that we are all stunned by this, while talking to the sheriff, he is quite sure this is not the work of the Gardenia crime family. In fact, he was quite adamant, Trevor says. We were all there when he said that, Greg, and we are all having a hard time with the coincidence of this if it's not them, Rob says. I understand that, but I think I can clear up a little of this. We got information here at home that there were these two brothers that had it out for Steve. It was a case he worked in Texas back a year and a half ago, but more near Houston than Dallas. It was a case that he concluded by ending up putting the brothers in jail. They were tried and sentenced to 2 years in prison for their crimes. I couldn't find out what their crimes were that they only got a 2-year sentence and out in one. But from what we have learned in the past 24 hours is that they had someone following Steve from here. But I find that hard to believe, too, because he went to Texas with the rest of you, minus Jason and Trevor. Did you guys see or experience anything strange or unexpected on your trip down? Greg says, not that we saw. We weren't looking for anyone, but if we saw the same car, the same people all the way down, I would like to think we would notice that. Rob says with nods from the others. Greg, can you send to all of our phones a picture of these brothers? It's a long shot, but this is a big county. If the sheriff and his deputies see them, we could intervene and take care of that too. I would really be more satisfied if we apprehended them as well. Like I said, a real long shot, but who knows? If you don't try, then you get nothing, Trevor says. Well, if they did have someone dogging you all the way down to Texas, then they could have staked out the house you were staying in and waited for Steve to be alone. They could have followed you to the airport. He wasn't looking for them or anyone other than the reason why you were all down there. So, I agree with the sheriff. I don't think this is the Gardenias. We have already been contacted by the county coroner with information about Steve. They will be shipping him home in the next day or two. We contacted his family, and they requested that he not be cremated. So, the coroner is making the necessary arrangements. We expressed your deepest condolences to the family on your behalf. I'm sending those photos now, Greg says. Thank you, Greg. We appreciate everything you have done regarding this situation, Trevor says. You are very welcome. And again, my deepest sympathies to all of you on this terrible loss. One question remains, guys. Are there any of you that would prefer not to continue with this current assignment now that we have determined you have not been compromised? I will leave to all of you on what you want to do. Great job with the human trafficking operation, but there is more to be done. You tell me what you want to do, Greg says. From my side of the room, I would like to stay and finish what we started. We do have more to do, and I would like to finish it for Steve, Trevor says. I could not have said it better myself. One vote for me, too, Brandon and Austin say in unison. Jason, what do you think? You're as much a part of this team as the rest, Greg says. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. I personally think we should stay, if for no other reason except to honor the life of our friend. Rob, what are your thoughts on this? Greg asks. I am with the rest. We do have a lot more to do, and Trevor promised this town we would give back to them. I think we should stay and do just that, Rob says with more force than he intended to. Okay then, I tend to agree. I think we would be doing an injustice to this town if we chose to just leave. What would that say about us as agents? So, since we all agreed, then you should stay. Put the next part of your plan in place, Trevor. It's a go, Greg finally says. And this operation will be done in Steve's name. Okay, so the next step then is to talk to Steven to see when the next casino night flight is going to happen and for at least a couple of us get on the guest list. I recommend that Austin and I do the first run to scope it out, Trevor says as he dials Steven's cell. Hello, this is Steven. Steven, this is Trevor. We are ready to start the casino operation. Do you know when the next casino flight is to be? As a matter of fact, Trevor, it leaves the Dallas airport at midnight tonight. Can you guys be here? Yes. Austin and I will drive down and get on that flight. Anything we need to do to get invited on that you know of? Yes, you have to show up at the plane, which means know where it's at, and flash lots of cash and be in a tux. You need to look like James Bond. Okay, it's 4 now. We could be at your office by 10. Can you have someone go pick up our tuxes? We will change there. Oh, one more really important thing. Did you get the money? Without that, we go nowhere fast. Don't worry, Trevor. I got $100,000 for you guys to spend. I would take about $20,000 tonight with you. $10,000 each, and then we will leave the rest here. When you get back here in the morning, come pick up the rest of the money and the other tuxes and take them back to Canyon Springs Wash with you. Sounds like a plan. Will you be there in the morning when we get back there? I will. See you in Austin tonight. And, Trevor, our deepest sympathies to you and your team on the loss of Steve. We are so very sorry about all this. I just wanted you to know that if there is anything we can do for you here, let us know. Thank you, Stephen. It was an incredible loss, but we are dealing with it the best we can. Don't forget that in a few weeks, we will need the whole platoon down here for the final showdown. We'll talk about that when we get closer. For now, it's just going to be 2 of us a night until we are ready to close it down. One last question. How many nights a week do they do this casino flight? The information we got is that it's now being done only once a week. Well, actually, it's more like once every 4 nights. Not sure what significance that has, but that's how often we are told they have this. While you are playing tonight, why don't you try to get chummy with some of the guys running this thing? Might get you what you need. Just a thought, Steven says. That is exactly what I was thinking. Austin and I will talk on the way down how we should go about this. Thanks, Steven. I will see you later tonight, Trevor says. As Trevor hangs up the phone, he turns to his team and says, "Let me know, Rob, if you have any objections to this plan." According to Steven's information, they only do the casino flight nights once every 4 nights. But we're going to find that out for sure tonight as we play in their casino and observe what they do and how they do it. Now we know which building is their casino, so while each time they have one of these nights, only 2 of us will actually go and play. 2 of us will be on the top of that building across the street and down toward the end of the street watching. The mayor showed Jason and I where the best place to be is without being seen, and then the other 2 need to be in bed sleeping. Keep in mind, this is an all-night casino. We get flown in at midnight and flown out in the morning. I expect we will be gambling all night and then brought back to Dallas in the morning. Those of us going to the casino will not be wanting to drive all the way back here in the morning after being up all night. Tonight, Austin and I will go to Dallas and get on this casino flight. We will bring all of the money back here, along with the rest of your tuxedos. Austin, get ready to go because we want to be there early so we can join without suspicion. Rob, any objections to any of this? No, I'm good with all of it. What is the plan for the final showdown? I heard you say that to Steven on the phone. You guys like that word, I think. You've used it before, Rob says. The final showdown, we will pad the guests. Every night before then, we need to keep a mental note of how many people come to these, how they get on these flights. Is there any kind of fee or avenue for a guest to be invited or get into one of these? The final showdown will be all agents. Everyone at the plane on that night will be all agents in tuxedos. We have men and women that we can add to this list, but the final plan is going to include all agents, and we will be the only ones that will know that. That's why we play by their rules until then. They need to be comfortable with us there. So, we want them to get used to seeing us there. So, each night, when 2 of us go, one of us will be from the last run. So, every night we go, one of us went the last time. Does this make sense? Yeah, it does. I think I speak for all of us. Trevor, great job figuring all of this out. This is a great plan. We will do it your way, and we will get this done, Rob says. Thanks, Rob. Any questions or comments from you guys? I do have one question, Trevor. How long do you think this operation is going to take? Jason says, well, I really don't know. Great question, by the way. I wish I had an answer for that. A lot is going to depend on what we find out every night 2 of us go there. That's why it's important to take note of everything that's going on, but do not use paper. If they see us taking notes, they're going to wonder why and get suspicious. Everything has to be mental notes, and don't ask a lot of questions. Just curiosity questions that are around. If can you come back because you're having a good time? Or maybe a comment to one of them. My luck wasn't so good tonight. I would like to come back and try again. Things like that. And for God's sake, lose a lot of money. These kinds of people will want us back if we keep losing in their casino, especially if it's big money. Steven has arranged for us to have $100,000 in cash. We need to drop at least $10,000 each a night. They will definitely like that. Okay, any more questions? Trevor says. Everyone nods. They got it and like the plan with their smiles. So, starting immediately, the team will put this in motion, starting with Trevor and Austin on the first one. The 2 of them head for Dallas to join the casino flight at midnight. Chapter 15. As Jeanette drives toward downtown Baltimore, she looks around to see if she sees that car today, but there's no one there. Maybe she was just letting her imagination get the better of her. God, I'm jumping at shadows, she thinks. Okay, Jeanette, calm down and just go about your business. No one is following you. She decides to stop for some coffee at a local coffee shop and just relax a bit. As she is standing in line, a lady gets in line behind her and bumps into her. Oh my goodness, sorry about that. I lost my step there for a second. I certainly didn't mean to run into anyone. Are you all right? The lady asked with a concerned voice. Oh, I'm fine. That's all right. I was kind of daydreaming anyway. No harm done, Jeanette says as she gives her order to the person at the counter. Turning to the lady now, she says, Do you come here often? I'm not sure what's good here, and the lady is waiting for my order. Can you recommend something? Jeanette says, making just idle chit-chat with this nice lady. Iced white chocolate mocha has always been a favorite of mine. I think you will like it, the lady says. In fact, let me buy you one. This one's on me. Oh no, you don't have to do that. Let me buy yours. You've been so kind. Tell you what, you buy this round, and I will get the next. How's that? The lady says. Okay, that sounds good. Jeanette turns to the counter lady and says, 2 iced white chocolate mocha coffees, please. She pays the lady for both coffees. Thank you very much. That was very nice of you. Would you like to sit at a table and drink our coffees here? I would love the company, the nice lady says. I would like that. Here, let's take this table over here. Jeanette ushers her to the table after they get their coffees. Jeanette speaks first. Hi, my name is Jeanette Brandt. It is a pleasure meeting you. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Margaret. Maggie Dowell. Do you live here in Baltimore? No, I have not been in the city very long. I am here visiting my sister. I actually live in D.C., Jeanette says. Where do you live, Maggie? Do you live here in the city? Do. I was actually born and raised in Baltimore. I love this city. I would be happy to show you around if you like. There's a lot to see here in Baltimore. That would be great. I would like that. I have only been this way because my sister lives in Maryland, but I have never taken the time to see the sights of this city. So yes, that would be great. What would you like to show me around? I'm just spending time with my sister. I lost my husband recently, and am not sure what to do with the rest of my life now, Jeanette says. Well, I am free for as long as you want. I am currently between jobs. So why don't you and I meet here at this coffee shop tomorrow, say around 10? Maggie says, that will be perfect. I will see you then, Jeanette says, shaking her hand as she walks out the door to her car. It was a pleasure to meet you. Jeanette, it was a pleasure to meet you as well. I can see we will be lifelong friends, Maggie says. Maggie thinks, this is perfect. She is really pleased with herself. Now she needs to gain her complete confidence and become great friends where Jeanette will completely trust her without question. I can do this. I will take her on a sightseeing tour. Spend lots of time with her. This will be great. Jeanette thinks she will head back to Bernadette's house. She hasn't seen this person that she thought was following her all day today. Maybe it was just her imagination. So, I overreacted a little. Trevor's boss, Greg, must think I'm a lunatic. I will have to call him tomorrow and tell him he can call off his protective patrol. So tomorrow I will see some of the sights of Maryland with my new friend Maggie. She seems so nice. I can really learn to like her. I don't have many friends. It will be nice to get out from under Bernadette's hair for a while and spend time with someone else. Bernadette, I hope you didn't give away my room. I decided that I was being silly and I am jumping at shadows. Can I continue to stay here? I will stop being a wreck and just do my own thing until my Jason comes home. I am going out for coffee with a friend tomorrow in Baltimore and then some sightseeing. So, I should be gone most of the day tomorrow, Jeanette says. Of course you can stay here. The girls were really disappointed that their favorite aunt didn't want to stay there. So go put your bags away. Dinner should be ready in a few minutes. Will you help the girls wash for dinner? Thanks, Bernie. I appreciate that. I would love to help the girls. Gosh, I haven't called you Bernie in years. As I recall, you hated that. I still do. If you expect me to answer you, don't call me that again. Yes, ma'am. Duly noted, Jeanette says with a mischievous look on her face. Okay, so, Jeanette, who is this friend of yours? Bernadette asks. Just someone I met that I have things in common with. You're always telling me that I need to make friends, so that is what I am doing. We're going to spend some time together in Baltimore tomorrow, just hanging out together. Nothing special, just museums and stuff. You know, historic stuff in the city. Any reason why I shouldn't? No, didn't say you shouldn't, Jeanette. Just be careful. I will, Mother, Jeanette says with a little sarcasm. Okay, when is dinner? Are we going to see Derek tonight? Yes, we will, but I'm holding his dinner in the oven for later. He is tied up in a meeting of some kind. Okay, well, I will go see how the girls are doing. Katie? Stephanie? Are you back here? Time for dinner. Jeanette calls to the back of the house as she walks back there. The girls love pulling practical jokes on Jeanette. She's their favorite aunt. Well, their only aunt, so that qualifies as their favorite. Katie hides in one of the rooms with the door open slightly, and Stephanie hides in the adjacent room. And as Jeanette passes by the doors, they jump out and scare her. She only jumps about a foot. She laughs, they laugh, and they all end up on the floor in a big pile. Jeanette is having a great time with her nieces. It helps her forget all that's going on right now, and also helps her forget how much she misses Jason. Jeanette likes spending time alone, though, because it helps her contemplate her day and what she is truly scared of. The thought of someone trying to kill her just keeps her on edge. That is why she is so glad that she found Maggie, and she can call her a friend that she can spend time with and maybe forget some of the things going on right now and stuff that she just doesn't want to have to think about. She knows she can't tell anyone that Jason is really alive. That's a secret that Jason made her promise to keep. No matter how innocent it looks, no one must know. Oh well, time for me to get my butt in gear and ready for dinner. Tomorrow I get to go sightseeing. Want to be fresh for that. As morning approaches, Jeanette is feeling alive. More alive than she has been in quite a while. She thinks just how great it is to have a new friend that she can pal around with. Maggie is a delightful person as much as I know of her, but hopefully I will get to know her more as we spend the day together. I really need to get my butt moving, she thinks. She wants to meet Maggie around 10 at the coffee shop where they met it yesterday. I wonder what sights she is going to show me today. I've been here 1,000 times, but have never taken the time to see the amazing sights this city has to offer. Who knew? Well, that will all change today. Okay, Jeanette, let's get this train moving. Time's wasting. Hey, Bernadette, is anyone using the shower over here? I need to take one. I am meeting Maggie around 10, so I wanted to take a shower now. It's almost 45 minutes to get into the city from here, and it's already 8:15. Jeanette says, "Go ahead, Jeanette. No one is using it. It's all yours." "Thank you, ma'am," Jeanette says, kind of sassy-like but still nice. As Lester approaches the office, he seems a little apprehensive. He thinks it was just the other day that someone tried to blow this place to kingdom come and me with it. I just can't believe Ruben hated Jason that much. He was willing to blow this place up. I mean, that seems a bit drastic. It's almost like Jeremy had this spell over him, and he did his bidding. I love how Jason has taken this place and brought it back to life and put me in charge, allowing me to mold this place the way Jason and I talked about. What a great opportunity he has given me. But I wouldn't die for him. I mean, there's a limit. This kid died for Jeremy, and Jeremy probably doesn't even know it yet. He hadn't done anything that he couldn't get out of yet. I mean, he hadn't killed anyone yet. He would have ended up in prison for a short time, but certainly not like Jeremy. I just don't understand people sometimes. To be that hell-bent on following a person without any regard for what they're doing to others. I guess I just don't get it. As Jeanette rounds a corner onto Key Highway, she sees a parking spot right in front of the coffee shop from yesterday. It's a place called Three Bean Coffee. Coffee is great, and the atmosphere is even better. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so maybe we can pick up a roll or something delightful there, she thinks. Well, I'm a little early, so I will park here in front and go in and wait for Maggie. As Jeanette walks in, Maggie comes in right behind her. "Hey, Jeanette, that's what I call timing. How are you this morning? Isn't it a great day out today?" "It is, and you're in a great mood this morning. How about some coffee and a roll or something? I didn't have breakfast this morning, and I could use a little something before we go," Jeanette says. "Sound great to me. I seem to have skipped breakfast myself today. A lot of great-looking stuff in here. Not sure where to start, but maybe a blueberry muffin. They look delish." "Count me in," Maggie says. "Okay, I got this one," Jeanette says as she steps up to the counter. "I will take 2 iced white chocolate mochas." She turns to Maggie. "Unless you want something different today." "No, I will take that. It was really good. And, Jeanette, you don't have to pay." "I want to." She turns back toward the counter and says, "Okay, that's 2 iced white chocolate mochas and 2 blueberry muffins, please. Shall we take a seat over here?" Maggie says as she walks over to the corner of the cafe. "Yeah, that's perfect. Let's grab our order first," Jeanette says, handing Maggie her coffee and carrying the muffins to the table. "Shall we take a seat over here?" Maggie says as she walks over to the corner of the cafe. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's grab our order first, Jeanette says, handing Maggie her coffee and carrying the muffins to the table. So, I was thinking maybe the National Aquarium or the Walters Art Museum for starters. What do you like? Or do you have an idea what you would like to see? Maggie asks, Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure what I would want to see. My sister said something about the B&O Railroad Museum. My dad used to take us to the trains when we were kids. So that might be nice. Maybe the Maryland Zoo. I really have no idea. Why don't you suggest something and we can decide? How about that? Jeanette says, Okay, that's a good idea. We can go to the Rawlings Conservatory or Sherwood Gardens or the pagoda at Patterson Park is pretty cool. There's also Babe Ruth's birthplace. We can see all of these things and more if you want. We don't have to see them all on the same day. Unless today is the only time we can go. No, not at all. We can go anytime. I'm not working at the moment, so I'm all yours. Let's do this. Great. Let's start with the Railroad Museum and see how it goes. Maybe we get a couple of things in today, or maybe 3 and do some more tomorrow. So let's go. Off to the B&O Railroad first, Maggie says. Great, let's go. Since you're the tour guide, I will drive. We can leave your car here, if that's all right, and just come back for it afterward. Sound good? Jeanette says. Yes, sound great. So let's go. Maggie agrees as they walk out the door. As Jeanette and Maggie drive to the museum, Jeanette thinks how much she would enjoy doing things like this with her Jason. She can't stop thinking about how amazing he is and how much she loves him, loves being with him, and she can't stop thinking that it's unfair that this Jeremy chased him and Trevor away so soon after they were married. Well, they have the rest of their lives together. So, I can share him for now with the FBI. I have to be careful never to talk about Jason and Maggie, or anyone for that matter. Jason cautioned me about that. You never know who is listening. It's easier to just say, I lost my husband a short time ago. Jeanette thinks that she needs to stop thinking about so much stuff she can't change. I can't even call him. Oh, well, she thinks. We are here. Let's just concentrate on the tour. As she gets out of the car with Maggie, they head toward the building to start their tour. Maggie thinks, I need to figure out when the best time to strike is. This is going to be epic. I will have her completely duped. She will never see this coming. God, what a great plan. Sometimes I'm just too smart. Well, this could be interesting. Shall we? Maggie says. We shall, Jeanette says. Chapter 16. As Trevor and Austin make their way to Dallas, Austin thinks this is a great opportunity to maybe talk to Trevor about how they feel about each other. Austin has had strong feelings for Trevor since they worked together bringing down that Jeremy Blackstone, but he has been afraid to say anything because he doesn't know how he feels about all this. He thinks he feels the same way, but does he take the chance and say something and then be wrong? Besides, they need to strategize about how this is going to work tonight. Trevor, you seem quiet tonight. Everything all right? Austin says to hopefully break the silence. Yeah, everything's fine. I am just thinking about what's ahead for us. Is this all going to work tonight, like we planned? Do I really think I can make all this work? Just questioning why. I should think I have the answers when I have only been here a short time. Rob is the senior here. Is he going to start resenting me for jumping in with the game plan? I don't know, Austin. Then there's you. Okay, what about me? Well, there's something I have been wanting to say to you for a very long time, but have been, at best, apprehensive to say the least. Austin, I like you, and I think you like me too. Probably just as afraid to say anything as I have been. Austin starts to blush a little and says, I do. And yeah, I have been afraid too. I like you a lot. I would really like to have a relationship with you. But it would have to be a very secret one, though. I would like that too. Austin, why do you think I had you be my partner on the first run to Dallas? I was really hoping we would talk about this. We're going to have to get a hotel in Dallas, so we can sleep a few hours before heading back. I will ask Stephen to arrange that, and for us to keep it until this is done, so we can all use the hotel on our return trips to Dallas. I'm going to suggest that we don't do anything private like we are both thinking until this operation is complete. Just to keep our heads in the right game is all I am suggesting. We will have plenty of time once this operation is over to get to know each other. I also think this is something we need to keep completely to ourselves forever. How do you feel about that? No, I agree with you on that. We definitely need to keep this between us. No one else needs to know. As for tomorrow morning, I agree. We will get little enough sleep as it is. We need to be sure to use this hotel for sleep only. Okay, so we will put any relationship stuff on hold until we return to Washington. That sounds like a plan. As Trevor and Austin continue to move toward Dallas, Rob, Jason, and Brandon have an errand to run. They are taking the picture of these two brothers to the county seat to speak to the sheriff. It's a real long shot, but they might be nearby. Who knows what they're thinking? But long shots do happen to come in sometimes. And since this idea was Trevor's and his record of grand slams has been spot on since he got back from Quantico, the boys are thinking this could be another one, but who knows? Rob is thinking that this is another small town in northern Texas as they pull into the sheriff's office. According to the sheriff, this is a really big county, so they'll give it a try. Maybe we can have him send their picture to other counties in the area. According to Greg, these brothers are from Texas. We might just get lucky. As they walk into the sheriff's office, Rob says, "Sheriff, we think we know who it was that killed Steve. Here are their pictures. These guys had a real beef with Steve and promised he would be dead if they ever get out of prison. It's worth checking into. They might be in the area thinking they're free and clear. We were also wondering if you can perhaps send these along to other counties in your state. These guys are brothers and from Texas, so it's possible. We know it's a long shot, but we thought we should try anyway. Do you mind?" "No, not at all. We would be happy to spread this around to the other sheriffs in the state. Hey, stranger things have happened. You never know unless you try. I will also make sure these photos are in every one of our cars, as well as mentioned at every start of shift. If they are still here, we will find them. Thanks so much, Sheriff. Who knows? We might be able to wrap 2 cases up while we are here. So, you're going to stay then? When I saw you out at the crime site, that seemed to be up in the air. We decided that since this is not a Gardenia murder, that we have not been compromised, and we will wrap this up and complete it in Steve's honor." "Great. I know the mayor will be happy to hear that. He knew about it almost as quickly as I did. Before I got back to the station afterward, he was already on the phone asking about it. And the one question he had on his mind was, do you think they will stay and finish? I told him I didn't know. Well, it would not be right to leave under the circumstances and not finish what we came here to do. It would be different had we been compromised, but you settled that question for us, as did our boss in Washington. We will be staying. Tell the mayor we would not disappoint them that way." "Well, you'll be glad to hear that. Now, if we hear anything on these brothers, did you want us to let you know, or who? And also, if we do, by some miracle, get them in custody, what did you want us to do at that point? We have listed all our phone numbers here with this photo. If you do apprehend them, hold them and let us know. We will interrogate them, and if need be, we will arrange for federal transport back to Washington." "Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. I hope we get them. I will call the numbers in this order. Let me know if you need anything else," the sheriff says as he shakes each of their hands. Trevor and Austin approach Dallas, and just about to the federal building where Stephen works. He did tell Trevor he would wait for them to arrive. Stephen has several reservations about this operation. He is afraid they will not be completely protected if anything were to go wrong while they are in the casino. He is just thinking that if there were a way for his team to get ears inside there, that would help a great deal. Oh, well, for tonight, we're going to have to let Trevor and Austin wing part of their evening and pray nothing goes wrong. He thinks maybe he is an old mother hen and they will be fine. They should be walking in here any minute now. "Stephen," Trevor says as he and Austin walk through the door. "Hey, Trevor. How goes it, guys? Good to see you again. By the way, I meant to tell you that we didn't just bust up a human trafficking operation the last time you were here. There was a small drug operation and a counterfeiting business as well. It looked as though they were just branching into that business. You would not believe all the stuff we found there. Our cleanup crew spent 24 hours solid in there, cleaning up and organizing. They brought everything back here. We will let you know if anything comes of it. You will also be happy to know that all the children were returned to their parents or are in the process of it. That is great news. I would like to hear if you find anything that can help us in what we are trying to do." "Will do," Stephen says. "Now with the matter at hand. The case with all the money will be in the safe across the hall. I will be in tomorrow morning when you get back to Dallas. So, I can hold everything for you here. Once you return, what's the plan?" "Well, I wanted to talk to you about that. We will need a hotel room. Can you book a hotel room for us for tomorrow morning? And we will need that every morning we return from Canyon Springs, wash in the morning from the casino. It occurred to me that we drive all the way to Dallas, then fly back there at midnight, and then gamble all night, and then back to Dallas the next morning. We're not going to want to drive 4+ hours back there in the morning. We should stay and sleep for a few hours before returning. Any objections to that? Not at all. Don't know why I didn't think of that. Well, at least one of us did. I will take care of everything. I will have that ready for you tomorrow morning, along with the rest of the tuxedos and the money. Perfect. Also, one more thing. Will you or your snitches be able to keep your fingers to the pavement and keep us informed about the next casino night, and so on? There is no way for us to know unless they tell us at the casino at night, but I don't think we can rely on that. That is not a problem. Just send a text to us all when the next will be and so on. We will figure out who is going. I would also start getting a list of who you want on that final showdown, because we don't know quite sure when that will be. That is the one thing we will be playing completely by ear. Oh, and one more thing. When it comes to the final showdown, we will not want to rely only on those of us that are in the casino. We will want the entire place surrounded with agents that will not be in tuxedos. Me and my team will be inside because by the time this happens, we will all have been there, so they will recognize us. We will let you know how many agents we will need at the time of the final showdown. I know you think we use that word showdown a lot, but it seems to work for a multitude of sins. In any case, we need to get dressed for tonight and get out to the airplane. Oh, and we need $10,000 each. We will see if that will be enough, Trevor says. Okay, Trevor, Stephen says while thumbing through the suits. Here is your tux. He thumbs through the rest and pulls out Austin's and says, Here is yours, Austin. You guys can dress back there in that meeting room. Trevor and Austin go into the room and come out a few minutes later, carrying their civilian clothes and looking like $1,000,000. All dressed and ready to go. Time to head to the airport. It's only a few short blocks, and they will be there. This trip will be unarmed. In fact, every trip except the last one will be unarmed. They just can't take the chance. Why would any of their guests be armed? They would not be able to explain that away if they catch them with weapons. Trevor thinks just how nervous he is not knowing what to expect here tonight. This whole thing could totally blow up in their faces, and they could end up dead. As Trevor turns the car to go south toward the airport, he looks over to see Austin looking as nervous as he is. I'm sure we'll be okay. Austin, Trevor says, trying to reassure him. I know. There are just so many unknowns in this operation tonight. I'm almost sorry we had to be the guinea pigs for this. Plus, going in there unarmed makes me even more nervous. We are not wearing body armor. I know. It would be too noticeable. I get that, but still. I just don't want us to end up in a situation we can't get out of. Okay, so before we get there, we need to take notice of how many people get on this plane and how many they allow on this plane. It will no doubt have to do with how many seats they have. That's why I want to get there earlier, so we can be sure to get a seat. Plus, there might be a fee to board. We have plenty of money, so don't hesitate. Just give them their fee. Just follow their lead. Whatever they want, we provide. Okay, no witties. Should we be brothers or something? Friends? Or we don't know each other? What do you think? I would say we met here at the airport and introduced ourselves to each other, but let's just play it by ear. I do think it might be safer, at least for now, that we are not related. That's what I think. As they get closer to the entrance of the airport, Trevor's phone rings. Hello, Trevor says. Trevor, tell me you are not at the gate yet, Stephen says. No, we were just rounding the corner to the drive that takes us to that entrance gate. Why? What's up? Thank God. Listen, the agent that got the information from his snitch just ran in here and said to tell you the password at the gate is Canyon Springs without the Washington. There is no fee, but you have to tell them that to get in. So, I'm glad I got to you in time. You would probably have had a real problem when you got there. Okay, you should be good to go now. Good luck. Okay, thanks, Stephen. Will do. As Austin and Trevor approach the entrance gate for this plane, Trevor thinks this better work. Okay, Austin, let's see if this works. If it doesn't, we need an exit plan quickly, Trevor says. As they pull up to the gate, they see several men hovering about, and they see the plane off in the distance. Canyon Springs, Trevor says to the man at the gate. You're free to enter, sir. You can park over there, the man says, pointing to a parking area just to the right. Well, that's good. Okay, so we are related then because they saw us in the car together, Trevor says to Austin as they park their car. Before they get out of the car, Trevor says, "Okay, we need to consider ourselves on display from this moment on." As they get out of the car, they walk over toward the airplane where another man is standing at the bottom of the stairs. They start to follow others onto the plane, but are stopped. "Hello. You two are new, aren't you?" the man says. "We are, sir," Trevor says. "Well, allow me to assist you. Get on board and take any empty seat available. There are drinks on the back bar along with some treats. We will be getting underway shortly. Please enjoy yourselves. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask any of us," the man says very politely. Trevor and Austin climb the steps to the plane and walk into a very nice atmosphere. There were several people on board already sitting with drinks and talking among themselves. There appears to be a hostess serving drinks, as well as showing several people some of the features of this very fancy airplane. It also appears they're not the only new people on this flight. There are several people talking about this being their first time on this excursion. Trevor and Austin take seats toward the back. Almost immediately, a hostess comes to see if they would like a drink. Trevor and Austin are both taking mental snapshots of the plane. From what Trevor has observed so far, there are seats for 50 passengers. It's a huge but custom plane. It's not with seats lining both sides like a commercial plane. There are seats around coffee tables, lounge chairs, and chairs like that. It's very cozy. Trevor thinks that they are making this very cozy for their passengers. They're making this first class all the way. Everyone is in a tux, and the ladies are in evening gowns. Everybody in here looks rich. Trevor whispers to Austin, "What do you think about all this?" "Very classy. I count room for 50 passengers based on the number of seats. It's almost midnight, so I suspect we will be leaving soon. The plane is filling up." "Yeah, I see that. Where I thought we would have the problem was the front walking on board, but we're not the only ones that have never been here before. Let's just stay cool and follow their direction. I would assume they have a luxury bus. They put everyone on at the airport and transport everyone to the casino in town," Trevor says. "I was thinking the same thing. I would assume they fill this plane, so they have full capacity for the casino. Yeah, let's mingle a little and see who's here. Just walk around and say hi and see if anyone responds in kind. I would like to get a feel for where these folks are all coming from. Okay, let's go. If anyone asks, you and your brother were invited by a mutual friend. Don't say much more than that," Trevor says, still whispering. "Okay, sounds good. I will meet you back at these seats," Austin says, also whispering. As Trevor and Austin move around the cabin, they end up talking to several people that appear to be just normal people. "I guess I wasn't sure what we were expecting," he thinks. "But these are just every other day kind of people. Like the neighbor next door. Everyone that I have talked to tonight are just common people." "Well, that's nice, but that makes me want to close this down more than ever because that means there is something on the other end of this that is not close to being right." "Well, of course, that's it. I guess we will see what's up when we get there." Trevor moves to the front of the cabin and nods to Austin to come back to their seats. Just as he does, an announcement comes over the loudspeaker. "Good evening, everyone. Please take your seats. We are ready for takeoff." As they take their seats, Trevor whispers to Austin, "So what did you find out about these people?" "Trevor, these are just ordinary people. Next door kind of people. Your common run-of-the-mill people. Did you find the same thing?" "Yeah, I sure did, and they look like people just out to have a great time for an evening. That might be why so many of these people are first-timers." "Because they are. This speaks volumes," Trevor says. "Well, let's keep an open mind when we get there." The plane is taxiing down the runway and taking off. This should be a short trip since they are not going all that far. They are in the air for exactly 40 minutes when they announce that they are preparing to land. As they start turning toward the airfield at Canyon Springs Wash, Trevor looks out the window to see the huge motor coach on the runway waiting to take them to the casino. 5 minutes later, he could hear and feel the wheels touch down on the runway. They come to a stop right near the bus. As they usher everyone out the door, down the steps to the waiting bus, Trevor looks around to see what's out there that would identify them and what they are doing. "I see nothing that tells me who they are and their purpose," he thinks. Austin is doing the same thing. A minute later, they are ushered into the motor coach. Everything on this trip so far has been first-rate and first class. This is very educational. As they make their way into town, they notice there are no guards posted. No one appears to be watching as they disembark from the bus. They come to a stop at the front of the casino. Trevor can't see anything beyond right in front of the building. The bus stands in the way. Trevor whispers to Austin, "Okay, this is it. I don't see any guards. I just see guys walking around, just keeping an eye on things. Just be careful from here on in. We shouldn't be hanging together. So, you hit one side of the casino, and I will hit the other. Okay. Oh, and spend money. Don't lose it intentionally, but show them you have money," Trevor continues. "Sounds good," Austin whispers back. "See you later." So as Austin takes on one side of the casino, Trevor takes on the other. Together, they scope out the casino to see what games they have. But more importantly, how many people they have. One complication that will be a problem later. They have metal detectors at the doors. There are only 2 doors for them to come in, and both are covered. They will never be able to come in here with their weapons. Trevor thinks about their final day out here. They plan to make this entire room full of agents instead of other guests. That will be an issue. That means they will have to play this a different way. Trevor has an idea how they can do that. Steven and Rob are going to have to agree. Trevor is now thinking on what his barely trained eyes see. From the left of the room, there's a bar against the long wall as they walk into the room. This really does look very much like a Las Vegas casino. They have all the trappings of those casinos. A few feet in front of the bar are where the blackjack tables start. There are 6 of them, 3 in a row and 2 rows with the pit boss in the center and roped off so only employees can enter. To the right of that are 2 roulette tables full of people already, and behind them, 2 craps tables. Along the walls on both the opposite wall from the bar, as well as the adjoining wall, are rows of slot machines. There's even a cafe serving food. Wow, Trevor thinks that this would be impressive if it were a legitimate business. Well, time to start gambling and see just how crooked this place is. "Hello, can I get $1,000 in chips to start with? Let's see how long that lasts," Trevor says to the dealer as he sits down at the first blackjack table. There appears to be a couple chairs open. While he's starting to play some blackjack, Austin is on the other side of the room playing some craps. Austin loves this game when he does get to go to Vegas. This is his favorite game, and he is good at it. "I will take $1,000 in chips, please," Austin says to the dealer while handing him cash. He starts getting into the game and starts winning and losing. As Trevor gets his cards, he settles into playing his hand and has already gone through several hands, not winning one hand as of yet. Austin is not having much better luck on the other side of the room. Trevor, as well as Austin, has been observing the other patrons at this casino, and nobody appears to be having any luck. A couple of people have complained close enough for Austin to overhear, and the guys wandering around the floor just brush them off. Trevor observed that one guy was vigorously complaining and was escorted to a back room. Trevor heard words like cheat and crooks and such. Trevor never saw that man again that night. They have been at the casino now for about 4 hours, and Trevor has lost about $7,000. Austin has lost about $8,000. So they're getting close to their limits for the night. Trevor had moved onto the roulette wheel to try his luck there. There was no better luck there, nor was Austin having any more luck at the craps table. He, too, had moved onto the blackjack table since he saw that Trevor had moved on to a different source of entertainment. They are now into the 7th hour of their experience here at the casino. An announcement just went over their loudspeaker that the bus will be ready to depart for the airport in approximately 1 hour. All guests need to meet at the front door to be escorted back to the bus, and then onto the airport for the trip back to the Dallas airport. Austin puts his last $1,000 on the blackjack table and lost it in about 45 minutes. He then walks over to Trevor to see how he's getting on, and he just did the same thing on the roulette wheel. They need to be at the front door in about 10 minutes anyway, and neither one of them won anything that night. Austin won what he called chicken feed at the craps table, but nowhere near what he lost. Trevor had no luck at all. He did not win at one hand at blackjack, and the roulette wheel is just as bad. So, between the two of them, they lost $20,000. They are now at the front door, waiting to be taken back to the bus and to the airport. As Trevor and Austin board the bus bound for the airport, they reflect on the evening's activities. He is going over in his head the things he observed. It was well worth the trip. He noticed that no one will be getting in there with a weapon with their metal detectors at the doors. He observed that when someone complains too much, they disappear. He wonders where they end up. Do they end up in an unmarked grave in the woods somewhere? He observed that the man that complained is not on this bus for the return trip to the airport. He noticed that they are cheating, although he is not sure how. In cards, I would say. He thinks they are dealing from the bottom of the deck. The roulette tables have some type of mechanical something controlling the wheel. In the craps table, Austin observed, they must be using loaded dice because there were certain numbers that never ever came up in all the time he played. And those numbers are the ones that win. Every shake of the dice was the same, a losing pair. Trevor also thinks, knowing this information, the easiest machines to cheat at are the slot machines because you can program them to come up with non-winning numbers. So this casino is just one big cheat. They bring people in here to just take their money. No one ever wins here. They just got $20,000 of our money, plus who knows how much from all these other people. There are 50 people here, and they got $20,000 from just 2 of us. This is a real moneymaker for them, and a really crooked one. Yeah, we need to shut this down. Trevor's mind is just reeling with all that he saw tonight. He and Austin can compare notes once they get back in the car. Chapter 17. As Jeanette and Maggie finish up their tour, Maggie suggests they go to the Walters Art Museum next. Jeanette is all for that. This tour took quite a bit longer than she thought it would. So, she sees that they really only have time for one more. And then she needs to head back to Bernadette's house for dinner. She promised the girls she would be there for dinner as much as possible. Sounds like a plan. Then after that, we need to head back to the coffee shop because I need to get home for dinner, but can we get together again tomorrow? Jeanette asks. Sure, I would like that, Maggie says as they get into the car and head out for the next location. Great, let's go, Jeanette says as they start toward the Walters Art Museum. Maggie thinks that if she gets Jeanette comfortable enough with her, she can strike whenever she wants. She is thinking sometime within this next month. She is not in a hurry to take care of this, considering the person hiring her is in prison and his lawyer is paying her. She prefers to toy with her prey before she pounces. Trevor and Austin start to land in the Dallas airport. They are ready to call it a night, or rather, a day. It has been a long night, but they were able to get a lot of information, and Trevor can't wait to get with both Steven and Rob to discuss what their next move should be. Trevor thinks, as the plane touches down, that this was really a very worthwhile trip. However, I think we need to make the next one the shutdown run. I don't think we want to let this continue. We'll have to talk to them and see what everybody's thoughts are on this. Once landed, they shake the hands of their hosts and tell them they will be back. They head back to the car. Austin tells Trevor, "We did really good tonight. This was great. We lost $20,000 but gained a lot of information in the process. We are now set for the next trip. What do you think?" "I totally agree. We did great. Now I need to figure out what our next move should be. I think it should be the shutdown run. From what we saw tonight, do we really want this to continue?" "I was actually going to suggest that to you. I think we forego our plan of several weeks or months on this." "Shut it down now," Austin says. "We're going to have to plan this just right, though. Our whole team can go in there next time, but we have to do it without weapons. We're going to have to plan this just like we did at the museum. That worked out well. Maybe this can too," Trevor says. "Let's get to the Dallas office and talk to Steven. See what he thinks." "Okay, sounds good. Hey, did you see that man that called him a cheat? They took him in the back room, and he was not on our return flight," Austin says. "I did. I think that's one of the reasons we needed to maybe close this down earlier than we planned. I think he is buried out in the woods now," Trevor says. Trevor and Austin, after getting into their car, head back to the Dallas FBI office. Once there, they can grab the rest of the money and the tuxedos for the rest of the team and head to the hotel Steven set up for them. Before they head back to Canyon Springs Wash, they will need to stop at the Dallas office again and talk about everything they found last night. Unless, of course, Steven is there when they stop in now. As they walk into the building, Trevor and Austin meet up with several of the agents they worked with on that human trafficking operation. Several of them are shaking their hands as they walk in and congratulate them on a job well done. "Trevor," Steven yells from down the hall. As he approaches them, he says, "So how was it?" "Well, we had quite a night, and both Austin and I agree that we can't wait for weeks on bringing this down. We need to set this up to go for the next time they have their casino night," Trevor says as the two of them take turns telling Steven what they found last night. about the metal detectors at the doors, to the man that complained and disappeared. Also, how crooked this casino is. We need to get together and put a solid plan together and take them down. That guy that complained never came back out. I know they killed him, Stephen. We are both certain of it. He was not on our return flight. So, your thoughts are we put a plan together to take them down on the next trip, Stephen says. Yes. No waiting. We do it when we are ready, and I say we take the prostitution business down at the same time. They operate right next door to the casino. I say let us get some sleep and get back to our team. When is the next casino night? Do you know? Yeah, in 4 days, Stephen says. Okay. Can you meet us in Canyon Springs Wash at the house we are staying in tomorrow? We can start putting a plan together. I have a couple of ideas, but we are both tired and in need of showers. Meet us there tomorrow, and we will discuss it with my team. Okay, Trevor says. Now, where's that hotel you got for us? Here's the address. Nice hotel, Stephen says as he hands Trevor the address on a piece of paper. Okay, thanks. See you at the house in the morning. Good night, Trevor says. Jeanette and Maggie had finished their tour of the Walters Art Museum around 4 p.m. last night, and Jeanette went back to her sister's house for dinner. Today, she is meeting Maggie at the same coffee house for coffee and a roll while they decide which historic site they should go to today. Jeanette was thinking she would like to see the National Aquarium. She is fascinated by the underwater life. So that's where she told Maggie she wants to go first today. Jeanette is intrigued by this woman. She has never really had a girlfriend before that she could pal around with. She is really liking this. So off to the aquarium for them. As they arrive to the aquarium, Jeanette is reading the placard on the front sign. As she points it out to Maggie, Maggie seems mildly interested. Maggie is starting to get bored with these little tourist trips and really wants to take care of this business as soon as possible. However, she also realizes the need for patience. She also realizes the need to make Jeanette think she is as interested in these sites as she is. The National Aquarium, also known as National Aquarium in Baltimore and formerly known as Baltimore Aquarium, is a nonprofit public aquarium located at 501 East Pratt Street on Pier 3 in the Inner Harbor area of downtown Baltimore, Maryland, in the United States. Constructed during a period of urban renewal in Baltimore, the aquarium opened on August 8, 1981. The aquarium has an annual attendance of 1.5 million visitors and is the largest tourism attraction in the state of Maryland. Maggie, let's go in, Jeanette says with a bit of schoolgirl enthusiasm. Sure, let's go, Maggie says. Trevor and Austin wake up at around 3 p.m. and get ready to head back home. After they take their showers, they pack everything up and head for the car and the long trip back to Canyon Springs Wash. Austin, why don't you grab the suitcase with the money in it, and I will grab all the tuxedos. Check to make sure we didn't forget anything, although we are not turning in this key. We need to hang on to it. We may need it again, Trevor says. Got it. Looks like we have everything else. Hey, Trevor, before we leave this room, can I say something? Of course, Trevor says in response. Look, I know we said we would wait, and I am all for that. I just wanted to tell you that I really like you and that I look forward to the day you and I could be together. I think you and I would be really good together, and I just think you're special. Did that sound too boy school crush? I hope not. I just wanted to say that before we got out of here. It didn't sound too boy school crush to me. I feel exactly the same way. I look forward to that time also. It will happen. I promise you it will. We just need to concentrate on this operation first and let nothing interfere with what we are trying to accomplish. Okay, Trevor says as he hugs Austin to show him. He really does care. Absolutely. Let's go. As they get in the car and head for home, or at least home for now, they get comfortable for the long ride back. They are both sitting and contemplating all that they have to do in the upcoming days. Austin, remember what Stephen said. They do these casino nights every 4 days. We can't put all this together in 4 days, but I have a plan that I want to discuss with everyone tomorrow when Stephen gets there. We will need to send another team of 2 in for the next casino night. Remember when I said I thought it would be a good idea if every time a new team member goes to the casino night, we should send one from the last time also? So only one new one each time. Well, now I'm thinking differently. I am thinking we send Rob and Jason on the next trip. I have a different idea for Brandon. He is our computer expert. I have a different job for him to do. I have to admit, when we talked about it last night, I was thinking the same thing. That's a lot to accomplish in 4 days. What did you have in mind? Well, we send them in, and we create some problems for the Gardenias this time. Outside problems. That's where Brandon comes in. I'm still thinking about this, so I don't want to say anything until I have all the kinks worked out in my mind. But if I am right, we might be able to pull it off, and that we can do in the 4 days. Say, Austin, do you think that Rob has a problem with me jumping in and taking charge? I seem to be doing that a lot, but unintentionally. I don't want to step on his toes. Greg did say he was our lead. I don't think Rob has any problem with it. I think he likes that you're taking a take charge attitude. I haven't seen anything from Rob that shows he is bothered by it. You're doing awesome, just like you did with the Historical Museum. I'm sure if he had issues with it, he would tell you. Besides, remember, he told us back at your house that we are all one team. No one in charge. I would take him at his word. No problem with it. Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't overstepping. I wasn't sure I would see it, so I'm glad you don't see it either. The rest of the trip home was in relative silence. They chit-chatted about non-work-related things, but they mostly just sat back and relaxed on the ride home. They should be home in less than an hour now. They have made pretty good time. As they pull into the driveway, the sheriff's car pulls up in front of the house. Austin and Trevor are wondering why he is here. Well, I guess we'll find out. Good afternoon, Sheriff. What brings you here? Trevor says from the driveway. Can we go inside? I have something I need to talk to all of you about, the sheriff says. Sure, come on in. Rob, Jason, Brandon. Trevor calls to them as they walk into the house. They were not in the living room when they got there. Hey, welcome home, Rob says. Thanks. Look what we found out front, Trevor says. Rob extends his hand to the sheriff and invites him to sit. What can we do for you, Sheriff? Rob says, well, it's more what I can do for you. About 3 towns over, a town called Stratusburg last night, we had this sting operation going where we had several plainclothes officers in this popular bar in the center of town. During this operation, there were these 2 guys that were acting all superior and were a little tipsy, getting rather obnoxious and talking stupid. Well, we had this whole bar under surveillance, and certain parts of the bar were being recorded. Well, these 2 drunk idiots started talking about this FBI guy they killed. Shot him right in the back of the head. I did was a direct quote, and we have this on tape. He went on to say that his brother spit on him as he fell. No kidding. You caught the guys that killed Steve? That's awesome and totally unexpected. I never thought they would still be near here. So you have him in custody? Rob asks. We do. We thought you would like to interrogate them. Trevor pipes up. I can't believe this. This is great. Yes, we would like to interrogate them, and then have a federal transport come and bring them back to Washington in chains where they can stand trial for his murder. When can you arrange for us to interrogate them, Sheriff? Anytime you want. If you want, you can follow me there right now. What do you say, guys? Shall we go now? Rob asks. I say, yeah, let's go now. Austin, put that suitcase in the bottom of that hall closet way down there, Trevor says, pointing to the end of the hallway by the bedrooms. And you guys should probably hang up your tuxedos so they don't get wrinkled. Sheriff, we will be right out. Rob, this suitcase has the remaining $80,000 in it. We need to secure it somehow. There's no safe, so that closet will be as safe as any place. Out of sight, out of mind, Austin says. I'm sure it will be fine. Trevor, do you want to call Greg and arrange for these 2 brothers to be picked up? Rob says, yeah, I will call him from the car. I will grab the address from the sheriff before we head out. So, let's not keep the sheriff waiting, shall we? Trevor says as he walks out the door. Trevor gets in the car with the address, and as he does, his phone rings. This is Trevor. Chapter 18. As the team rises for another day in sunny Canyon Springs Wash, Texas, they gather in the living room to wait for the doorbell to ring, which should be Stephen. Instead, Trevor comes through the door having been out before anyone else was even up and smiling. Jason is thinking that Trevor isn't smiling because it's a beautiful morning. He knows his friend only too well. He has something up his sleeve, and he will not share it until everyone is here, including Stephen and Greg. Just as Jason is about to ask Trevor, the doorbell does ring, and it is, in fact, Stephen. Good morning, everyone. I brought the rolls, Stephen says. And I made fresh coffee this morning, Trevor says. Stephen, if you don't mind, I have asked Greg if he wanted to join us today. He said to call him and put him on speaker once everyone gets here. Trevor says, dialing Greg's number. Hello, this is Greg. Hey, Greg. Everyone is here, including Steven from Dallas. If we are ready to start, I can begin. Rob, if you don't mind, can I take this and run with it? Certainly. I was actually talking to Greg last night on another matter, and he told me to let you take the reins because you are very impressive. And whatever you have cooking, it's going to be great, so it's all yours. Well, I don't know about that. I am just one member of a team. But I do have an idea or two. Trevor begins. Rob says, the floor is yours. Thanks, Rob. To start, I can't tell you how enlightening it was for Austin and me the other night. These people are cheating. We lost $20,000 and won nothing throughout the night. Not one hand of cards. Nothing at the roulette, but Austin did win a little at craps. What did you call it? Chicken feed, Austin pipes in, right? Plus, we saw one person. A guy calls him a cheat and gets all upset with him. They took him into a back room. We never saw him again, and he was not on the return flight back to Dallas. We are thinking he is now buried somewhere out in the woods. So here's what we are thinking. We can't let this go on for weeks, but we do have to let it go on one more trip, and here's why. Steven says the casino nights are every 4 nights like clockwork. The next one is in 3 nights. We do not have time to take down this operation in 3 nights. First of all, there are 50 people they load onto that plane for these, and a lot of them are newcomers. I am thinking they have no interest in returning after all the money they lose on their first trip. So where was I this morning? Well, do any of you remember about 3 or 4 years ago, there was this huge story in the paper. Made all the headlines about the country converting the entire power grid of the United States over to an online power circuit. It took them like 3 years and some odd months to convert this. But once it was completed, every city, town, municipality would have access online to their town and city's grids. Everything would be accessible to the towns, administrators, or city planners. And they would have credentials for their power circuit, and a town like this, for example, would be able to control the amount of power their town gets. They can control costs, overloads, and all kinds of issues just simply by logging on to their power grid with their credentials. Nice history lesson, Trevor, but I don't see the relevance here, Rob says. Hold on. Patience, Rob. So, to speed this along a bit for Rob, what does this have to do with the issue at hand? Well, because this town can control their own power circuits, I was betting the mayor had those credentials. Now I need to back up just a bit. On the next trip to the casino night, I believe it should be Rob and Jason. Here's why. I need to be here, and Austin has already been to casino nights, and I need Brandon to assist me with a little project. Him and his laptop. When the bus gets here in 3 days with those folks from the Dallas plane, the 3 of us will be on the roof across from the casino, just like Rob, Brandon, and Jason were the other night. I got this thought. What if we had access to the power circuit for this town? I'll bet the mayor does. So, I went to pay the mayor a visit before he went into his office for the day. He gave me all the credentials for the power grid, as well as the software and how to obtain it for this town. Now what we're going to do is make the Gardenias think that their metal detectors are breaking down. We can control the circuit for the building, that part of the building, and that exact circuit those metal detectors are plugged into. We're going to interrupt the circuit on and off and make them think it's having intermittent problems. After that night, they are then going to call the company that services them, which is a company based in Dallas. That's where you come in, Steven. We need to get someone over there to this company. The company is Body Metal, Limited. Find it in Dallas, and have someone there as soon as they open the next morning. Talk to the owner, flash his badge, and let them know what we need them to do. Have your agent wait there until this casino calls. They're called the Lucky Spot Casino and Nightclub. When they call, they're to send out a repair vehicle to repair their metal detectors. When they repair them, they are to disable the machines, but they must look like they are still working. That's important. Okay, let's back up. Why are we doing this? I'm sure you can guess. With metal detectors, we can't go in there armed without being discovered. They find out we are armed. The jig is up. So that's phase 1, getting the machines to work in our favor. Next, Steven, in addition to us, that's me, Rob, Brandon, Jason, and Austin, we will need 45 more agents in tuxedos and evening gowns. We would love to include you to the party, Steven, if you want. One thing that Austin and I noticed was that most of the 50 people in this casino night were couples. They weren't all couples, but the majority of them were. So, You have a week to get all the agent couples you can together, so we have the entire plane covered. We have to go in there with 50 people. They sat on the runway until we were full. They want 50, so we need to give them 50. Okay, phase 2. When we go to the plane, there's a long road that winds around a building. A warehouse, I think. This is the only way the passengers can come. And from what we saw, no one from the Gardenias ever went beyond the gate where the plane was. That is a good 2 or 3 blocks around that building before getting to the gate. So, we station our people at that warehouse around the corner and out of their sight. We stop everyone that is on their way to the plane, hold them, and replace them with our agents. Everyone that comes gets replaced. So, if they are a couple, we replace them with a couple. They're single or 2 guys like we were, then we replace them the same, and so on. You get the idea. The idea is that when that plane takes off for here, it's full of agents and only agents and all armed. We will need staff at that warehouse to make sure those people we stop don't go, and call the Gardenias and ask what's going on. What do you think so far? I will be the first one to say it. Oh my God, Trevor, Greg says. That is a brilliant plan. What does everyone else think? I couldn't have said it better myself, Greg, Steven says. I am in total awe. Brilliant isn't the word. That is an incredible plan. Thanks, everyone. Now we will also need a handful of guys to come around from the other side. The airport side, or the runways. Steven, we're the FBI. Tell the airport what we are doing, and I don't see them having a problem with us coming in from that side. What I want to be sure of is that there are no Gardenias that stay behind and don't make the trip. We wouldn't want to leave anyone out now, would we? There is one more thing, Steven, that we will need from you. You will also need to send up probably another 20 to 30 agents and 3 buses to transport all of the Gardenias to Dallas. Now, this is the tricky part. They cannot show themselves anywhere near town until we are ready for them. My intention here is to take the prostitution business and illegal contraband down at the same time. These are the only 3 businesses we haven't shut down. So Rob, Steven, myself, Jason, Brandon, and Austin will all have earwigs in. Whoever your commander of the group out of Dallas is will have one as well. So the showdown plan is this. We are all in the casino. At a designated time in the evening, all 50 of us in the casino will casually take up a position near or close by one of the Gardenias. Just real casual, like we were checking out the place. Now, while Austin and I were there, Austin, I don't know if you noticed, but I saw an older, more distinguished gentleman in the pit area by the tables. I am betting that is Albert Gardenia himself. It would be great to grab him also. Okay, so we will need a meeting of everyone involved in this to make sure everyone has the operation right. We don't want any slip-ups. Also, wear vests. Before we are ready to pounce on their operations, we will need cars and agents all ready to jump on the outside, in front, and in back of the casino and the prostitution business, which is right next door. This is a 2-for business. You can go to the casino and take a break from gambling and also get lucky for a price next door. There's also an illegal contraband cocaine operation in the building to the right of the brothel. Timing is crucial. That's why we want to meet ahead of time to make sure everyone knows what they are doing and the commander outside has control of everything. We want everything to be a complete surprise. So much so they're caught off base. Okay, that's everything. Opinions? Thoughts? Well, I gotta tell you, I wish I were there in the middle of all this. This is going to be fun, Greg says. Greg, you can always come down here and join us. There is plenty of time, Rob says. Does anyone see any flaws in this plan? Trevor asks. Trevor, I've been following along with all of this, and I do not see any issues. I see a well-thought-out plan that, in my judgment, can't fail but work perfectly. I can get all the agents. We have actually been collecting them for the last few days. Trevor had already told me days ago that we were going to need that many agents in tuxedos and evening gowns, so we have been already putting that together. We just didn't know the whole plan. Now that we do, I love it. We are also getting together the other agents needed without formal wear. We will have 3 buses sent up here, Steven says. There's a place right outside of town, like a parking area in the woods. We can stage there. It's out of sight of the town, Austin says. I was out jogging one morning and came across it. It's right out of town, but completely hidden by the trees. You don't know it's there unless you know it's there. You could get into town in less than a minute. Easy access to the back of these buildings and perfect access for a frontal assault. There's one thing, Trevor. We will all be up here, and everyone's cars will be at the Dallas airport, Brandon says. That's what the third bus is for. We will need transportation back to Dallas. Although, Stephen, can you make our bus back to Dallas a more luxurious bus than the Gardenias? There should be a prison bus, Trevor says. Okay, so the plan is solid. We need to start getting Phase 1 started. Brandon, I have the access firewall for the software. The mayor showed me where and how to get it. Here is all the information you will need, Trevor says as he hands a piece of paper to him with the instructions. Install the program and make sure you have access to their power grid using the credentials. Stephen, we will need someone that you can rely on to go to the body metal company. I have taken the liberty of locating it for you in Dallas. Here, he hands a piece of paper to Stephen. Can you make sure your agent is early and waiting for them to open? And can you go over everything this agent needs to say and do with him? You bet. I have everything straight. I should have all the agents with their formal wear by end of the week. When did you want to meet the entire crew? We have a conference center on the first floor of our building that can accommodate all of these agents at one time. I will start setting that up. We will want to do that the afternoon of the casino night after this next one. So not this next one, but the one after that. So we will want everyone ready and with their clothes all set to go after the meeting. We should do the meeting early afternoon, so our crew that needs to come up here is time to get here. Remember, it's a 4.5-hour drive, Trevor says. That should be everything for now. Everybody knows what they need to do next. Stephen, we will see you in Dallas next week. Let's stay in touch as plans progress. This could be our biggest success if it all works out, Trevor says. Greg, is there anything you would like to say or add before we close this call? Trevor, I can't think of a thing. This is a great plan from start to finish. I wish I could join you guys for this, but unfortunately, I have obligations I can't get out of here. I want a full report after this is done, though. You will have it, Greg, Trevor says. Then I will close this call. Thank you, Greg. We will be in touch. Goodbye for now. And on that note, I will head back to Dallas. I have work to do, Stephen says. I will give you periodic updates, so we know where we are in the whole plan matrix. I will have someone identified to go down to the body metal limited place before the next casino night, which is day after tomorrow. See you boys later. As everyone says goodbye to Stephen, he heads out the door and gets ready for the long drive back to Dallas. Trevor, would you like to go over this power grid software with me? Let's do a run-through, Brandon says. Absolutely. Let's install it and see how it works. In the next 3 days, we could just start getting things ready. There's really nothing for us to do other than this. We should take it easy then and go over the plans in our heads so we have our roles clear, Trevor says as he sits down with Brandon to work on the software. As Brandon and Trevor do that, Stephen heads back to Dallas to get his part of this plan going. His mind is reeling now. He is thinking of all the things he needs to get done. He has the agents already identified that will board the plane, and they're all out getting their formal wear. He has to bring in agents from Houston to cover all of those 20 to 30 other agents that will be covering the outside of the town center. The buses are not a problem for him because they already have plenty of prison buses to go, and they will just rent a luxury coach for the agents to get back to Dallas in. He agrees that their transportation should be in more luxury than the Gardenias. He is thinking also about this plan as a whole. Wow, what a plan. Greg is right. This is going to be fun. That Trevor is quite a guy. He is thinking about a conversation he had a few days ago with Greg about Trevor, and Greg couldn't say enough great things about this young man. He is indeed very impressive. That entire plan is his and only his. All of that was thought up and put together by Trevor. I really like this kid. Now that the day is here for the casino night, Rob and Jason prepare for their trip to Dallas. Austin and Trevor are filling them in on the entire operation, including the password to get them in. They need to know what they are looking for. Trevor is telling them that they need to blend into the background because they do not want any attention to be drawn to them. If anything happens, they can't jump in to assist. They have to leave it alone. Let them deal with it in their own way. They do not exist during this trip. It has to be that way in order for the master plan to work for the following casino night trip. That is the plan that will be epic if it's done right. You guys better get going. Remember, it's 4.5 hours to get to Dallas. Don't forget your money. Take $10,000 each. Don't bring your weapons, And here's the key to the hotel room. Bring your tuxedos with you. Might as well get dressed at the hotel. Tomorrow morning, do what we did. Sleep for a few hours at the hotel, and then drive back. Don't try to drive back without sleep. It's not worth it. There's no rush in you getting back here, Trevor says. While the boys in Texas are getting ready for their next big night at the casino, Jeanette and Maggie are getting ready for still another day of touring the top tourist spots of Baltimore, Maryland. They are meeting once again at their favorite coffee shop to plan the day. Jeanette wants to go to the American Visionary Art Museum and then on to the Maryland Science Center. Jeanette has been really enjoying the company of this new friend. She is an interesting woman. Every time Jeanette asks her about herself, she changes the subject. There is something that Jeanette can't quite put her finger on about this woman, but she's sure she is being ridiculous. She is a lovely woman, and she appears to enjoy Jeanette's company as much as she enjoys hers. Still, there is this uneasiness that she can't quite shake. Oh, it's probably nothing. Let's just enjoy the day. Maggie, on the other hand, is trying to steer her to the parks in downtown Baltimore. She's certain if she can get her in the parks where there's a lot of cover, she can take care of her there. Not sure how that's going to work, but she's going to try. She thinks I have plenty of time. No pity. Jeanette, good morning, Maggie says. Hey, good morning, Maggie. How are you this beautiful day? Jeanette says, I'm great. Are you ready for another great day of touring Baltimore? Maggie says, yes, ma'am. I am ready. I was thinking American Visionary Art Museum and Maryland Science Center. That will probably be all the time we will have today, Jeanette says. Yeah, no problem, Jeanette. I have to tell you, though, that this will have to be the last day for me. I was just recalled back to work. Sorry, gotta goes back and earn a living. So, let's make this really last today. We can still hang out, though. Just can't be spending a whole day together, except maybe on the weekends. Would you be okay with that? Maggie says she thinks she will bow out of these all-day excursions now that she knows Jeanette. She can strike any time. She has gotten her to be comfortable with her, so if she calls her and has her meet somewhere, she will come. That's all she was trying to do with these all-day outings of theirs. Now she is ready. Give her a couple of days to be lulled into a safe environment, and she will invite her out somewhere to strike. Oh, Maggie, I completely understand. You need to work. That's fine. We will make this day last, and then we will just go out and do stuff when we can. Just call me when you're free, and I will see if I am too. In the meantime, let's go and enjoy the day, Jeanette says. Great. On to the American Visionary Art Museum. Come on, let's go, Maggie says. Rob and Jason are just about to arrive in Dallas at their hotel. They have a little time to relax before they need to get dressed and head to the airport. That's actually good because they're both thinking they could use a shower. It's only 8 o'clock, so they have plenty of time to get ready and be at the airport. Trevor told them that they need to be there early enough to scope out the area before they board. They have to pay attention to how many people they have meeting guests and loading the plane. And they have to pay close attention to the drive after they round that corner and head straight for the gate. Once they are in sight, double-check to make sure they still have nobody at the start of that drive or checking people at any point before getting to that gate. Trevor was pretty sure if they didn't when they were there, it's unlikely they will have any other time, but it doesn't hurt to double-check. Okay, Jason, here we are. We have a key, so we don't have to check in at the desk. Let's go take our showers and get ready to go, Rob says. I'll grab the tuxes. Why don't you grab the money? Sound good. I got it. Let's go. Jason says as they walk into the hotel to get ready for their night. Now that their showers are done and they are dressed and all refreshed, they start for the car to get this night underway. This is going to be a very important night since it's the last time they will be here before the big takedown night. Rob pulls the car around to the drive, leading up to the drive that leads up to the gate. As they pass the warehouse Trevor was talking about, they see how easily it will be for their team to stop the people going to this plane. Rob thinks, boy, Trevor had this nailed. The takedown is going to be epic. Jason appears to be a little nervous. For that matter, Rob is also a bit nervous. Even though Austin and Trevor went through every part of this with them, you never know. They could change certain parts of this operation, which they would not know. Well, Rob thinks, here goes, as they move into the gate behind another car. They're the next to go through. Canyon Springs, Rob says to the man at the gate as they enter. Thank you. Please park over there and feel free to board the plane at any time. We will be ready to take off in about 30 minutes. The man says as he points to a parking area to the right of where the plane is sitting. Rob is just thinking to himself, making a mental note of how many men are here assisting to get everyone gathered. Jason, take account of the Gardenia people helping here on the ground. Rob says, I want to see if the same number of men that are out here helping also get on the plane to fly north with us. We need to see if anyone stays behind or if they lock up the gate and they all fly. So, let's watch for that, he whispers as they get out of the car. As Jason and Rob board the plane, a nice lady offers them each a glass of champagne and ushers them to a seat. After the lady leaves them, Rob whispers to Jason, neither Trevor nor Austin ever mentioned anything about women in the casino. I wonder if they stay with the plane. Let's make note of that when we return. See if they're the same flight attendants on the return. It looks like they are getting ready to leave. This plane is full, Jason says as they close up the doors and make their announcement to take their seats. Okay, I see all the guys that were outside are in here. Do you see anyone missing? Rob says, I made a mental note of everyone outside. Made sure I saw everyone, and I believe we have them all in here. Guess they don't want to miss any of the fun, Jason says. I wonder if anyone stays with the plane. I'm sure the pilot does, if there's a co-pilot in this server. Trevor would have mentioned it if they saw her inside the casino. We need to make sure we mention that to Trevor so he can add sending a team out to the Canyon Springs airport to just be sure we get everyone. Rob says, excellent. Okay, let's just concentrate on what happens next. We should be touching down pretty soon. I think Trevor said it was like barely 30 minutes, Jason says. As they touch down in Canyon Springs Wash, they are ushered out of the plane to an awaiting luxury motor coach. Even though they took seats in the back of the plane, they were still not able to see all those that got off the plane. As Jason and Rob head toward the casino, Trevor, Austin, and Brandon are sitting on the rooftop across the street and down a building or two. Brandon has the software program open, logged in, and ready to interrupt the circuits of the front of that building. Specifically, the metal detectors. They should be drawing the most power, so it is easy to identify, and they are ready to mess with their power grid. Austin has a set of binoculars and is watching the Gardenias moving about in anticipation of the motor coach. They have landed, so the bus should be here in a few minutes. And here it comes. It's time to put this part of the plan in play. Brandon is ready to disrupt their metal detectors as the guests start to enter the casino. Okay, Brandon, the first guests are going through the doors. So now, Austin says as Brandon turns off the circuit. Okay, put it back on now, Trevor says as a few more guests walk through the door. So, turn on then off after a count of, I don't know, what do you guys think? Trevor asks. I say, turn it on, count of 5, and then turn it off. That should give them enough time to get maybe one person through before it goes down again, Austin says as he starts chuckling. This is great. They're going to be so pissed. Look, they must be resetting them. They've stopped them from entering, Brandon says. Okay, I'm going to let them reset it and then do it again once they start moving through again. I might let one person go through and then kill the power again. Trevor, this is way more fun than we should be having. Awesome plan. This is going to drive them crazy. They will be on the phone first thing in the morning to get this fixed. Your plan is working like a charm. We are so glad to be on your team. Can we stay on this team, do you think? Austin asks. I will talk to Greg when we get back to Washington, but I don't see why not. He has already said we make a great team. I'm just so sorry Steve can no longer be part of those plans. But the rest of us can. We should ask Rob if he would like to be a part of this team in a more permanent way. But he may not want to, Trevor says. Why do you say that? Austin pipes in. Well, look at the facts. He was to be our team lead on this trip. I have been taking over and just leaving him in the dust at every turn. I'm a terrible agent. I should have let him make the plans, and we follow him to whatever he wanted to do. How horrible can I be? He's not going to want to work with me again, Trevor answers. Don't bet on it. Do you really think Rob could have come up with a great plan like this to rid this town of these awful people? Dude, you rock. Everyone, including Rob, said what a great plan this is. No one sees a flaw anywhere in this. Trust me, he is going to be begging to be on this team with us, Austin says. I'm sure of it. You really think so? Oh yeah, says Brandon and Austin together. Well, okay then. We will see how the rest of this plan unfolds. How are we doing, Brandon? Still doing a count of 5, and they're just about finished. Everyone should be through the detectors in a couple more minutes. The last person went through the door a few minutes ago. Austin told me the metal detectors are only a few feet from the door, so they should be all through them very soon. Then we can call a night and leave Rob and Jason to finish out the night. Once we're done here, I have one more task for the three of us, Trevor says. Okay, what is that? Austin asks. Well, I want to go back to the place where Steve was killed. We will need those binoculars. I want to look across the field to where the plane sits and see how many are over there. I would assume the pilot and co-pilot, but I want to see how many more. We need to make sure we cover every area of theirs. Airport location in Dallas, as well as here. We need to be sure if there are any gardenia at these locations after the plane takes off and lands. We have it covered. We can always add people to cover these locations, but I wanted to check first and then let Steven know. I asked Rob to kind of make an observation at the Dallas airport. When Austin and I were there, it seemed to me that everyone on the tarmac were on the plane for the trip up here. I want to be sure, Trevor says. I completely agree. We do need to make sure we don't miss anyone. I will be so proud to be able to give this town back to this town, Austin says. Me too, both Trevor and Brandon say in unison. Everything hinges on this plan being a complete success. Remember how we felt when we closed down that human trafficking operation? Well, I want to feel like that after this is done too, Brandon says. Okay, Trevor, that's everyone. There are no more surges. Everyone is through the metal detectors. They had to be completely frustrated with those machines after tonight, Brandon says. Okay, shut them down completely. Let's let them think that they just crapped out. In the morning, we, meaning you, can turn them back on once everyone gets back on the bus. Boy, are we mean. Gotta love it. Okay, let's go back to the airport and see who's there. Small traverses. As Trevor, Brandon, and Austin head out to the airport, they leave Rob and Jason to spend the night with the casino crowd. Jason is spending his first hour walking around the casino to get a feel for how many people are working inside. Jason is thinking that regardless of whether they're part of the Gardenias or just working in a cafe or at the bar, when we take this place down, we need to grab everyone regardless and sort it out later. He checks a cafe. I see 4 people working in there. That includes a cook in the kitchen, a server behind the counter, and 2 out front waiting tables. 1 bartender and 2 servers serving drinks to the casino floor. There are also 2 guys up front by the entrance. They look as though they're trying to see why they aren't working. One of them is on the floor trying to connect something. They haven't a clue. Jason thinks I better start gambling so no one gets suspicious. Rob is on the other side of the room gambling at the craps table. Maybe I will try my hand at the blackjack tables. Out at the airport, Trevor, Brandon, and Austin are camped out at the place, unfortunately, where Steve was murdered, but it offers the best cover for them to see the airport activity but not be seen. So, they're trying not to remember what happened there. Trevor thinks we should see the pilot and co-pilot, if there's a co-pilot. When Austin and Trevor were on that plane, the cockpit was closed, so they couldn't see who was in there. Austin has the binoculars and is scoping out the airfield where the plane is. They apparently have a building where they can lounge in while their guests are gambling. Well, I see the pilot is outside smoking with a lady. I can't make out the face well enough to know if it was the same one we had, but chances are it is, Austin says. Okay, I'm adding that to my list. I'm making sure we don't miss anyone. I asked Jason to scope out the casino to take note of how many other workers there are besides those running the casino, like the cafe, the bar, and the front door. I know how many were there when you and I were there, but I wanted to make sure it was the same for them as well. That will tell me if they add more people on or keep it status quo. I think they would have no reason to add anyone. They have 50 people only and the same number every casino night. Steven had someone check the airport in Dallas also after the plane took off. They lock up the gate and everyone goes on the plane, Trevor says. That's good to know. I think we are ready to set up the final night, Austin says. Agreed. So, from this day forward until the final night, we concentrate on getting everything set up. It starts with having someone at that metal detector place in the morning. Steven will take care of that. We need to check in with him, though, and make sure he has everyone identified for all of the positions. That will be key. The 50 people in formal wear. At least 2 or 3 at the airport taking those down at the plane. There will be more than enough coverage in the casino. Then the people coming up here with the buses and the cars. I need to make a note that everyone needs to have their vests on under those tuxes and evening gowns, Trevor says. Okay, let's get out of here. I think we're done for the night. Let's get back to the house. As the night comes to a close, there were no situations like Trevor and Austin saw, which is a good thing. It means no one died last night. The announcement comes over the loudspeaker that the bus will be ready to leave in 30 minutes. Jason and Rob spent all of the $20,000 they had between them. And just like with Trevor and Austin, they come away with nothing. Barely any winning at all. They heard grumbles, but no one sounded off to those running the casino. Rob thinks that this older gentleman that is in the pit area all night must be the head man. He is barking out orders to his men all night. Trevor is right. He must be Albert Gardenia. So, he is here every casino night. That's perfect. Jason had what he calls tons of luck. All bad. Well, time to go and close this night. Time to get ready for the final night. As they get on the bus, Jason looks back to see how many of them are at the door. Chapter 19. As the morning dew hits the tarmac at the Dallas airport, so do the wheels of the Gardenia's jet and the 50 passengers for a disappointing night of losing at every game in the Lucky Spot Casino and Nightclub. Jason and Rob are ready to call a night and spend it in a hotel here in Dallas before heading back to the house. Stephen has arranged for Timothy Jensen to be at the Body Metal Limited office in the morning. He found out that they open at 9 a.m., so he will take care of that part of the plan and report back to Stephen. Timothy, or Tim as he prefers to be called, is there waiting for the owner to arrive. It's about 9 a.m., and as he gets out of his car to enter the building, the person he believes to be the owner walks up from the parking lot. After Tim shows him his FBI badge, he proceeds to tell him what they need. The owner has confirmed that what they ask is definitely within their power to do for them, and most certainly they will cooperate. So, Tim waits for the call from the casino, which was not long. They were on the phone as soon as they opened. The owner took the call himself. Good morning. Body Metal Limited. How can we help you? We have 2 of your metal detectors, and they are not working. They were working intermittent last night, but have stopped now. We need someone up here to fix them right away, the casino person says, and quite abruptly. His attitude was that of a very short-tempered person who is blaming this company. It's a 4.5-hour drive to Canyon Springs, Washington. We can be there this afternoon between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m., the owner says. You do that and make sure you're here as quickly as possible. These machines should never have broken down. We need them fixed as soon as possible. Yes, sir. We will be there this afternoon. There are a lot of moving parts, and parts do falter. No worries, though, sir. We will have them back up and working for you as soon as we can. Okay, see to it, the man on the phone says, and hangs up the phone. Okay, then, the owner says as he hangs up. So, you can do what we need then. Tim says, we need the machine to be disabled, but appear to still be working perfectly. Will that be a problem? Tim says, not at all. We have a test mode that to us is test, but to anyone else is online and working. It simulates up and running when in reality, it's not. There is no way for them to know it's not working. You want us to fix it to be like that and leave, telling them it's all fixed. Exactly. That's important that it looks like it's working, but it cannot detect firearms. That's the most important part of this. It must not tell them we're going in there with weapons. Oh, and make sure you test it with metal while you are there, so they see that it's working. Then disable it, Tim says. Not a problem, sir. We can take care of that for you. Thanks. Could you call this number once you are completed and on your way back? It's a number to my boss, Stephen. Just let him know everything is set. And thank you. Trevor thinks that once that piece is done, they need to check in on Stephen and see if there are any issues getting all these people together. This, after all, will include a lot of people. Almost 100 agents. 50 in the casino and 20 to 30 going up to Canyon Springs Wash to back up those going into the casino. Plus, there will be at least 10 to 20 grabbing the guests and holding them. We will have to have enough people there to make sure there are no issues with those we grab. Only way that will work is in numbers. Out of those going up to Canyon Springs Wash, we can leverage a few to handle the airport. Stephen, Trevor, how are you doing on the numbers? Well, we have all the formal wear people. They're all matched up. and we have extras if we need them. They have all gone out and rented their formal wear. The women have all told me they have evening gowns from past events, and they are all set. I think there was only one woman that said she would have to go out and buy one. The tuxedos will all be ready the day after tomorrow. So, one day prior to the event. The tuxedo store is actually doing us a great favor in bringing all the tuxedos to the office. Everyone will have to try them on at the office, and they will be able to make any alterations needed right there. Since the FBI is paying for all of the suits, it's the least they can do. We are giving this place a lot of business. So that part of the plan is going along great. I have about 40 agents that will take care of the guests we grab and replace by that warehouse. Oh, by the way, we found out who owns that warehouse, and they are letting us use it. There are huge garage-type doors all along that corridor. So, we will have them all open and grab and replace as quickly as possible. With that many agents, it should be no problem. They're all set and ready to go. I have the huge conference center on our first floor all set for the big showdown meeting. It holds 200 people, so we have plenty of room. We are thinking the meeting should be at about 2 p.m. on the afternoon of. That gives those going to the town plenty of time to get there and out of sight. I think for now, that does it. Everyone is excited to be a part of this operation. That's great, Stephen. Do a final count to make sure we have all we need by the end of the day tomorrow. That will be the day before, Trevor says. One thing, though, you confirm that once everyone is on the plane, they lock up the gate, and everyone goes to Canyon Springs, Washington. But when they land here, everyone on the plane gets on the bus except the pilot and those that serve drinks on the short flight north. We will need, I would say, 4 or 5 people to come in from behind them at the plane and surprise them and grab them and take them into custody. We will sort those that aren't part of the Gardenias later. We take everyone. That includes those in the casino, cafe, bar, staff, and the like. We grab everyone and sort out later. Everyone goes into custody. We take everyone in the prison buses. The reason I wanted 2 prison buses is because we want an equal number of agents to Gardenias. We do not want to take any chances with them, Trevor says. One more thing, Stephen. I was looking into possible prisons for these guys to at least hold them until they're processed. There is a federal prison about 30 miles southwest of this town. What do you think about storing them there until we can get them to Dallas? Or should we just transport them to Dallas the night we arrest them? What are your thoughts on that? Well, if we have an equal number of agents to Gardenia, why not just transport them to Dallas after we arrest them? I say, just take them all the way to Dallas. Take them right to the federal lockup behind our building, Stephen says. Okay, I just don't want any issues on the way to Dallas. No monkey business from them. Our agents have to stay alert all the way down, Trevor adds. It will be like 3 in the morning. That's why I'm a little concerned. I'm sure we'll be fine. Okay, we'll go that route. Everyone goes to jail in Dallas. Anything else, Stephen? I think we're all good for now. Everything is proceeding accordingly. I will see you the day after tomorrow, Stephen says. Sound good. Let me know if you need anything, Trevor says. As they prepare for their big night, Trevor confirms his facts to ensure everything is set. He has made sure the metal detectors are working for them now. Stephen has all the people they need, even with extras. Everyone informal will either have it already or will have it by tomorrow. Trevor is running everything through his mind, making sure he has all points covered. The warehouse, both airports, the brothel next door, and the cocaine operation next to that. The front and back of the casino. Those on the outside assault will be hiding in the trees on the edge of town and out of sight. They will all start their operation at exactly 1:30 a.m. Everybody moves at that time, inside and out. There needs to be a foot assault, plus the vehicles flying in from the front and back of the buildings. A few minutes after the foot assault hits the brothel and illegal contraband businesses. He thinks 5 men in front on Main Street and 5 in back for the foot assault to cover the back of the buildings. Yeah, that should be enough. The cars come in hot and heavy. In the meantime, all 50 people inside will have a gun pointed at someone, and they will all be in custody. Everybody inside will be at least 2 on each. Austin, Jason, and I will go after Albert in the pit area. Let's see. There were only 2 guys at the door once everyone was inside and past the metal detectors. Okay, that should be everything. The buses should give the foot and car patrol 15 minutes before they come in so we can get everyone arrested on the bus. Let's see. Everyone gets arrested. No one is left out. We shut the entire business down. Nothing left. That should piss off Albert. The big night has finally arrived, and everyone is in a good mood anticipating the night. Rob, Trevor, Brandon, Austin, and Jason are on their way to Dallas with their tuxedos hanging over the back door, vests in the cargo area, along with their weapons. Trevor thinks about all that is about to happen and is hoping they're all prepared for what is to come tonight. They approach Dallas and the FBI office with a great deal of trepidation. The guys are all confident that Trevor's plan will work and that tonight will be a huge success. Trevor is not so sure. He has always had a problem with self-doubt. He never lets anyone else see it, but it's there. He has not slept well in the last 3 nights, going over the plan in his mind until it drove him crazy. It will work, he keeps thinking. He cannot let all these people down. There are just so many people involved in this plan that it just has to work. Rob pulls into the parking lot, and they all grab their tuxedos, weapons, and vests and head in the office to meet up with Stephen. After the pleasantries have been exchanged, Stephen escorts them to the conference room on the first floor where agents have already started to gather. Well, Trevor, how do you feel? Stephen says, nervous. This is a huge operation. I hope everything goes well. Trevor says, don't worry. It will. You have constructed a brilliant plan. It's going to be hugely successful. Just go over the plan and address the groups separately. You'll be fine. Okay, I'm certain of it. Let's go in. Trevor says, there is a stage for us to speak from. And I put up the computer screen like Brandon requested. Stephen says, okay, good. Brandon, how much time do you need to set up? Trevor says, give me 5 minutes. I will be ready to go. Perfect. Shall we? Trevor says as he holds the door open for them. As all of them head for the stage, Trevor looks on to the auditorium, and there must already be 100 people in there. The room is still filling up, but it is slowly coming to order. Brandon is getting the computer set up. He has some diagrams of the different parts of the plan ready to go when Trevor calls for them. Well, Stephen, you did great. You got a lot of people for this operation. Now everybody has been spoken to, and they all know which role they are playing, right? They do, yes. All you need to do is call out the groups for each part of the operation. Have them stand or put their hands up or something when you're telling them about their part of the plan. That will work best. Sound good. Looks like we will be ready to start here in a few minutes. People are starting to settle down. Trevor says, Brandon, you ready to go? Whenever you are. Just call out when you need it, and I will put it up on the big screen. Perfect. You would swear we know what we're doing, wouldn't you? Trevor says back, Stephen, why don't you open it up since these people all know you and not me? Introduce me to them, and I will take it from there. Okay, we should be ready here in just a minute or so. Stephen says, okay, here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Could you all please take your seats and come to order so we can get through this? Stephen says to the audience through a microphone. As the crowd takes their seats and quiets down, Stephen starts. Welcome to this operation. Now we have a lot to get through. So let's get to it, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Trevor Andrews out of our Washington, D.C. office and his colleagues, Brandon, Jason, Austin, and Rob. This entire plan was conceived by Trevor. I'm going to turn the mic over to him and let him lay it out for you. Trevor, thank you, Stephen, and thank you all for being a part of this. We would not be able to do this if it weren't for all of you, so we thank you. Now, this is going to have several parts to it. I will start one part at a time as we move toward Canyon Springs Wash for the final showdown. It starts at the Dallas airport where the Gardenia crime family operates their airplane services to Canyon Springs to bring their guests to their casino. So, the first group is going to be the 40 people that will be detaining the real guests. Can you please stand up? He pauses while he waits for about 40 people to stand up. Okay, now as we speak, there are FBI maintenance crews setting up somewhat comfortable chairs out at this warehouse. Brandon, can you please put up the diagram of that road and the warehouse? Trevor points to the diagram and says, you see this road here? It starts way back here and curves around the buildings here and heads straight for the gate where the Gardenia's plane is waiting. The end of this building here is the no-touch zone for any of you because it has a direct view to the gate. Now along this road, you see all of these warehouses here. Trevor points to the area on Brandon's diagram. All of these doors are open and are being occupied currently by those maintenance crews I told you about. That is where you 40 people will be at. You need to be there early for any early arrivals. But here's where you will grab and detain the real guests. Now here's the most important part of this job. You have to make sure that no one you are detaining uses their cell phone. We have to make sure no one calls out. Okay, so your job will be to block them from going to the gate by moving them into the parking area all the way to the end of that warehouse. Any questions on that assignment? One person speaks up. How long do we need to keep them there? Good question. We need to keep them there until we have the Gardenias in custody. We cannot take the chance of one of them warning them of what we're doing. Sorry, but that's the only way we can be sure. Don't let anyone leave until you hear from Stephen. That okay with you, Stephen? Once the operation is over and everyone is in custody, you call down here and let them know everyone can be released. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, any more questions? The room is silent, so I guess no more. Okay, you folks can sit down. The 50 of you that will be going on the plane, can you stand, please? Trevor again pauses to wait for all of them to stand. Okay, so all of you will join the 6 of us up here with formal wear and replace the real guests. We need to do this quickly so there is no delay time. You need to start heading for the gate almost immediately. Now the password at the gate is Canyon Springs. Some of you will be going in as couples, and some as singles, and some as 2 men together. Whatever combination the real guests are in, we need to match. Does anyone have any questions about that? Trevor again waits a few minutes to see if anyone has anything. This time, nothing. Okay, so you don't have to stand and then sit and then stand again. I'm going to give you your casino duties. Everyone needs to be wearing their vests and their firearms under their formal wear. When you get to the town, you will be bussed to the casino. There are 2 metal detectors at the entrance to the casino. Do not worry about these detectors. We have already rendered them disabled. They will look like they are working, but I assure you, they do not. Now, once you get inside, everything happens at 1:30 a.m. About 1:15 or so, all of us in the casino need to very casually move toward a member of the staff inside. Now there's a cafe and a bar inside, as well as the security moving around the floor. We're going to take everyone. Everyone goes out of there in handcuffs tonight. We will sort it out later. So, make sure you also have your pair of handcuffs. At exactly 1:30, everyone grabs the person they're next to and take them down at gunpoint. Jason, Austin, and I will take down the crime family head, Mr. Albert Gardenia. So be sure that by 1:30, you have someone in close proximity so you can take them down before they draw their weapons. That means dealers, bartender, servers, cafe staff, and the front door. So, to repeat, just casually move towards someone and be ready to take them down. Any questions on any of that? One person speaks out and raises his hand. Do you want us to grab their guns or have them drop them to the floor? Have them drop them to the floor and then kick it away from them. Make sure you get them handcuffed right away. Once everyone is handcuffed, start escorting them out the door single file. Okay, if there are no more questions, you can all sit down. Next group. There are 30 of you that will be driving up to Canyon Springs Wash after this meeting today. Will you folks please stand? Brandon, put the first diagram up showing the road into the parking area. Trevor pauses for them to stand. Okay, for all of you, you have one of the most important jobs. You have to, once you get into town, stay out of sight. Brandon has this diagram up on the screen now. Look here, he says, pointing to the road on the map. Once you start getting close to town, you need to take this road over here that will take you to this parking area over here. He points to the parking lot. This is where you will stage yourselves for the frontal and rear assault. Who is the commander for this operation? That will be me, Trevor. I'm Frank Sutton. Great. Very nice to meet you, Frank. So, you'll have several unmarked cars with the lights, sirens, the works? I will. 8 altogether, plus the 2 prison buses and the luxury bus for everyone heading back to Dallas. Perfect. We will need a foot assault as well. You'll want to have at least 5 in front and 5 in back. Brandon, put up that picture of the front of Main Street. Those on foot will need to come down this sidewalk on Main Street to these doors here. Trevor points to the door to the brothel and illegal contraband. Brandon, put up the picture of the back of these buildings. Okay, the other 5 on foot patrol need to come up this street behind the building, and if you need to kick in doors, then do it. But at 1:30 a.m. exactly, You need to be overtaking that brothel plus illegal contraband and arrest everyone in there. It needs to be a complete surprise, so no trouble. Once the guests are in the casino, no one hangs around outside. Doesn't mean they won't, so be careful. Frank, scope the street out before you get exposed. Then bring the cars in, front and back, hot and heavy, and again at 1:30. Everything happens at 1:30. I want this to be a major offensive that literally takes down everyone at the same time. That's why there are so many of us. Also, Frank, we need a few agents to go to the airport in town and find a back way to get to the pilot and stewardesses, so you can surprise them as well. They won't have firearms, but they could warn the Gardenias, so grab them fast. Okay, any questions on any of this? Okay, so, Frank, from the moment you and the assault force head into town, whoever has the prison buses, give it 15 minutes and then head for Main Street. That should cover everything. Does anyone have any questions about anything I've gone over here today? Not a question, sir, but an observation, says one agent, and then another, and then still another. Yes, what can we answer for you? Trevor asks. Well, sir, we want to tell you what a brilliant plan this is and how happy we are to be part of it. This is going to give this town back to the town. We understand this was all your idea. At that, the entire auditorium stands and applauds. Brandon takes down his computer, and the guys get ready to leave. Steven suggests that Trevor take a bow. So, he does as he gets a little red in the face in embarrassment. Trevor yells out through the mic, "Good luck to us all. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 20. As the guys get ready for their evening and finalize things with Steven, the group of agents bound for Canyon Springs Wash are on their way. They should arrive by 9 p.m. Frank is in charge of that group and is ready for the night's activities. He wants to make sure there is no slip-up here. There is literally a caravan going up there as there are 8 unmarked squad cars and 3 buses. While they are heading north, the group that will intercept the real guests of the casino night at the Dallas airport are in place already. Maintenance has been out to that warehouse, setting up seating for those detained to make them more comfortable. Trevor, Rob, and Steven brainstormed on that very issue to see if there was anything they could or should do to not detain all these people, but it holds too big of a risk that someone in that group doesn't try to contact the Gardenia family to ask what's up. This has been weighing heavily on Trevor's mind, but there doesn't seem to be any other choice. Rob, Trevor, and their team are getting ready in the hotel and just about to depart for the airport. It's about 9 p.m., but Trevor wanted to be there during a lot of the guest arrivals. He thinks, I want to get Brandon, Jason, and Austin on the plane at scattered times and approaching the gate in separate cars. Same thing with Steven and Rob. Everyone needs to be casual and not draw any attention to themselves. We can do this if everyone stays cool and just follows the flow. There's a lot of activity over there already, Trevor notices as they approach the warehouse. As they walk in, a very distinguished agent approaches them. Sirs, we have this well under control. There is no mention of or listed or presented anywhere that says this is an FBI operation. No one has dared to go anywhere near that corner of the building. We are good here. None of the real guests have arrived yet, but it's also too early. The plane doesn't leave until midnight. That's great. You're doing awesome. What's your name? Trevor asks. Eric Christensen, sir. Well, Eric, thanks for doing such a great job here. Don't forget, none of these guests can use their phones. That is key. Make them as comfortable as possible. You can tell them why we are doing this and that we save them a lot of money. Hopefully, that will appease them, Trevor says while shaking his hand. As the night pushes on, they start to approach the time that the guests are starting to arrive. Eric has people out on the drive to make sure no one can get through. Everyone gets stopped. So far, they have had 3 cars go through, and they're doing great. They replaced them with agents as couples, and barely a second went by when the agents were rounding that corner heading for the gate. Brandon, Jason, and Austin. Next time someone comes in as a single male or 2 males, you guys go. Rob and Steven and I can go after you. I want to have us spaced out. Make sure you turn on your earwigs before you get to the gate. Don't want anyone getting suspicious while you're fiddling with your ear. Trevor, here is one for me. I'll go now. See you all on the plane, Brandon says as he grabs a car and goes to replace the single guy they just pulled out. Remember, we don't know each other, so ignore each other. Just exchange pleasantries. Nothing more, Trevor says. Got it, Brandon says. Yeah, we got it too, Jason and Austin say together. Okay, you guys are next. Here are two guys traveling. You can take this one, Trevor says. I'll pick up the rear. I want to see these all get on first as long as I am here, Steven says. Okay, why don't you and I see about taking up the rear together then? Trevor says to Steven. As the guests filter in and are replaced, the numbers dwindle down for the airplane going to Canyon Springs, Washington. So far, there's been nothing disturbing about what they were doing. Everything here has been going without issue. Frank's group is all set and safely hidden in the parking lot behind the trees. Austin was right. If you don't know it's here, you don't know it's here. This is perfect. They can see the whole town's main street from their vantage point. Nobody can see them. He is thinking that he will get 4 guys to go over to the airport before all this starts to grab the pilot and any server sitting there. I have 1 person on each prison bus and 1 on the luxury bus. Each car will have at least 2 agents in, and then 5 on foot for the front straight down Main Street, and 5 down the back of the building to catch anyone out the back. All these plans are running through his head right now. Wow, he thinks. What a plan. This kid is going to go far with the FBI. I understand this is the second time he has come up with a master plan, and it worked exactly as he said it would. He has been an agent for only a few months. All I can say is wow. Way to go. I'm so proud to be on this team. Trevor and Steven are one of the last to board the plane, but without any difficulty. They took their seats and accepted a drink from the server or flight attendant. As they were boarding, Trevor noticed the cockpit was slightly open, but enough for him to see there was only the 1 pilot. That makes only the 2 of them remaining with the plane once they land. He will watch to make sure all of the others on the flight from what you can call the ground crew are on the bus bound for the casino. He'll find a chance to let Frank know that without giving anything up. He's going to have 4 goes to the airport, so that should be fine. He's thinking that's fine. No reason to warn Frank. As they land at the airport in Canyon Springs, Wash, Trevor looks out the window to see if he can see any ground crew here that will help the plane land, or if they just landed on their own without assistance. He does see 1 person on the ground that signals the plane in with the orange cones on the flashlights. Standard equipment for a runway worker. He, more than likely, stays behind. So that would make 3 to take down at the airport, none of which should present a problem for Frank's team. Now that they have landed, the big gamble will be that these metal detectors are truly working in their favor. Fingers crossed that they are. According to the agent that went up here with the repairman, they're all set for them. The bus stops in front of the casino after the very short ride from the airport. The Gardenias have opened the doors and are ushering them off the bus and through the door. Everyone files through the doors and metal detectors, single file. None of them set off the detectors. Everyone made it through just fine. Now for the waiting game. Everyone knows what they need to do. All 50 of the agents walk around the casino, checking the place out, making sure they see everyone. 3 or 4 of them went over by the cafe, where one of the floor monitors was standing, and asked if the cafe was open. You see, we haven't had anything to eat since lunch, they explained. The floor person ushers them in and says they are definitely open. Help yourself. At the same time, Trevor, Jason, and Austin sort of meet at the blackjack table closest to where Albert was standing. Trevor introduces himself to the other 2, making it seem like they just met here. Trevor points to the table on the opposite side of the pit area past the ropes very casually to hint, without saying anything that one of them should go over there. Jason gets the hint. Well, I think since this table is getting kind of full, I'll try my luck over there, Jason says, pointing to the other table. Trevor is happy he got the hint. Looking at his watch, Trevor sees that it's just a little before 1 a.m. That's about right. We leave Dallas at midnight. Takes us 40 minutes to get to Canyon Springs Wash, another 10 minutes to get here and disembark from the bus and then past the metal detector. So yeah, he called this just right. Everything happens in just over 30 minutes. Steven observes how many floor people are out and about. He counts 2 by the bar, plus the bartender. There are 2 barmaids serving drinks. Even those aren't free. Most casinos, if you were gambling, the drinks are free. Kind of goes with the territory. The more you drink, the more money you spend. Oh well, this place will be history in a couple hours. Steven thinks about any challenges facing his people here, and he sees none. Well done, Trevor. I will have to make a point of letting Greg know how well this went once it's over. Assuming it continues to go this well. He sees the older man behind the tables in the pit area. He also sees Jason on one side and Trevor and Austin on the other. So, when this goes down, there is no place for the old man to run. Good play, guys. There are also several agents playing cards. Enough to take down all the dealers. He counts 7 of the craps table, and they're all around the table. Those dealers will not have a chance. Roulette has 3 on the one side and 2 on the other side. Okay, well, I will just take up a position and join the 3 that are already over here by the poker table. Trevor is just hoping that all the agents have everyone covered. Casually looking at his watch, he sees that it's 1:25 a.m. It's almost time. He notices the clock on the wall and that everyone has moved into position ever so casually. He caught a glimpse of the front door, and there are 5 agents just hanging around the door, talking to the guys manning the door. It's time, and it's like a gun went off. Everyone grabs the people they are with so quickly. They didn't have a chance to even pull their guns. The cafe staff is already on the floor in cuffs, as are the bartender and the 2 girls. The guys that were standing there are being handcuffed. Trevor, Jason, and Austin jump the ropes and go to grab Albert. He had his gun out and fires at Trevor, who does a tuck and roll and gets missed by the bullet, but he shoots one back at Albert and gets him right in the chest, inches from his heart. He goes down, and Jason and Austin rush to his side. Everyone else is handled and in cuffs. Everyone played their parts well. Trevor grabs Albert's gun and throws it past him on the floor. He hears all the commotion outside. Sirens blaring, people shouting, people running. There were way too many of them for the Gardenias to even try. The only one that tried and lost was Albert, who died on the floor in front of Trevor, Jason, and Austin. He shot at Trevor. Trevor had no choice. Steven is escorting several handcuffed Gardenias out the door. The cafe and bar staff are yelling at the agents. We only work here. We aren't part of whatever they are doing. Please, you've made a mistake. Let us go. Then you probably should have chosen better employers. You are going down with the rest of them. FBI headquarters will sort it out. If you're truly innocent, they will find that out and let you go, but not until then. Understand? The agent is saying as loudly as he could, without shouting at them. Trevor gets on the earwig and tells Frank to get the ambulance in here. They need to take care of Albert Gardenia, Trevor says. Trevor, Jason, and Austin finally walk out the doors to the street to see everything that is going on out there. Frank is reporting that everyone inside the brothel and the illegal contraband are in custody and on the bus under heavy guard. Steven is in the process of sorting everything out on the street. As the agents walk out with people in custody, they are processed and then escorted on the bus, where they are shackled to the floors. 2 FBI agents stand guard over each bus with shotguns. Everyone is slowly being put on one of the 2 buses. 45 minutes later, everyone in custody is on the bus, shackled, and under heavy guard ready to be transported to Dallas. Steven, Trevor, Rob, Brandon, Jason, and Austin walk back into the casino to find it eerily quiet. It's completely empty. Everyone is gone. The party is over, and this operation was a complete success. Frank, will you let Eric at the warehouse know they can let everyone go? They don't need to be held any longer. Also, let him know he will have to take a pair of bolt cutters to the gate to get those cars out of there, Trevor says. Also, where are the pilot and flight attendants from the airport here? They should be brought here to be put on the buses as well. I'm on the phone with the team that took the airport, and they're transporting them here right now. They have 3, the pilot, the flight attendant, and there was 1 person on the runway directing the plane in, Frank says. Good. Have we missed anything? Trevor asks. No, sir. We have everyone, and everything is shut down permanently. This town has their town back, Steven says. Okay, good deal. Let's get the motor coach to come in here. It's time to transport everyone back to Dallas. I believe that takes care of everyone and everything, Trevor says. We will have a town meeting tomorrow with the mayor and whoever he wants to join and give them a progress report. Rob, since you are the lead, do you want to call Greg in the morning and give him a progress report? I can do that if you want, but I really think it should be you. It was your plan. I do want to add, though, Trevor. Well done, Rob says. We want to do the same, Trevor, Brandon, Jason, and Austin say almost in unison. Well done indeed. You did great. Thanks everyone, but I was just part of the team, Trevor says in all modesty. There is one thing I do want to say though. He raises his hand to the sky. This was for you, Steve. Rest in peace, brother. I will call Greg. All the other guys, including Steven, do the same. They raise their hands in the air and say, Rest in peace, my brother. We miss you. Trevor turns to Rob and says, Rob, I was thinking that Jason, Austin, and I will stay here. You and Brandon go back to Dallas on the bus to get the car. Unless you want to stay here and talk to the mayor in the morning and give him an update. No, you and Jason are the ones that spoke to him initially. You should finish it with him. We will go get the car and do final cleanup in Dallas at the airport and return the tuxes. We will have to get ours back to them another time. Not a concern right now. We will finish things up here with the mayor and the town, Trevor says. We will see you in the morning sometime. Good night. As Rob and Brandon get on the bus bound for Dallas, Trevor, Jason, and Austin go in and make sure everything is completed in all the buildings that were under Gardenia control. Looking at his watch, Trevor realizes the town will be up in a few minutes. This whole process took the entire rest of the night. He thinks, my God, did it really take all night to clean this up? Well, that the takedown wasn't until 1:30 a.m. So I guess it makes sense that it would take several hours to get everyone processed and ready for transport. Well, guys, we might as well wait until the town wakes up and take care of this now. I know that I am tired, and if I go to bed now, it will be hours before I get up. This town is going to want to know what happened last night as soon as they get up. You know they heard all the commotion last night, the sirens and shouting, and all that was heard by everyone within earshot of Main Street. In fact, I was thinking I would just call the mayor and have him meet us here, Trevor says, looking at his watch again. Seeing that it's 7 in the morning now, he was up that early when I went to see him the other day. I'm going to call him now, Trevor thinks. Craig, good morning. This is Trevor. I was wondering if you could meet me on Main Street as soon as you can. Trevor, good morning. Yes, I can be there in 15 minutes. I have been fielding calls for the last hour from townspeople, neighbors wondering what all the commotion was last night. Everyone heard it. Well, I will try to explain what was going on last night once you get here, Trevor says. I'm on my way. I will be there shortly. I hope you don't mind, but I have a lot of friends and neighbors that might like to tag along. Do you mind? No, that's fine. I actually have 2 of my team members here with me. I will see you soon. Wow, this is crazy. All of a sudden, the streets are filling up with people. They're coming out of the woodwork, it seems. No one has approached Trevor and the guys yet. They're just hanging around the sidewalks and the street, wondering to each other what the hell was going on last night. I wonder if they are waiting for the mayor, Trevor thinks. Just as he is thinking that, the mayor rounds the corner and heads for where they are standing. Good morning, Craig, Trevor says, shaking his hand. Good morning. I see there are a few residents interested in knowing what happened last night. Would you like me to just address the group of people? Please do. Everyone, please gather around. This is Trevor, Austin, and Jason from the FBI. Trevor addresses the group. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to come into your town. Last night, or should I say early this morning, you all probably heard a lot of commotion out here. Well, I can report that last night, the FBI, during a major operation, completely eradicated this town of the Gardenia crime family. They have all been arrested and will spend the remainder of their lives in prison. You also have your airport back as well. Trevor paused for a resounding and very loud applause that lasted a good 5 minutes. This operation was carried out by over 100 agents from Dallas and Houston. Within the next 2 to 3 days, there will be trucks rolling in here to dismantle the casino and anything else from these buildings to get it back to you as a town. You will be able to use these buildings again by early next week. There will also be someone out to seize the airplane left out on the runway and fly it back to Dallas, where it will be confiscated and probably sold at some point. Craig, we will be out of that house in the next couple days, and we will make sure it is left the way we got it. Thank you for letting us stay there. Craig got up on the landing where Trevor is standing and addresses the group as well. Trevor, on behalf of this whole town, we thank you. We are so happy to have our town back and those awful people out of here. Did you ever see Albert Gardenia? He was the head of this crime family. Yes, we got him as well, but he was killed in the exchange while resisting arrest, Trevor says. I see. Well, that's what happens, I guess, when you resist arrest. As far as that house, stay as long as you want. The owner is happy to have you stay there. He'll be back sometime next month. Craig says, that's very generous, but we need to get back to Washington. Thank you, everyone, for your hospitality and your kindness while we were here. Good night, Trevor says. Thank you again for all you did. Have a great trip back to Washington, Craig says. As Trevor, Jason, and Austin walk out into the street, they are barraged with people wanting to shake their hands and thanking them personally for what they did. The guys make their way slowly to the end of the street, where they walk back to the house and hopefully get to go to sleep. They're all very tired. Before Trevor goes to sleep, he has one more call to make. Good morning, Greg. This is Trevor. Thought I would give you my final report before I go to bed. Well, good morning, Trevor. So how did it go last night? It was a resounding success. Everything went according to plan. I could not have been happier. There's one thing, though. Albert Gardenia was killed while resisting arrest. He pulled his gun on me and shot. I was able to get out of the way and return fire. I fortunately am a better shot than he is. I was right on target, but unfortunately, he died moments later. There was nothing we could do, but the whole operation went off perfectly. Everyone did their parts, and everyone that we arrested went on the prison buses to Dallas. I suspect we won't have any reason to charge those working at the bar or the cafe, but I told the whole team that everyone goes. We will sort it out later. Stephen agreed with that, so that's what we went with. There will be innocent victims that were caught up in this, but if they are innocent, the FBI will discover that in time and let them go. That's my report. That is great, Trevor. I was not at all concerned. I knew you had this, and I was right. Have you spoken to the town, the mayor? Yeah, we just left a Main Street meeting of everyone that came out to greet us. They mostly heard all the commotion last night and came out to see what happened, Trevor says. So, I assume then that Craig is happy with this outcome? Oh yeah, he is smiling from ear to ear. All that's left now are the cleanup measures, which Stephen will take care of. All the equipment and stuff in these buildings belonging to the Gardenias, as well as the airplane out on the runway. He will send a pilot up here to seize that and fly it back to Dallas. Rob and Brandon took the bus back to Dallas to grab our car and make sure everything is cleaned up in that warehouse and the airport in Dallas. They will also return the tuxedos for the two of them, and we will have to get ours back later. Wasn't a high priority for us. So, they have their town back now, and residents that have left because of this crime family are being called to return. So, they will eventually get back to normal. That's everything, Greg. That's great, Trevor. You know, you continue to impress me. Well done. Now go get some sleep. I will see you back in Washington in a few days. You guys can take your time coming home. You earn a break. Have a safe trip back, and let me know if there is anything you need before then. Good night. Thanks, Greg. Good night. Chapter 21. Good morning, Shepherd Security Services. This is Lester. How can I help you? Lester, this is Jacob Sutter, Jeremy's attorney. I need to talk to you since Jason Brandt is dead. How can I help you, Mr. Sutter? Lester says, something has been weighing heavily on my mind for some time now, and I have to tell you what I have done, and I don't care if I go to jail. In fact, I will turn myself in and confess. What is it you've done, Mr. Sutter? I want you to know that I did this on direct orders from Jeremy Blackstone. Mr. Sutter, what is it you've done? Lester says as his temper is starting to climb. On Mr. Blackstone's orders, I hired a hit person to go after Mrs. Jeanette Brandt, Jason Brandt's widow. This hit person is a woman and is stalking her and will kill her. You've what? Lester says as he leaps out his chair. My God, man, you have to call her off. What the hell were you thinking? Why would you do that for him? Lester is mad right now. I was just following his orders. I can't call her off. I can't get a hold of her. I've tried. Oh my God. I have to warn her. What's her name? That's just it. I don't know her name. He gave me a phone number and a place to drop the money to pay her. I never got a name. She wouldn't give it to me. Okay. I need to contact someone that can help. You definitely need to turn yourself in. If you don't, I will make sure the authorities know who you are and what you did. You will be better off turning yourself in. I have to go, Lester says as he dials the other phone line to get a hold of Jason. Lester thinks small Jason. Answer your phone. Willing him to answer isn't working. I better call Greg. Greg, hi, this is Lester. We have a big problem, and I can't get a hold of Jason. He's probably sleeping. They had a rather late night, or more like an all-nighter. What's going on? I just got a call from Blackstone's attorney. He said on Blackstone's orders, he hired a hit person to hunt Jeanette down and kill her. Oh my God. Who is it? Could he tell you that? No, it was one of those anonymous calls. He hired her and dropped money for her in a predetermined location. There is no way to get a hold of this hit person. Oh yeah, the hitman is a hit woman. I will get a hold of Trevor. What's this attorney's name? I will have him picked up. Jacob Sutter. Hurry, Greg. I don't know how much time we have. I will send a jet out to pick them both up. I will let you know as soon as I have something. Greg says as he hangs up to call Trevor. Hello, this is Trevor. Trevor, this is Greg. I am sending the plane back to you. You and Jason need to get back to D.C. as fast as you can. That's why I'm sending the plane to meet you. Okay, what's going on? Well, it seems Blackstone knows Jason got married. One of his former loyal employees from Shepherd apparently found out and told Blackstone. Oh God, no. I will let Jason know. I'm curious, though. How did you find out? From his general manager, Lester. Before you and Jason left, Jason gave Lester my contact info in case he couldn't get a hold of him for an emergency. Lester called me. Blackstone's attorney called Lester. Lester immediately called Jason, but couldn't reach him. You might have Jason check his phone. I know you guys were sleeping, but he should leave his phone on. So, Blackstone sent another hit person after his wife. I guess this new hit person is a woman. He was probably thinking no one would suspect a woman hitman. Okay, Greg. Thanks for letting me know. What time will the plane arrive? The pilot says he will land at that same airstrip at about 6 p.m. tonight. You two need to get out there before he lands. Okay, I will let Jason know. But, Greg, the pilot can land at the airport here in town now. Trevor says as he runs into Jason's room. Oh, that's right. I will let him know. That will be a lot easier for you, Greg says. As Trevor hangs up with Greg, he says, Jason, get your stuff together. We need to get out to the airport by 6. Greg is sending the plane for us. There's been some trouble in Washington. Jeremy knows you're married. He sent a hit man after Jeanette. Actually, a hit person. The hit man is a woman. Greg wasn't able to find out anything else other than it's a woman. Oh, and check your phone. Lester has been trying to reach you. Since he couldn't, he called Greg. Blackstone's attorney called Lester. Apparently, he couldn't live with the guilt any longer. Anyway, we need to get back to Washington. Oh my God. So, our deaths weren't enough for him. Now he goes after my wife. I'll kill him myself, Jason says. Yeah, I guess this getting gunned down wasn't enough satisfaction for him. Austin, Jason and I need to head back to Washington. Rob and Brandon should be back tonight or tomorrow. I will call Rob and let him know what's going on, Trevor says. The case here is completed now. Craig has his town back. The rest of you will be heading home, probably by tomorrow. There is no reason for you guys to stick around. I did promise we would give the house back as clean as it was when we arrived. We will make sure our stuff is all cleaned up. What time will the pilot be at the airport? Jason asks. Greg says 6 p.m., but I had to remind him the pilot can fly into this airport now. Okay, we have a little time then. It's only 4 p.m. now. Time for me to take a shower before we head home. Something I want to do as well, so don't hog all the water and take too long. Trevor says, chuckling. Yes, Daddy, Jason says, laughing now. Just go, will you? I will pack while you are showering. Oh, and I have to call Rob to let him know what's going on, Trevor says while dialing Rob's number. Hello, this is Rob. Rob, Trevor. Jason and I are heading back to D.C. in the jet. It's on its way to us now. We have a situation in D.C. that we need to get home for as quick as we can, Trevor says as he explains what's going on and why they have to leave. Oh my God, I can't believe it. What is it with this guy? Your deaths aren't enough for him. Good God. Well, tell Jason I'm thinking about him, and I pray you get to her in time. My prayers are with you both. Take care of your friend, Trevor. I will see you back in D.C. Thanks, Rob. Austin will be at the house getting it straightened up. The meeting this morning with the mayor and half the town went well. We got a huge 5-minute applause. Boy, were they grateful. You could just see the relief on everyone's faces. When will you be heading back here? We should be hitting the road shortly. We were just talking with Steven and his local crew, all of which were there last night. He wanted me to tell you that the trucks for the cleanup should be there day after tomorrow, and they're sending a pilot up there on Saturday to fly the plane back to Dallas, where we'll go on the auction block at some point. Until then, it will sit in a hangar. Okay, I will let the mayor know. I was going to go down and say my goodbyes to him anyway. Thanks, Rob. I will see you, Austin, and Brandon back in D.C. in a few days. Greg said to take your time coming back. We deserve a little break. I think that means he has cases for us. Okay, well, I will let you go. Safe trip home, my friend. And great job to both of you these last few weeks and months. It was a distinct pleasure working with all of you. I hope we can again. For now, take care and goodbye. Goodbye from both of us. Safe trip home for the two of you as well. And I pray everything works out okay for Jason. I really do, Rob says and hangs up. As Trevor and Jason get ready to go, Jason finishes his shower and is signaling to Trevor the bathroom is all his. Trevor is getting ready to take his shower after packing his suitcase. Just as he is about to jump in the shower, his phone rings. Reluctantly, he answers it. He thinks it's a good thing he answered it. It was their pilot letting Trevor know that Greg gave him the new airport location, that he will be landing in exactly 1 hour, and that he will meet them out at the airport in Canyon Springs, Washington. Since he only has a short amount of time, he quickens his shower and gets ready to go. Jason, the plane will be here in less than an hour now. The pilot called me just as I was stepping into the shower. We have plenty of time to stop by and say goodbye to the mayor and give him the timetable for the cleanup vehicles. Trevor says as he turns to Austin, you will have to drive us to the airport in the motorhome. Rob and Brandon have the car. That's right. Forgot about that. Yeah, no problem. Go down and talk to the mayor, and we can leave as soon as you get back. Okay, sound good. See you in a few minutes. Trevor and Jason walk down the street to the mayor's house to say goodbye. While they are there, you'll be able to give the timetable to the mayor as to when they can expect to see the cleanup crews. We just wanted to say goodbye. We have to head back to Washington right away. Something came up. Rob, Brandon, and Austin will take the motorhome back, probably leaving tomorrow sometime. But I wanted to stop by before leaving for the airport with the times you can expect the cleanup crews. The trucks will be rolling in here the day after tomorrow, and will probably be here a few days getting everything cleaned up. On Saturday, a pilot will arrive to fly the Gardenias plane to Dallas. That should do it. By next week, your town will be all yours. I hope we were able to accomplish what you asked for. As far as I know, that covers everything, Trevor says. You did everything you said you would do, and much more. Thank you so very much. That comes from a very grateful town. You have a safe trip home, and again, our many thanks. You are very welcome, Mr. Mayor. Goodbye for now, Trevor says as he shakes the mayor's hand, as does Jason. They depart and head back to the house, so Austin can get them to the airport. He looks at his watch and sees the plane should land in about 15 minutes. So they better get moving. Austin, you ready to go? Plane will be here in 15 minutes. We have to go, Trevor says while grabbing his luggage and ushering them both out of the house. Once on the plane, it's a chance to relax, although Jason can't. He can't get a hold of Jeanette, and that really worries him. He talks to her all the time, and she told him about this friend of hers that she has been sightseeing with. He's glad she has friends, but it worries him now to find out there's a hit person, a woman assassin, out there gunning for his wife. What if this person is that person? Well, what are the odds of that? Regardless, there's someone in Washington or Maryland trying to hurt his wife simply because she is married to him. He thinks, there's nothing I can do about it right now while we are in the air. I could try again as soon as we land. While Jason and Trevor are in the air, things start to get busy in the Washington area, which includes Maryland. Bernadette, I will be home later. I'm going to spend the afternoon with Maggie. She has the afternoon off, and there are some historic parks she wants to check out, and I said I would love to go with her. I don't know if I have told you this lately, but I do love you, little sister. Thank you so much for letting me stay here while Jason is away. See you, Jeanette says as she walks out the door. She heads toward the coffee house they have been meeting at since they met. While she is waiting for Maggie, she decides to text Jason to let him know she is all right, that she misses him, hopes he can come home soon, and that she loves him more than life itself. Hurry home to my waiting arms, sweetheart. Maggie Dodwell is a contract killer that is very good at what she does. She has the abilities to hunt down those she is hired to kill and carry out her objective perfectly. She stays ahead of the law as well as those trying to protect her victims. She thinks, I have been keeping a watchful eye on Jeanette, my new friend. Jeanette and Maggie decide to go for a walk. There's so many great parks in the great city of Baltimore, but they decide to first go to Sherwood Gardens Park, which is beautiful any time of the day or night. And then Jeanette suggested Federal Hill Park, which is on the South Shore. Maggie thinks this is a great park. As they enter the park, there are some beautiful trails and great places for them to explore. As they land at the private airstrip, a car is waiting for them, and Jason tries again to get a hold of her, this time with better luck. Jeanette, sweetheart, I have been trying to call you. Where are you? Jason, honey, I am at Federal Hill Park, just enjoying the great historic park with my friend. Jeanette, I am really close to that park. We are coming to you. I will see you in about 5 minutes. As they enter the park, they see Jeanette walking by herself, and this person is a few paces behind her. Trevor, what is that person doing? Oh my God, she has a gun. Let's go. We have to stop her. Jason races to Jeanette, and Trevor races to the person holding the gun. He was too late, however. Trevor tackles her and knocks the gun out of her hand. He jumps on top of her and abruptly turns her over, and fortunately, there are 2 officers following and saw what was going on. Trevor pulls her up and tells the officers to book her as she struggles to get away. She's dangerous. Hold on to her tight. After he hands her over, he shows them his badge and says, hold her on federal charges. The feds will pick her up. Trevor turns his attention to Jason. Jeanette? Oh my God, she's been shot. Someone calls 911. Jason cries out, please, someone get an ambulance. Oh, baby, I'm here. Honey, please stay with me. Don't leave me, please. God, someone get help. Jason, I knew you would come. I love you so much, my sweet Jason. Jeanette says, having a hard time talking. It hurts, my love. I love you so much. I wanted a long and happy life with you. I don't think I'm going to get it. It's getting even harder for her to talk. She's really struggling to speak. Oh, baby, no. No. Stay with me, baby, please. Don't leave me, please. Jason is crying harder now and holding Jeanette's head in his arms. He buries his head in her arms. I love you more than anything in this world, my sweet darling. I don't want to lose you. Oh, baby, baby, no. No. The paramedics are here, honey. They will take care of you. Stay with us. Jason is crying while holding her tightly in his arms with his head buried in hers. Jason, you need to let the paramedics in so they can take care of her, Trevor says. Trevor has been watching Jason hold Jeanette for the past several minutes and has tears running down his face too. Mr. Brandt, I am so sorry. She's gone, one of the paramedics says. No, baby, no. Oh God, I love you, my sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Trevor puts his arms around Jason's to comfort him as the paramedics take Jeanette and put her in the ambulance. Mr. Brandt, would you like to accompany us to the hospital? We will take really good care of her if you want to come to the hospital later. We will do whatever you want. My friend Jason and I will be at the hospital in a little while, Trevor says quietly to the paramedic. As the ambulance leaves the park and the officers take Maggie into custody, Trevor and Jason stand there, just staring in total silence. One of the officers comes up to Trevor and starts asking him questions. Mr. Andrews, this is the location this person will be at for your agents to pick her up. We will hold her for as long as you need us to. Thank you. Who is she? Her name is Margaret Maggie Dotwell. She is a professional hit person. She was hired by Jacob Sutter, an attorney for Jeremy Blackstone. We really don't have any more questions that we can't ask later. Why don't you take your friend to the hospital to be with his wife? From what we have learned, they were friends going to historic parks together. The lady at the ice cream stand told us they were hanging around together when they were at her stand. The girl that died told her to give an ice cream cone to her friend. Thank you, officer. I also need to call her sister who lives here in Maryland outside of Baltimore. If you need to get a hold of me, this is my number in the office I'm out of in D.C. If you can't get a hold of me, then here's my boss. Trevor tells the officer as he hands him a card with all his contact information on it. Trevor's biggest concern right now is taking care of Jason. He loved her so much, and now she has been taken from him. He takes Jason to the hospital so he can say goodbye and spend a few final minutes with her. In the meantime, Trevor needs to call Bernadette. Then he needs to take Jason home. Bernadette. This is Trevor. Jason and I have returned to D.C. tonight. That's great. Has Jeanette seen him yet? She has missed him so much. She will be so happy. Yeah, she has seen him. Bernadette, there's been an incident. Jeanette was killed tonight by a hit person that was hired by Jason's former partner. She was gunned down in Federal Hill Park about an hour ago. We are at the hospital with her right now. I am so sorry. Oh my God, no, she says as she starts to cry uncontrollably. Who did it? Who did this to my big sister? It was that friend that she has been hanging around with the last several weeks, apparently. Jason told me she was spending a lot of time with a new friend called Maggie. Well, it was Maggie who killed her. She is in custody and will pay for what she did, but Jeanette is gone, I'm afraid. I'm so very sorry, Trevor says with a very heavy heart tonight. Chapter 22. Funeral services were very sad for Jeanette Brandt. Jason was barely holding it together. Everyone from the Bureau was there, plus Lester. And even Stephen and Frank and Eric came up from the Dallas office to attend. Trevor delivered the eulogy, and in it, he told of how they fell deeply in love and that they barely had time to start their lives together before it was ripped away from them. He went on to say that his friend was deeply saddened by the passing of his one true love. He said that Jeanette is now sitting at God's side, and she will never have pain or sorrow again. She will be the guardian angel of those that loved her and that she loved, especially Jason. She will be sadly missed, and Jason will forever have a very large hole in his heart and soul. As he was speaking, tears were running down his cheeks. He finally ended his eulogy with, Jeanette, you will always be loved. Rest in peace. At that, he walked off the altar and sat down next to Jason, who hugged him. After the service, Jason was stopped and hugged by a lot of people that expressed their sorrow at her passing. Jason turned and hugged Bernadette as he said how sorry he was that this happened, and if it weren't for him and his conflict with his partner, she would still be alive. Jason, don't blame yourself for what happened. She loved you very much for who you were. She was proud of you and all you have accomplished. She would not want you to blame yourself for any of this. Take care of yourself, and remember, you will always be part of our family, Bernadette says as she hugs and kisses him and says her goodbyes. Trevor is stopped by Greg, who tells him that Margaret Dodwell and Jacob Sutter are granted special circumstances, and a trial is not going to happen. Both of them will be sentenced the day after tomorrow, and we're wondering if him and Jason would like to be there. Trevor turns to Jason and says, what do you think about that? Would you like to attend? Jason responds, saying, yes, I want to be there to watch them fry for what they have done. Because of the circumstances surrounding this case, the federal court has ruled they will both be sentenced in federal court. The reason there will not be a trial is because they both pleaded guilty to their crimes with special circumstances. We will have to wait until day after tomorrow to see what those special circumstances are, Greg says. But I will be there as well. Jason, I wanted to express to you how sorry I am this happened. I had the chance to meet Jeanette. You loved her, and that tells me she was a wonderful and loving woman, and I am truly sorry for your loss. Thank you, Greg. I really appreciate that. Greg, I do have a request for you, actually. I spoke to Trevor about this already, and he thought it was a great idea. I would like to become an FBI field agent just like Trevor and join his team to maybe fill the void that Steve left, Jason says. Jason, I think that is a great idea, and we would love to have you. Are you certain this is what you want to do? The reason I ask is that you fought so hard to get Shepherd Security Services. You know you can't do both. Are you sure you want to give that up? Greg asks. I will still own it. The licensing board inquiry will be next month, so I can get the license to run the agency. I have already spoken to Lester about this, and he has agreed to run the agency on my behalf as my general manager. My name will be on it, but he will run it full-time. The agency and all its decisions will be handled by him. I will not be a part of the day-to-day operation of it. So, I'm good to go to Quantico if you will allow it. Then welcome to the FBI. I will let you know when you will need to go to Quantico, but it will be in the next couple of months for sure. In the meantime, I think you should both plan on attending the sentencing for Maggie and Jacob on Thursday. Oh, and you will need to come into the office to fill out paperwork, Jason. That can be at your leisure, though. As they get ready to go to court to see the sentencing of Jacob and Maggie, Jason is really quiet, thinking about what he lost and about the huge hole in his heart and his soul. He misses her so much. They decided that Jason will meet Trevor at his house, and they would leave from there. Trevor is looking around his house to see how the house looks after the FBI Fix-It crew. He's not sure what they call themselves, but Fix-It crew sounds good to him. Did to his house in the way of repairs while they were away. Looking around, you can't even tell anything happened here. The windows have all been replaced. Bullet holes repaired so well. You would never know there were holes there. Jasmine seems happy to be back home as well. I think she missed me, Trevor thinks. Maybe a nice long walk when they get back from court today. As he finishes getting dressed, he hears Jason pull up and walk into the house. Bailiff, bring in the next defendant. The judge says as the bailiff signals to the next set of deputy sheriffs to bring in Jacob Sutter. Mr. Jacob Sutter, you have pleaded guilty to the charge of instigating the services of a contract murder in the death of Mrs. Jeanette Brandt. Because of special circumstances brought forth by the special federal prosecutor, the penalty of death is commuted. According to the special prosecutor, you have provided an affidavit stating that this crime was orchestrated by Jeremy Blackstone. Is this correct? And do you affirm this of your own free will? Yes, Your Honor, I do. As a result of this special circumstance, you are hereby sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Take him away, the judge says as the deputy sheriffs escort him from the room. Bailiff, bring in the last defendant. The judge says as the bailiff signals to the next set of deputy sheriffs to bring in Jeremy Blackstone. Mr. Jeremy Blackstone, you have already been convicted for 2 previous crimes that have sentenced you to 10 years on one crime and 25 years to life in federal prison with the possibility of parole in 35 years on the other. Those sentences have been commuted by the special federal prosecutor. You have been named by 2 individuals in documented affidavits of the person who orchestrated the contract murder of Mrs. Jeanette Brandt. Do you have anything you would like to say before sentencing? The judge pauses to allow him to speak for himself if he chooses to. Jeremy shakes his head and says, I have been betrayed. Well, that aside, Mr. Blackstone, for your calculated role in the murder of Mrs. Jeanette Brandt, I hereby sentence you to death by lethal injection to be carried out within the next 24 hours. Deputies, take him away. You can't do that. Jeremy shouts back. I have not had a trial. I have my rights. You will pay for this. You will all pay for this. I promise you that. Jeremy is shouting louder than before for the whole courthouse to hear him. The special prosecutor orders the lights to be brought up again as he turns to Jason and Trevor. So what did you think? Trevor speaks out first and says, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. If we wanted to, could we be a witness to the execution? I think since he thinks we are dead, also by his hand, him seeing us alive and well in his final seconds of life would be a fitting end to his pitiful life. I definitely would like to be there, Jason says. Yeah, no problem. I will have your names added to the invitation list at the prison. There is a special door for the execution gallery. They will direct you once you get to the prison. I will call you later today and let you know when it will be carried out. In the meantime, I know it's small comfort from losing your wife, Mr. Brandt, but at least they will all pay heavily for their crimes. Mr. Blackstone will not cause you any more heartache. He will not be allowed any privileges. No phones, no visitors, except maybe a minister. He will get a last meal and then put to sleep forever. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate all you have done, and thank you for letting us be here to witness this. We will be at the execution. Just tell us when, Jason says. Goodbye, sir. And thank you, Trevor says as the 2 of them leave and head back to their car. I'll be right down, Jason. In the meantime, Jasmine will entertain you. Okay, we have plenty of time. Hello, sweetheart. How are you doing today? Jason says to Jasmine while he caresses her beautiful coat. Walking into the room, Trevor says, How are you this morning? I'm all right. It will take a while, but I'll get past this. Seeing that bitch fry today will certainly help in the healing process. I know what you mean. I think today will be a good day for us. Shall we go? Do you want to drive, or should I? Trevor asks as he ushers Jason out the door. You could drive. That's fine. It's like 20 minutes to the courthouse, Jason answers. Well, I wanted to be here early because Greg said the judge would like a word with us before we go into court. It's a Judge Herman Reynolds. Okay, we have time. Did Greg say what he wanted to talk to us about? No, but I think he wanted to prepare us for what we will see in court. I'm sure it's nothing, Trevor says. Look, there's a parking stall over there. And it's close to the door, Jason says. Perfect, let's go, Trevor says as they park and move toward the door. As they walk into the courthouse, Trevor gets this sense of something. He can't quite put his finger on it, but he feels uneasy for some unknown reason. He can't explain it. Jason feels it too. Trevor thinks, I don't know, but something isn't quite right here. As they round the corner, they run right into the judge. Good morning, Your Honor, they both say, almost in unison. Good morning. The judge responds while shaking their hands. My boss said you wanted to speak to us before court, sir, Trevor says. I did, yes. First, I wanted to express my deepest condolences to you, Jason, for your loss. I also wanted to alert you to what we're doing here today before we get started. First off, the courtroom galley will be dark. All the lights will be off to hide the fact that the two of you are there. That is for your protection more than anything else. The trials have been completed in that there really wasn't one. Both Mr. Sutter and Ms. Dodwell have pleaded guilty with special circumstances. That's really all I wanted to chat with you about. If you are ready, we can begin. I will meet you in courtroom 7 on the second floor in a few minutes. I do caution you to not speak out or make a sound, alerting those in attendance to your presence, the judge says. No worries, Your Honor. We will be as quiet as church mice. We will see you in there. As Trevor and Jason enter courtroom 7, it is truly dark, as the judge said. No one will even know we are here. They take their seats back 2 rows from the front. In front, at the prosecutor's table, sits the special federal prosecutor. The bailiff is sitting next to the judge's desk, and there is a court reporter sitting in front and to the left of the judge's desk. Almost as soon as they sit down, the bailiff stands and says, All rise. Hear ye. Hear ye. This federal court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Herman J. Reynolds presiding. At that, the judge walks in behind his desk and sits down. The bailiff says, Be seated. The judge sits for a minute, getting his notes together, and then says, This court session is not a trial nor a hearing. Both defendants have pleaded guilty and waived trial. Therefore, we will move right to sentencing, and we will do that one defendant at a time. He pauses for a minute and whispers something to the bailiff. Bailiff, bring in the first defendant, Ms. Margaret Maggie Dodwell. As the bailiff signals to the deputies to bring her in, the deputy sheriffs, 2 of them, come through the door with Ms. Dodwell in chains. Ms. Margaret Dodwell, you have pleaded guilty to the charge of murder in the first degree for the death of Mrs. Jeanette Brandt. Because this is a federal crime, this carries a sentence of death by lethal injection. Because of special circumstances brought forth by the special federal prosecutor, the penalty of death is commuted. According to the special prosecutor, you have provided an affidavit stating that this crime was instigated by Jacob Sutter and orchestrated by Jeremy Blackstone. Is this correct? And do you affirm this of your own free will? Yes, Your Honor, I do. As a result of this special circumstance, you are hereby sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Take her away, the judge says as the deputy sheriffs escort her from the room. Epilogue. The day has finally come where Jason and Trevor get to witness Jeremy Blackstone's execution. This is a day Jason has been waiting for. After what he did, the malicious acts he performed in the final death of his beloved wife, he is so glad he gets to see him die for his crimes. As Jason and Trevor head to the prison, they are both very quiet, contemplating what they are about to see. Even though they are truly happy this is happening, it's also something neither of them have ever seen before, so it's a little overwhelming to be a part of this. It will be a pleasure, however, for him to see them alive and well just before he is put to sleep. That is what Jason and Trevor are most looking forward to. As they pull into the parking lot, Jason points to a door on the south end of the building and wonders if that is the door for the execution. Once parked, they walk into the building door that looks like a lobby of sorts. Inside, the guard directs them to the right place, and Jason was right. It was the door he was pointing at. The guard says to just walk into that door, and another guard will give them a day pass and direct them where to go from there. It's not far from there. They follow his directions and are finally sitting in the gallery, facing a room completely surrounded by glass. There are a few people sitting in the bleachers, none of which either one of them know. A few minutes have passed, and a man, Jason assumes must be the warden, addresses the people gathered. Good morning. By order of the Federal Court of the United States of America, Mr. Jeremy Blackstone is to be executed on this day and at this time. I hereby declare this in the name of God and our government. Bring in the prisoner, the warden says as Jeremy is escorted into the room in heavy chains. Trevor thinks, boy, they take no chances here. Jeremy stops and stands facing the glass for a very long minute. You two are supposed to be dead, he says as Trevor and Jason get up and walk down and face the glass too. Damn, the death thing just didn't take. So sorry about that, Jason says as he chuckles. Well, Jeremy, all I can say is have a pleasant trip to hell, Trevor says. Strap him in and let's see him fry. With that, the prison guards strap him in and attach all the tubes and monitors to him. The warden says to the minister, you will pray for him now, and then we will ask you to step over there next to the glass out of the way. With that, the minister drops to his knees and prays for Jeremy's soul and tells him to rest in peace. His sins have been absolved and forgiven. The minister gets up and moves over to the glass as the man in the mask walks over to a panel and flips a switch. As he does that, very shortly after, Jeremy's body starts to hemorrhage and seize up and shake as the poison goes through his body. Moments later, a medical person checks his vital signs and declares he is gone. Trevor and Jason leave the room and the building in silence and head to their car, completely satisfied that justice has been served today. They shake each other's hands and leave the prison parking lot.